Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 12 of What If I Was Reborn in Naruto as the legendary Orochimaru with the Mad Scientist system. Let the tale begin. Chapter 301, The Battle of Canopy Bridge was the most critical confrontation between Konoha and IWA. The bridge served as the primary supply line for the IWA forces. Without it, they couldn't maintain their army, forcing them to retreat. Recognizing this, Konoha devised a plan to destroy the bridge and cripple the enemy's supply chain. The task was entrusted to Namake's Minato and his team, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. While Minato distracted the enemy head-on, the other three infiltrated and successfully destroyed the bridge. However, during the mission, Obito was severely injured while saving Rin, crushed beneath a falling boulder. Half of his body was destroyed, and he was ultimately rescued by Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru remembered this series of events vividly. Some might wonder why, knowing all this, Orochimaru prioritized dealing with Kumo before IWA. Wouldn't addressing IWA earlier have prevented these events from unfolding? Orochimaru had considered that possibility. If he had confronted the IWA forces first, there was a chance these events might not have occurred. But he concluded that the likelihood of change wasn't significant. Madara's grand plan didn't hinge solely on Uchiha Obito. If Obito had been unavailable, someone else would have filled the role. Combat strength wasn't critical for the mastermind pulling the strings from the shadows. With the help of White Zetsu, executing Madara's plans would still have been achievable. Moreover, Orochimaru had access to a vast number of reanimated ninjas from IWA. Strategically, focusing on the Sand and Kumo defense lines was the most efficient choice. After all, with his current strength, resources, and knowledge of future events, he was more than capable of handling unexpected challenges as they arose. At the same time, in the Land of Grass, in a hidden underground chamber, Madara lay in his makeshift sanctuary. The area, situated between the mortal realm and the underworld, had served as Madara's base during his final years. On a large bed in the chamber lay a young man, his body heavily bandaged, with half of it repaired using makeshift parts. Standing nearby, a White Zetsu clone observed the scene with fascination. "This kid is incredible," Zetsu remarked. "If not for his unique eye power, even I wouldn't have been able to save him." Madara, his eyes opening slowly, spoke in a calm yet commanding tone. "Is that so?" "Of course," Zetsu replied, undeterred by Madara's indifference. "By the way, Madara, I've heard something interesting. Konoha fought against 4 other villages this time, and somehow, they still came out on top. Can you believe that?" Madara didn't respond, so Zetsu continued. "Apparently, Konoha's victory had a lot to do with a technique called the reanimation jutsu." "The reanimation jutsu?" Madara's eyes narrowed. "That's Tobirama's creation. But Tobirama has been dead for years. How is Konoha still able to use it?" "I'm not sure," Zetsu admitted. "But rumor has it they used it to bring back the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama." "Hashirama?" Madara's tone grew sharper. "Who in Konoha would dare to summon him? Have you discovered the user's identity?" "Not yet," Zetsu said, shrugging. "Whoever it is has been very careful about staying hidden. But once this boy wakes up, maybe he can provide some answers." Madara's gaze shifted to the young man on the bed. Slowly, he rose from his seat, his long cloak trailing behind him as he approached. "That's true," Madara murmured, his voice low. "It seems this boy is finally waking up." As if on cue, the young man stirred. His eyes fluttered open, revealing one scarlet Sharingan as his vision adjusted to the dim light. The first thing he saw was Madara, his weathered face framed by long white hair. Where am I?" the boy stammered, his voice weak and hoarse. "This," Madara said, his voice filled with authority, "is somewhere halfway between life and death, child of Uchiha." Chapter 302, Somewhere Halfway Between Life and Death? Obito froze for a moment. His gaze landed on the old man before him, his single visible eye narrowing in confusion. Noticing the exposed Sharingan in the man's left eye, Obito couldn't help but ask, "Your eyes? Could it be, Grandpa, are you also a member of the Uchiha clan? That's for you to figure out, Madara replied in a low, indifferent tone. Obito's scarlet Sharingan with two tomo spun faintly as he tried to process the situation. Memories of being crushed under the boulder and his body failing him flashed in his mind. Was it this old man who saved him? But something didn't add up. You said this place is somewhere halfway between life and death? Where exactly is this? It's so dark I can barely see anything. Obito grumbled, his voice laced with nervousness. Trying to mask his fear, he forced a grin. Hey, Grandpa, who are you anyway? Don't tell me, you're the Grim Reaper? The one who decides if people go to heaven or hell? As soon as the words left his mouth, his Sharingan caught a glint of light. His eyes darted to the scythe in Madara's hand, its cold metal reflecting the dim light ominously. No, 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 no. I don't want to die yet. Please, I'm begging you, help me. I saw it just now, that's definitely a scythe. You're the Grim Reaper, aren't you? The Grim Reaper of the Uchiha clan, here to take me to hell. I don't want to die, please. Obito yelled in panic, clutching at his injuries. I've always helped old people in need. Sure, I've broken rules and done a few bad things, but I help old ladies cross the street all the time. You can't send me to hell, please. Madara watched Obito's exaggerated antics without a flicker of emotion. You're in pain, aren't you? That's proof you're still alive, he said flatly. It's a miracle you survived, not because of luck, but because of your eye power. My eye power? Obito stopped mid-rant, blinking in confusion. Yes, Madara said. Your Sharingan. It's what allowed you to survive. Wait, what? My Sharingan did that? Obito mumbled, still trying to piece it all together. By the way, where exactly did you find me? I remember there was some weird white guy too. Are you talking about me? A voice chimed in. A white figure stepped into view, lighting a candle. The dim room was finally illuminated, revealing the cavernous chamber. Obito's eyes widened as he recognized the strange figure. Oh! Yeah, that's right. Did you save me? Thank you. It wasn't me, White Zetsu replied with a grin. I only acted on his orders. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have bothered saving you. Is that so? Obito turned his gaze back to Madara. Thank you, Grandpa. Madara's expression remained calm. Don't thank me yet. You'll repay this kindness, thoroughly, he said. His tone carried an ominous weight. You said you like helping the elderly, didn't you? Well, yeah, I guess I did say that, Obito replied, scratching the back of his head. So, what do you want me to do? Stay here and take care of you? That's one way to put it, Madara said, his lips curving into a faint smile. Obito stiffened. Wait, hold on, Grandpa. I can't stay here for too long. It's wartime right now, and I need to get back to the battlefield to fight for Konoha and bring glory to our Uchiha clan. So, can we negotiate the terms? Madara's tone shifted slightly, carrying a hint of amusement. Bring glory to the Uchiha, you say? Of course. Obito said matter-of-factly. I'm the Uchiha clan's genius. Once I awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, I'll be unstoppable on the battlefield. I'll achieve great things, become the leader of the Uchiha, and eventually Hokage. Everyone will respect me. Mangekyo Sharingan? Hokage? Madara murmured, his weak voice a mix of curiosity and something akin to mockery. Yeah, that's right. Grandpa, you're an Uchiha too, so you must know about the Mangekyo Sharingan, right? Obito said excitedly, his youthful arrogance shining through. I didn't think even a brat like you would know about the Mangekyo Sharingan, Madara replied, narrowing his eyes. Of course I know about it. Obito said proudly. Not only have I heard of it, I've even seen it. You've seen it? Madara's eyes flickered with surprise. In his era, the Mangekyo Sharingan was a rare and revered ability, possessed only by the most gifted members of the Uchiha clan. That this boy had seen it firsthand piqued his interest. Yeah, but enough about that. My teammates are still out there fighting. I need to get back to them. Obito said impatiently. Wake up to reality, Madara interrupted sharply. Obito froze. Nothing ever goes as planned in this accursed world, Madara said, his voice heavy with conviction. The longer you live, the more you realize that the only things that truly exist in this reality are merely pain, suffering, and futility. Obito blinked, caught off guard by the sudden change in tone. Listen carefully, Madara continued, undeterred by Obito's confusion. In this world, wherever there is light, there will always be shadows to be found as well. As long as there is a concept of victors, the vanquished will also exist. The selfish intent of wanting to preserve peace initiates war, and hatred is born in order to protect love. There are nexuses, causal relationships that cannot be separated. Obito stared blankly, utterly lost. What's this old man even talking about? He muttered to himself. Madara ignored his bewilderment, speaking as if delivering a grand proclamation. Someone saved you from that battlefield, didn't they? Am I wrong? Obito frowned. Yeah, but why did you only save me? What about my teammates? Why didn't you save them too? Madara leaned on his scythe for support as he stood and walked toward a stone bed behind him. The lives of others mean nothing to me, he said coldly. I saved you because you bear the name Uchiha. Uchiha? Obito repeated, his expression shifting. Something about this man's words and demeanor unsettled him. Why was an old Uchiha living in a place like this? Thinking back, Obito realized he had never seen or heard of this man in Konoha. Not even the clan elders or villagers had ever mentioned him. Wait a second, Obito said, his voice growing colder. You're not a Konoha ninja anymore, are you? That means, you're a rogue ninja. Who are you, really? Madara turned to face him fully, his presence suddenly overwhelming. I am Uchiha Madara, the ghost of the Uchiha. Obito's breath caught in his throat. You Uchiha Madara, he stammered, disbelief and awe mixing in his voice. Chapter 303, The Land of Grass was a place of towering mountains and dense forests. Wearing a black cloak, Kushina walked halfway up the mountainside, her eyes lingering on the slender figure ahead. Her thoughts were complicated. They had stayed at the orphanage for 3 days. Her guest room had been right next to Orochimaru's. While others might have been oblivious, there was no way she, staying so close, wouldn't notice what was happening. Every night at 9 o'clock, when the orphanage's lights went out, Nono would find a reason to slip into Orochimaru's room. From the sounds she overheard, Kushina could tell the kind of relationship they had. She had heard such noises before long ago, when she was still a child, from Tsunade. Kushina couldn't understand why accomplished women like Nono or even Mikoto were willing to disregard Tsunade's existence and become entangled with Orochimaru. Sure, Orochimaru was powerful, far beyond the average ninja. But multiple women at the same time? Didn't that seem strange? What's wrong, sir? Kushina asked, seeing Orochimaru suddenly stop in his tracks. Nothing. Just stay here and wait for me, Orochimaru replied, his golden eyes narrowing as he gazed at the concealed mountainside in front of them. Without waiting for Kushina to respond, Orochimaru's body sank into the earth and disappeared into the mountainside. Using the earth as a medium to move underground was a basic technique for most earth-release ninjas, though the speed and stealth involved varied depending on the user. Kushina nodded obediently. Once Orochimaru was gone, she took a moment to glance around. The area was remote and far from any major road. The mountainside ahead had an unusual air about it. Roughly 10 minutes later, Orochimaru re-emerged, his face calm and unreadable. Without saying a word, he turned and started walking again. Kushina was puzzled by what Orochimaru had just done but didn't dare ask. Orochimaru, for his part, didn't feel the need to explain. Only he knew the significance of this place. Just an ordinary hideout, he thought to himself. As a child, Orochimaru had come to this location and caught a glimpse of Madara here using a scouting fly. Back then, he hadn't been strong enough to get any closer. But after learning that the battle at Canopy Bridge had ended, this memory resurfaced, prompting him to investigate. He hoped to find a trace of the dying Uchiha Madara or perhaps White Zetsu or Black Zetsu. That would change everything. However, after scouring the hideout, he found nothing. The protective barriers were long gone, and even with his advanced sensory abilities, Orochimaru couldn't detect any sign of life. It was clear that this place was just a former refuge, abandoned long ago. "Sir, where are we headed next?" Kushina asked. "We're going to the lab to focus on experiments." "We'll wait for the war to end," Orochimaru said bluntly. He had no intention of getting involved in the war any further. With the Canopy Bridge already secured, only Kirigakure remained as a threat. But in Orochimaru's eyes, Konoha had more than enough capable ninjas to handle the Mist Village on their own. It wasn't worth his time or effort. Besides, the lab in the southeast was the perfect place for him to conduct research and maintain contact with Tsunade. A few months later, Konoha Year 47. The outcome of the war was exactly as Orochimaru had expected. Kirigakure's forces were formidable, and their combat prowess rivaled that of Konoha. However, as the aggressors, they faced logistical disadvantages. The long supply lines and the nature of the conflict meant that Kirigakure's losses were always greater than Konoha's during battles. In a small town, chaos erupted. Several figures wearing Kirigakure forehead protectors moved through the streets, their moisture-resistant uniforms glinting in the light. They slaughtered indiscriminately, their laughter echoing through the air. "Ha ha ha! Kill them all! Hey, Juzo, get to work already!" A terrified woman shielded a young boy, no older than 3 or 4, behind her. Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded with one of the masked Kirigakure ninjas. "Please, don't hurt my child. I'm begging you." Without a word, the ninja raised his blade and struck her down. Blood splattered across the ground as the woman collapsed. "Mother!" the boy cried, falling to the ground and clutching his mother's lifeless body. The blood pooled beneath them. "TCH. What a racket," muttered another man as he approached. He was tall, with his beard tied into a whip, an eye patch over one eye, and a cruel smile playing on his lips. "Jinin, what's the point of killing unarmed civilians?" The speaker was Juzo Biwa, a man with short black hair, sharp teeth, and a cross-shaped scar on the right side of his face. A large blade rested on his back as he frowned at Jinin's actions. As brutal as Kirigakure ninjas were, even they rarely stooped to targeting defenseless civilians. "What's the point?" Jinin replied indifferently. "This is Konoha territory. Who's to say there aren't disguised Konoha ninjas hiding among them? Besides, killing's fun, isn't it?" He smirked, cleaning his blade. Another ninja chimed in, laughing. "Yeah. I haven't killed anyone in 2 days. Feels good to let loose. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha." As the others joined in the laughter, Juzo shook his head and turned his gaze toward the horizon. A heavy feeling settled in his chest. "Why do I have a bad feeling about this?" he muttered to himself. "All right, let's get moving," Jinin ordered. "We've killed enough here. If we linger too long, Konoha's forces will catch up." From the edges of the town, more figures emerged, joining the group. 7 in total, each carrying a unique weapon. They were Kirigakure's elite, powerful enough that even Konoha's elite Jonin would struggle against them. "Let's finish the mission and get out of here," one of them said. "Finish it? I just want to kill more," another replied with a grin. "Don't worry," Jinin said, "there are plenty more to kill up ahead." "Stop right there." The sudden shout startled the group. They turned to see a lone figure standing behind them. At first, they were stunned. Then, they burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. A brat. This kid's tone sure is cocky. Think he's strong?" "Stronger than you, maybe, Raiga, one quipped, laughing again. Little brat, let me help you out. But before the ninja could finish his sentence, a chilling voice rang out. None of you are leaving here alive. Summoning Jutsu, formation of 10,000 snakes. Chapter 304. During the cultivation process of Mi, Orochimaru used special methods to accelerate his growth. Once cultivation was complete, Mi's growth rate returned to that of an ordinary person. Currently, Mi looked no older than 12 or 13 years old. The boy had originally ventured out to meet some old friends today, but when he arrived in this small town, he was greeted with devastation. The place was riddled with destruction, and bodies littered the ground. Seeing the horrific scene, his normally innocent demeanor gave way to fury. Fortunately, the culprits had yet to leave. On the other side, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were visibly taken aback by the sudden surge of power emanating from the boy standing before them. This kid. In the underground laboratory, Orochimaru was busy working on an experiment with a test tube in hand. Meanwhile, in the laboratory's monitoring room, Kushina sat surrounded by dozens of screens, her playful nature causing her to immerse herself in operating the high-tech equipment. From the monitoring room, Kushina's voice rang out. Lord Orochimaru. You said Tsunade-sama would be coming today, right? Kushina asked, her voice carrying a hint of nervousness. Since their return from Reborn, Kushina's feelings toward Orochimaru had become complicated. Knowing that she would one day have a daughter with him was something she couldn't wrap her head around. The idea left her feeling strange and conflicted. Orochimaru, however, had been so preoccupied with his experiments that he had shown no interest in pursuing any personal relationships. As a result, things between them had remained calm. But today was different. Tsunade was coming to the lab, and Orochimaru planned to tell her everything about what had happened in Reborn. Kushina, aware of all this, couldn't help but feel uneasy. She wondered what Tsunade's reaction would be. Would she be angry? Would she hit her? Or worse, hit Orochimaru? The uncertainty gnawed at her nerves. Hearing Kushina's question, Orochimaru responded casually, according to her last message, she should be here today. Why? Are you nervous? Of course not. Orochimaru chuckled. Don't worry. Based on her personality, I'd say you're very much her type. She won't reject you. What kind of thing is that to say? Shouldn't this be up to Tsunade-sama to decide? Kushina muttered, exasperated. As she glanced at the monitors, her eyes widened. Ah! Tsunade-sama is here. I'll go meet her. Without waiting for Orochimaru's response, Kushina bolted toward the laboratory's entrance. Watching her retreating figure, Orochimaru fell into thought. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He recalled that Mangekyo Sharingan and would release could suppress tailed beasts, yet Nagato with the Rinnegan had struggled against Naruto in his memories. Was it due to some other factor? After all, Uchiha Madara had used the Rinnegan to subdue all 9-tailed beasts. Perhaps Nagato had only reached his full potential after being reanimated. Orochimaru nodded slightly at his own conclusion. Suddenly, a frown crossed Orochimaru's face. The seal was released? What happened? At that moment, Tsunade's voice echoed from the laboratory's entrance. Orochimaru, so this is where you've been hiding. You actually built a massive underground lab here? Orochimaru snapped out of his thoughts and replied nonchalantly, Tsunade, you came at the perfect time. Come with me. What? I just got here, and you're already dragging me off. Where are we going? To the nearby town. Kushina, you're coming too. 5 kilometers away from the laboratory, the once lively town had been reduced to ruins. The air was thick with smoke, and the streets were riddled with craters. 7 Kirigakure ninjas surrounded a boy in a white robe, their expressions a mix of wariness and disbelief. Juzo, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen and the wielder of Kubikuri Bocho, couldn't hide his astonishment. Hey, this kid's using snakes? Could he be Orochimaru? Yeah, it kind of feels like him. Don't be stupid, another swordsman interrupted. Orochimaru fought in the Second Great Ninja War. He'd be in his 30s by now. There's no way he's this kid. But still. Stop talking and stay alert. Juzo barked, snapping his companions back to focus. At his warning, Raiga leapt backward, narrowly avoiding a massive strike that caused the ground to collapse in a cloud of debris. Damn it! What's with this kid? We need to retreat. There's no point fighting him. Agreed. Let's leave before Konoha's reinforcements arrive. Fuguki, Raiga, cover our retreat. Got it! The two mist ninjas quickly formed hand seals. Water release, great exploding water colliding wave. Lightning release, sky-splitting thunder snake. Boom! Crack! A massive torrent of water engulfed the town, surging like a flood. At the same time, crackling lightning snaked through the waves, creating a deadly combination. The wide-range attack forced me to halt his pursuit, his summoned giant python dissipating into white smoke from the electrical charge. The 7 ninja swordsmen used the opportunity to retreat. Me leapt onto a raised rock, narrowly avoiding the water. His fists clenched as he watched the enemies escape. He wanted to chase after them, to bring them to justice. But before he could act, a figure appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Dad. Me muttered. Stop, Orochimaru said firmly. Your body can't handle this level of power. If you push any further, you'll die. But they. I know, Orochimaru interrupted. I'll make them pay. Now stand down. Hearing his father's words, Me reluctantly withdrew his chakra. Fatigue overwhelmed him, and he fainted on the spot. Orochimaru caught the boy as he collapsed. Tsunade and Kushina arrived just in time to witness the scene, both looking surprised. Orochimaru, what's going on? Tsunade asked. Is he all right? Kushina added. He's fine, Orochimaru replied calmly. To prevent him from overexerting himself and exposing his identity, I sealed most of his power temporarily. The sudden backlash was too much for his body, and he fainted. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. That kid is seriously this strong? If I'm not mistaken, those were the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, weren't they? You're not mistaken, Lord Hokage, Orochimaru said with a playful smirk. Hokage? Tsunade echoed, momentarily stunned. She let out a self-deprecating laugh. So tell me, Orochimaru. How much of the third Hokage's decision to make me Hokage had to do with you? Orochimaru shrugged. Most of it. Why? Because, he said with a sly smile, I find supporting a Hokage far more interesting than being one myself. Chapter 305, Orochimaru, what nonsense are you talking about now? Hearing this, Tsunade dismissed the topic of Hokage altogether, instead glaring at him in frustration. She then glanced at Kushina standing nearby, her meaning clear. While she and Orochimaru might occasionally joke about certain things in private, wasn't it inappropriate to say something so suggestive in front of Kushina? Orochimaru, unfazed, smirked. I didn't say anything inappropriate. I just have something to tell you. What is it? Tsunade asked, her tone tinged with suspicion. Kushina wants to have a daughter with me. What's your opinion on that? What? Huh? Kushina froze, completely caught off guard. She hadn't expected Orochimaru to bring up such a sensitive subject so casually. Tsunade, on the other hand, was utterly dumbfounded. Kushina? What is this about? I'll explain it all later, Orochimaru said, cutting off any questions. For now, I'm going to check the town for any survivors. Without giving them a chance to respond, Orochimaru moved swiftly toward the ruined town. The floodwaters had receded, leaving behind a grim scene of devastation. Bodies were strewn across the streets, and the buildings were little more than rubble. Orochimaru, accustomed to such sights, surveyed the destruction calmly. Standing atop a roof, he began scanning for any signs of life. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Kushina followed at a slower pace. Though they had both seen their share of death, the sheer brutality of the scene made their hearts ache. 7 ninja swordsmen. Orochimaru muttered to himself as he concluded his search, finding no survivors. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were all elite Jonin-level fighters. With their unique weapons, their combined strength could rival that of a Kage. Perhaps not all of them individually could reach Kage level, but someone like Fuguki, armed with Samahata, certainly could. In the ninja world, chakra was the key to everything. Samahata's ability to absorb chakra at an extraordinary rate, while also healing its wielder, made it one of the most practical and powerful tools in existence. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it a legendary weapon. Fuguki's strength, combined with Samahata, firmly placed him in the Kage level bracket. Still, none of the 7 ninja swordsmen could have imagined being forced to retreat by the overwhelming power of a mere child. It was almost laughable. That said, the idea of one child defeating all 7 was equally unrealistic. Even a genuine Kage would struggle against them, and me, who had yet to fully master his power, couldn't possibly defeat them outright. However, me had been crafted with Orochimaru's meticulous effort, making him far more formidable than he appeared. Killing him wasn't something the 7 could easily accomplish. Coupled with Mi's unknown identity and the risks of continuing the fight, it made sense for them to retreat. Damn it, those bastards. Tsunade clenched her fists tightly, her anger palpable as she surveyed the ruined town and the lifeless bodies scattered around her. Orochimaru, meanwhile, summoned 2 clones to begin gathering the bodies while his main body approached Tsunade. You've already won the battle at the front lines, Orochimaru said, his tone flat. So how can the 7 ninja swordsmen still move so freely in the land of fire? We've won, yes, but the enemy's main forces haven't retreated far. They're still lingering, unwilling to admit defeat, Tsunade replied. Then why are you here instead of at the front lines? The defenses were rotated, and the old man ordered me back to take over the Hokage position, Tsunade said, sighing. Is that so? Orochimaru smirked. Then congratulations are in order. Don't congratulate me yet, Tsunade snapped. Why didn't you discuss such a major decision with me beforehand? Don't you think I deserve a say in this? So let me ask you now, Orochimaru said, his voice calm and deliberate. Do you want to be Hokage? What's the point of asking now? Tsunade shot back. It's too late for that. Tsunade knew that, regardless of her abilities, her impulsive personality made her ill-suited for the position. Orochimaru simply chuckled. Ha ha ha, Tsunade. What now? She asked, annoyed. Do you know why you have to take the Hokage position? Why? Because, Orochimaru said, his tone turning slightly darker, if you don't. I might just lose control one day and destroy Konoha myself. You! Tsunade froze, stunned by the blunt admission. She wanted to retort but found herself at a loss for words. Having grown up alongside Orochimaru, she understood him better than most. What had happened to him years ago had been deeply unjust, and with his vengeful nature, it wasn't surprising that he might harbor resentment toward the village. It was for this very reason that she had pleaded with him to leave Konoha alone. But she hadn't expected him to use her as a safeguard against his own darker impulses. Fine. I understand, Tsunade finally said, exhaling heavily. Good. Orochimaru's expression softened. Wait here. I'll take me back to the lab and come back for you too. He threw a kunai into the ground, marked with a seal, then picked up C and vanished in a blur. Orochimaru quickly returned me to the lab's rest area, then reappeared to retrieve Tsunade and Kushina. Meanwhile, his clones finished burning and burying the corpses in the town using fire release techniques. Back at the laboratory, Kushina remained silent, her mind racing. The conversation between Orochimaru and Tsunade had revealed far too much information, leaving her overwhelmed. The third Hokage is stepping down? Tsunade is the default choice for Hokage? And the reason for that is... Orochimaru, a traitor? How could a rogue ninja have such influence over Konoha's leadership? And if Tsunade didn't take the role, was Orochimaru really capable of destroying the village? Kushina's thoughts turned to the hidden forces within the lab, the modified clones Orochimaru had created, as well as the reanimated figures he had summoned. Two of them, the first and second Hokage, were terrifying enough. Shaking her head, Kushina decided to stop thinking about it. Her straightforward personality left her ill-suited for Konoha's political games, and she preferred to leave such matters alone. "Oh, right!" Tsunade suddenly said, turning to Orochimaru. "Why did you say earlier that Kushina wanted to have a daughter with you?" Chapter 306, Tsunade's sudden question made Kushina's heart leap into her throat. Afraid that Orochimaru might give an inappropriate response, she held her breath. However, Orochimaru, unfazed as always, began recounting the events in Reborn without hesitation. As Tsunade listened, her expression shifted from confusion to shock. Through time and space? A daughter from the future? That's essentially the gist of it. If you don't believe me, I can. No need. Tsunade interrupted firmly. The Orochimaru I know would never make up something so ridiculous to deceive me. The two had known each other for decades. If Orochimaru ever chose to lie, he would never invent such an absurd story. You're quite sharp, Orochimaru said with a faint smile. What's your take on this? This isn't such a big deal. Do as you like, I don't mind having her too. Tsunade waved her hand casually, her tone relaxed. Her attitude startled Kushina, who looked at her in disbelief. Tsunade's calm acceptance left Kushina utterly confused. Tsunade-sama, what are you saying? Sensing Kushina's shock, Tsunade sighed, looking a bit embarrassed. You'll understand eventually. Kushina remained silent, her disbelief still evident. Tsunade turned her attention back to Orochimaru. But you owe me compensation for all of this. Compensation? Orochimaru leaned back into a chair, his tone amused. What kind of compensation are you looking for? Isn't making you Hokage enough? That's not the kind of compensation I want. Tsunade snapped. Not this kind? Then what kind? Could it be? Orochimaru paused, his eyes narrowing slightly. Do you mean resurrecting Nawaki? If so, it's already in progress. His body is still in the cultivation stage. It'll just take a little more time. Nawaki? Resurrection? Both Tsunade and Kushina froze in place, their minds struggling to process what Orochimaru had just said. Tsunade was struck by the mention of her younger brother, while Kushina was more astounded by the concept of resurrection itself. Resurrection? Is that possible? Kushina stammered. Why so surprised? Orochimaru's tone was light, but there was a faint trace of amusement in his voice. You both know my research has always been focused on life, don't you? Tsunade nodded hesitantly. I know, but resurrection is another matter entirely. Orochimaru leaned forward slightly, his golden eyes gleaming with interest. Tsunade, it seems you still don't fully trust me. It's not that I don't trust you. Tsunade's voice faltered. Enough. Come with me. You'll see for yourselves. Without waiting for a response, Orochimaru stood and walked toward the innermost part of the laboratory. Tsunade and Kushina exchanged a glance before following him. The underground lab was vast, sprawling like an imperial tomb beneath the surface. It was filled with secret chambers, each guarded by one or two of Orochimaru's clones. Reaching one of the chambers, Orochimaru gestured to a clone, who promptly unlocked the door. Inside, several glass pods filled with nutrient solution came into view. Of the 4 pods, 3 were empty, while the 4th contained a figure submerged in liquid. The figure wore nothing but white shorts, his body connected to various tubes and wires. Tsunade's eyes widened in shock as she approached the pod. Nawaki, she whispered. In disbelief, she reached out to touch the glass, her hand trembling slightly. Amazing, she murmured. Turning to Orochimaru, her voice softened. This is a clone, isn't it? Even so, it's more than enough. Thank you. Clone? Orochimaru walked up beside her. Tsunade, this is far more than a mere clone. What do you mean? Think about it, Orochimaru said, his tone calm yet laced with intrigue. You know how clones are typically created, don't you? Of course. Didn't you explain it to me yourself? Cells from the deceased can't be used for cloning because they've lost their vitality. Only cells from living individuals can be cultivated. Exactly. Orochimaru nodded. A long time ago, I collected some of Milwaukee's cells and preserved their vitality through special scientific methods. I did this as a precaution, in case something unexpected happened. He gestured toward the figure in the pod. Under normal circumstances, a body grown from such cells would indeed only be a clone, a copy at best. It wouldn't truly be Milwaukee. Tsunade listened intently, her heart pounding. However, Orochimaru continued, when combined with the reanimation jutsu developed by the second Hokage, things become very different. Reanimation jutsu? Both Tsunade and Kushina were stunned, their thoughts racing to process Orochimaru's words. Exactly. Orochimaru's voice remained steady. Clones lack souls. They operate entirely on the instructions of their creator. The reanimation jutsu, on the other hand, summons a soul without a true body. So by combining the two, it's possible to achieve a complete resurrection. Tsunade finished his sentence for him, her voice trembling slightly. Her mind reeled at the implications of what he was saying. If a person's body can be recreated through cloning, she murmured, and their soul can be summoned back from the Pure Land through reanimation, then resurrection is entirely achievable, Orochimaru concluded, his lips curling into a faint smile. The room fell silent as the weight of his words sank in. This can't be real, it sounds like a fantasy, Tsunade muttered, shaking her head. In theory, it's entirely feasible, Orochimaru said, his tone confident. With mature cloning technology, countless young and healthy bodies can be cultivated. The reanimation jutsu brings back the soul. By merging the two, true resurrection is achieved. And this process could be repeated indefinitely? Kushina asked hesitantly. Orochimaru's smile widened. Precisely. Eternal life is not just a dream, it's the product of combining ninjutsu and advanced scientific technology. Tsunade was silent, her eyes fixed on the figure in the pod. But, how do you ensure the soul and body merge perfectly? Wouldn't that be extremely difficult? It is, Orochimaru admitted. But for me, it's a challenge I've already mastered. Chapter 307, If Orochimaru wanted immortality, he had many methods. From the living corpse reincarnation to the cursed seal of heaven, and even Kaguya's genes, he could choose whichever path he preferred. As for resurrection? Orochimaru also had countless approaches. Leaving aside lesser-known methods, even the well-documented ones would suffice. First was the reanimation jutsu. However, this wasn't true resurrection. The souls summoned were bound to the caster's will, making it more of a summoning technique than genuine revival. It was a method to call a soul back temporarily, not to restore life. The second was the one's own life reincarnation developed by Chiyo of the Hidden Sand Village. But that technique had its own severe limitations. Not only was it hard to obtain, but it also required a life to be exchanged for another. Most critically, it required the deceased's body to still be intact and relatively fresh. Because of these restrictions, Orochimaru neither had access to it nor could it be used on Milwaukee, who had been buried long ago. Finally, there was the Rinne Rebirth Jutsu, a powerful ability exclusive to the Rinnegan. This was one of the most effective resurrection methods, capable of reviving multiple individuals and even healing entire groups. Nagato had once used it to bring back the people of Konoha, and Uchiha Madara had relied on it to resurrect himself. These instances were testament to its formidable power. But even this technique had its drawbacks. First, it couldn't revive those who had been dead for too long. The fact that Nagato didn't resurrect Yahiko, and Obito didn't revive Rin, served as proof. As for Madara's resurrection after such a long time, That was because the Rinnegan he used was originally his own. Second, the technique demanded a significant price, life itself. Both Nagato and Obito had used it near the end of their lives, and there was no concrete evidence that anyone could survive after performing the Rinne rebirth jutsu. Given these constraints, Orochimaru believed his own method of resurrection was superior. By using living cells to create a clone body, then summoning the deceased soul via reanimation jutsu, and finally transferring the soul into the clone body using the principles of living corpse reincarnation, Orochimaru could achieve a side-effect-free resurrection. The concept was similar to how the cursed seal of heaven allowed infinite resurrection. The key difference was that the cursed seal used the host cells to ensure their activity, enabling immediate resurrection, while Orochimaru's cloning method cultivated cells externally to maintain their viability. Though the techniques varied, the goal was the same. In the past, Orochimaru had only used these techniques on himself. Now, he was capable of applying them to others. After listening to Orochimaru's explanation, Tsunade and Kushina were left utterly speechless, their faces filled with shock. What he had described was too advanced, too unimaginable. Orochimaru's words were filled with technical jargon, much of which was beyond their comprehension, especially Kushina, who had no knowledge of scientific concepts. But this lack of understanding didn't stop them from recognizing the significance of what Orochimaru had achieved. Combining ninjutsu and science to achieve resurrection and immortality? It sounded impossible. It sounded godlike. Orochimaru, you're incredible. Tsunade finally said, her voice filled with awe. Unbelievable, Kushina added, her expression still frozen in shock. Orochimaru responded with a faint smile. This is nothing special. Nothing special? Tsunade asked incredulously. The most significant aspect of this technique, Orochimaru continued, is that it can be used on anyone. As long as I choose to, anyone can become an immortal existence. But, he added, his tone turning serious, don't get the wrong idea. This technique doesn't make you invincible. It has its own limitations. For instance, there's always the issue of rejection between the soul and the new body. Even when the clone is a near-perfect replica of the original body, there's still a degree of incompatibility with the soul. And the process of merging the two consumes a tremendous amount of mental energy. If the soul isn't properly nurtured, repeated resurrections will eventually cause it to deteriorate and, ultimately, vanish completely. In such cases, not even I can reverse the damage. Orochimaru explained all of this with a calm demeanor, detailing both the strengths and weaknesses of his method. The risk of soul decay with each resurrection was significant, but for Tsunade and Kushina, even this imperfect technique was beyond anything they could have imagined. To the average ninja, whose lifespan rarely exceeded 100 years, the idea of living for centuries, if not millennia, was almost godlike. More importantly, this technique meant that even death could no longer be feared. Seeing the stunned expressions on their faces, Orochimaru broke the silence. By the way, Tsunade, when are you returning to Konoha? Tomorrow morning. Tsunade replied absent-mindedly, still lost in thought. Then tonight. Of course I'm yours tonight, Tsunade interrupted, her tone unusually soft. Hearing this, Orochimaru's lips curved into a faint smirk. Is that so? Then. Kushina. Huh? Care to join us? Join you? For what? Kushina asked, confused. Orochimaru sighed, shaking his head. Never mind. You can stay and look after my son. Before Kushina could process his words, Orochimaru picked up Tsunade and disappeared from the room, leaving her behind. It was only after Orochimaru and Tsunade had gone that the realization dawned on Kushina. Her face turned bright red, the color spreading all the way to her neck. A few days later, in the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Fire, an important meeting was being held. Around a long table sat several key figures, the daimyo, his advisors, and Konoha's leadership. The daimyo, an older man in his 40s or 50s, fanned himself idly as he addressed the group. It's a pity, he said, his tone calm but deliberate. The third Hokage has done a commendable job overall. Danzo, who sat across from him, narrowed his eyes. With all due respect, Daimyo, the third Hokage's naive ideals are precisely why the Land of Fire has been brought to this point. What we need now, Danzo continued, is a Hokage capable of enacting bold reforms and enforcing the ninja code, a true leader. Oh? And do you have someone in mind? The daimyo asked, his expression neutral. Danzo hesitated, gritting his teeth. Originally, the person he had hoped to support as Hokage was Orochimaru. But given Orochimaru's current status as a rogue ninja, that was no longer an option. And while Danzo desperately wanted the position for himself, he knew it was politically impossible to suggest his own name. The third Hokage, however, remained unfazed. He spoke up calmly. I recommend Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. What? Danzo blurted out, completely caught off guard. Chapter 308, Danzo quickly processed what Hiruzen meant by recommending Tsunade as Hokage. Why Tsunade? According to Hiruzen's character, wouldn't Jiraiya or Namake's Minato be better options? Even if not them, wouldn't Tsukumo have been a more suitable candidate? So why had it suddenly fallen to Tsunade? The reanimation jutsu? Orochimaru? Danzo muttered to himself, a realization dawning on him. So that's it. In mere moments, Danzo pieced together the entire puzzle. Reanimation jutsu was a complex technique for most, but for researchers like the second Hokage or Orochimaru, it was almost trivial. Danzo had long suspected that Orochimaru was behind the appearance of the reanimated ninja during the recent war, including the first and second Hokages. But why Orochimaru, a known rogue ninja, would return to assist Konoha was a mystery he couldn't solve. Now, hearing Hiruzen recommend Tsunade as Hokage, Danzo connected the dots. Orochimaru, that cunning snake, has played his cards well, he thought grimly. Conference room. When the daimyo heard Tsunade's name, he immediately recognized it. Tsunade? Isn't she one of your disciples? Yes, Sarutobi confirmed. Oh? The daimyo and his advisors exchanged glances, nodding thoughtfully. Tsunade's reputation preceded her. Although she was a woman, her title as the master of medical ninjutsu wasn't given lightly. As one of the legendary Sannin, she had invaluable war experience and held significant influence. A rare and exceptional talent. With the third Hokage's endorsement, it seemed obvious that she was the right choice. The daimyo glanced around the room. What do you all think? Koharu and Hamura, Hiruzen's loyal advisors, nodded in agreement without hesitation. With their approval, the rest of the room quickly fell in line. Even Danzo, to everyone's surprise, voiced his support. Half a month later, the Hokage succession ceremony was held. Beneath the Hokage building, the streets were packed with a massive crowd. Ninjas from all clans, Aburame, Hyuga, Inazuka, Uchiha, and more, gathered to witness the momentous occasion. Above, on the Hokage building, stood the village's leadership, the third Hokage, Koharu, Hamura, and Danzo, along with Jiraiya and Namake's Minato. Tsunade, wearing her iconic green jacket with the word Gamble on the back, stepped forward. On her head was the Hokage hat, bearing the kanji for fire. She glanced at the enormous crowd below, took a deep breath, and sighed. Orochimaru, so many people have gathered here for this moment, yet you're nowhere to be seen, she murmured to herself. Tsunade. Hiruzen stepped forward, his expression solemn. It's your turn now. Though Sarutobi hadn't initially wanted Tsunade to take on the role, he carried himself with the dignity expected of a former Hokage. Tsunade nodded and walked toward the edge of the building. She raised her hat, her voice ringing out loud and clear. From this day forward, I will lead Konoha village as its fourth Hokage. Her words echoed through the streets, reaching every corner of the crowd below. In an instant, the villagers erupted into cheers. Long live Hokage-sama! Long live Hokage-sama! The chants of long live filled the air as thousands of Konoha ninjas raised their fists in celebration. In that moment, Tsunade had truly claimed her place as Hokage. Her status as one of the Sannin, her unparalleled strength, and her contributions to Konoha made her more than worthy of the title. Among Konoha's current roster of ninjas, only a select few could even come close to matching her in prestige, strength, and qualifications. Jiraiya, Tsukumo, perhaps. But none of the others, including Hyuga Hayashi, Uchiha Fugaku, or even the rising star Namikaze Minato, could surpass her. For Tsunade to take the position, there was no room for dispute. What an inspiring moment! Jiraiya muttered, standing among the leadership. Folding his arms, he added, if Orochimaru were here, this title would probably have been his. 2 kilometers away, atop a mountain overlooking Konoha, a flat boulder sat nestled among the trees. On the boulder, 2 figures were seated. In front of them was a small wooden table, upon which rested a pair of screens. On the screens, the live broadcast of the Hokage succession ceremony played. Orochimaru, seated casually, observed the scene with mild amusement. Beside him, Kushina fidgeted restlessly. Orochimaru-sama, we're already so close to the village. Why don't we just return? Return? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. I'm a rogue ninja now. How can I just stroll back in? But with your strength. Returning would only create more trouble for Tsunade, Orochimaru interrupted. At a time like this, with her taking on so much responsibility, the last thing she needs is me causing problems. Kushina hesitated. But, she needs your help now more than ever. You're right. She does need help, Orochimaru admitted, his golden eyes narrowing slightly as he gazed at the screen. A Hokage wasn't just a figurehead. They needed loyal confidants, trusted advisors, and capable subordinates to maintain control of the village. Minato had relied heavily on Kakashi. For Tsunade, her assistant had always been Shizune. But in this timeline, due to Orochimaru's interference, Tsunade's relationship with Shizune wasn't nearly as close. Now, with no inner circle to support her, Tsunade was isolated. And if she wanted to truly consolidate her power in Konoha, she would need to address many unresolved issues, Danzo's ambitions, the growing tension between the Uchiha clan and the village, and much more. As Orochimaru pondered these matters, a sudden sound interrupted his thoughts. Who's there? Kushina turned her head sharply, her body tensing. A figure emerged from the shadows of the forest, leaping onto the mountaintop with ease. It was a woman wearing a short-sleeved uniform, a ninja sword strapped to her back, and a Konoha forehead protector on her head. Upon seeing Orochimaru, the woman dropped to one knee, bowing her head in deference. Chapter 309, Seeing Mikoto appear, Kushina was stunned, but only for a moment. She already knew about Mikoto's relationship with Orochimaru, but what confused her was the job Orochimaru had entrusted to Mikoto. After Mikoto left, Kushina couldn't hold back her curiosity any longer. Lord Orochimaru, you mentioned that the Uchiha clan has conflicts with the village. So why would you entrust Mikoto with something so sensitive? I'll explain later, Orochimaru replied indifferently, brushing off her question as he turned his attention back to the screen in front of him. On the screen, the masked, white-haired Kakashi stood in the corner of the Hokage ceremony, isolated from the crowd. With Orochimaru's discreet assistance, Tsunade had successfully assumed the mantle of the 4th Hokage. Behind the Hokage building, work had already begun on carving Tsunade's face into the Hokage rock. Although many ninjas were puzzled by the sudden resignation of the 3rd Hokage, for the majority of them, it hardly mattered who held the title as long as their lives remained unaffected. 3 days later, within the Uchiha clan compound. When Tsunade arrived at the Uchiha compound to visit shortly after becoming Hokage, many members of the clan were visibly surprised. Lord Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku greeted respectfully. Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan and a man who advocated for peace, naturally maintained the proper respect when addressing the Hokage. I'm here to see Mikoto. Carry on with your work, Tsunade said simply, nodding to him. Yes, Lord Hokage, Fugaku replied, though his tone carried a trace of confusion. While Fugaku didn't dwell on it, the news quickly spread throughout the Uchiha compound. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha was a sensitive topic, one known to every adult Uchiha ninja. Many speculated about Tsunade's unexpected visit. Was she here to investigate their clan's situation? Perhaps to find a pretext to suppress them? But when word got out that Tsunade was specifically here to meet Uchiha Mikoto, the clan members were even more bewildered. Inside Mikoto's house. In the living room, Uchiha Akihara, Mikoto's father, sipped on tea prepared by his wife as he pondered the clan's current situation. At 50-something, Akihara was one of the clan's senior advisors. Having survived countless battles, he was considered a figure of wisdom within the Uchiha. However, despite his status, one regret always weighed on his mind: the decision to push his daughter, Mikoto, into forging ties with Orochimaru. What seemed like a smart move at the time had proven to be a grave miscalculation when Orochimaru defected from the village. To make matters worse, Mikoto refused to marry after meeting Orochimaru, a decision Akihara couldn't understand. Although he'd noticed certain oddities in their interactions, the possibility of his daughter being involved with Orochimaru seemed too scandalous to believe. The shame such a relationship could bring to the Uchiha clan was unthinkable, yet he chose to remain silent, adhering to the old principle that family scandals should not be aired publicly. As he sat in quiet contemplation, a knock came at the door. "Who is it?" "Come in," Akihara called out. A clan member stepped inside, bowing slightly. "Akihara-sama, is Mikoto at home?" "Yes." "Why do you ask?" "Lord Hokage is here. She wants to see Mikoto." "What?" Akihara was taken aback. Tsunade, one of the Sannin and the current Hokage, had personally come to his home? More importantly, Tsunade was known to be Orochimaru's wife. Why would she, of all people, come here instead of summoning them to her office? Akihara's thoughts spiraled. Could Tsunade have discovered Mikoto's connection to Orochimaru? Was she here to exact revenge? Suppressing his anxiety, Akihara went to greet Tsunade. The ensuing conversation left him utterly stunned. "You want Mikoto to be your assistant?" "Correct." "Is there a problem?" Tsunade asked, her tone firm. No problem at all," Akihara stammered, his voice trembling. Being Hokage's assistant wasn't just a desk job. It was a position of immense influence, second only to the Hokage and the advisors in terms of authority. For Tsunade to offer such a prestigious role to a member of the Uchiha clan was nothing short of astonishing. Even after Tsunade left, Akihara remained in a daze, unable to process what had just happened. Let Mikoto become Tsunade's assistant, introduce a new curriculum to the Ninja Academy, and eventually reassign the Uchiha clan to different roles. These steps will significantly ease tensions between the Uchiha and Konoha. Walking through the wilderness, Orochimaru explained his strategies to Kushina, who listened intently. After a moment, she asked, "I understand how Mikoto becoming Tsunade-sama's assistant could make the Uchiha feel more valued by the village, but why introduce a new course at the Ninja Academy?" "Ideological shifts start with the younger generation," Orochimaru explained patiently. "The new course will highlight the Uchiha clan's contributions to Konoha, helping civilian ninjas see the Uchiha in a positive light. This will foster better integration and mutual acceptance." "What about reassigning their jobs? Isn't the police force already a powerful role? Why take that away from them?" "Powerful, yes. But also deeply unpopular. The job requires dealing with prisoners and enforcing laws, which fosters resentment and amplifies their clan's more extreme tendencies. Reassigning them to different roles will help diffuse those tensions." "Wow, you thought of everything," Kushina said, impressed. "You really are incredible, Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru's lips curled into a faint smile. "It's nothing. These are just ideas on paper. Tsunade will have to figure out how to implement them and ensure the Uchiha cooperate. But still..." Kushina trailed off before suddenly perking up. "By the way, where are we headed now?" "To meet someone," Orochimaru replied cryptically. "Who?" Before Orochimaru could answer, a voice rang out ahead of them. "So, The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is indeed in your hands, Orochimaru. The pair turned to see several ANBU members flanking none other than Danzo, who stood with a cold glare. Danzo-sama? Kushina whispered in disbelief. Chapter 310, Orochimaru firmly believed in the saying, to stabilize the outside, one must first settle the inside. If Konoha, a village as large and politically tangled as it was, were to be properly governed, its internal issues had to be resolved first. Tsunade, as the fourth Hokage, already possessed the qualifications and skills necessary to lead, and ordinary problems wouldn't trouble her. However, two major obstacles remained, one she couldn't handle alone. The first was Danzo, who operated independently of the Hokage's authority. The second was the long-standing conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. The Uchiha-Konoha conflict had deep historical roots, stemming from the feud between Ashura and Indra, their ancestors. Yet, Orochimaru had observed through his time in the village and through his extensive knowledge that the Uchiha clan wouldn't resort to rebellion unless they were cornered. As Uchiha Madara once admitted to Hashirama, the clan no longer possessed the courage to rebel. The Uchiha coup in the original timeline, Orochimaru reasoned, occurred only because they were left with no other option. Distrust from Konoha's higher-ups, surveillance, forced isolation, each of these added pressure on the Uchiha. All of these came to a head 8 years after the Nine-Tails attack on Konoha, when the seeds of rebellion began to take form. Thus, for Orochimaru, the solution was simple. Before tensions escalated, grant the Uchiha clan the trust and power they deserved. Let them enjoy the respect and recognition due to them in the village and integrate them with civilian ninjas. Addressing their past grievances and treating them fairly could significantly ease tensions and dissuade thoughts of rebellion. With better living conditions, a sense of honor, and positions of authority, who would risk all that for a coup? Orochimaru felt confident that while this wouldn't entirely erase the Uchiha-Konoha conflict, it would greatly reduce the likelihood of its spiraling out of control. And, given time, future conflicts could be resolved more easily. After explaining this plan to Tsunade, Orochimaru turned his attention to the second issue, Danzo. When Danzo received Orochimaru's summons, he arrived immediately. He had his reasons, after all. He had always wanted to meet Orochimaru again. Kushina, who was with Orochimaru, was taken aback by Danzo's sudden appearance. Despite her innocence, she was quickly becoming privy to Konoha's dark secrets, which overwhelmed her. Yet, Orochimaru remained unfazed, more focused on deciphering Danzo's intentions than Kushina's reaction. With a sarcastic smirk, Orochimaru said, "So, it seems that Danzo-sama and the third Hokage truly don't see eye to eye. He didn't even bother to inform you that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is in my hands." Danzo's expression hardened, his tone cold. "Enough with the sarcasm. You understand Konoha's state as well as I do. Tell me, why did you call me here?" Orochimaru didn't respond immediately. Instead, he stared at Danzo, his expression calm but sharp. Understanding the unspoken message, Danzo turned to his subordinates. "Leave us," he ordered. Once his men were gone, Kushina tactfully excused herself as well, giving them privacy. Now alone, Orochimaru fixed his gaze on Danzo. "Danzo-sama, surely you have something to say to me?" Danzo remained silent for a moment, gauging the situation. Orochimaru's strength and status as a traitor were beyond his control, leaving him unsure of how to proceed. After a long breath, he finally spoke. "Phew! Orochimaru, I never expected the position of Hokage to fall into your hands like this. It's truly surprising." "Hokage?" Orochimaru chuckled. "It's merely a title. If one cannot even achieve this basic goal, what is the point of having ideals?" Danzo scoffed, his disapproval evident. Konoha's political landscape was a minefield, with factions vying for influence. When a new Hokage took office, consolidating power often meant purging dissenters, removing influential elders and powerful families who opposed their rule. This was the quickest way to establish the Hokage's authority. However, this method was ruthless, risked alienating other clans, and wasn't feasible for Tsunade, who lacked her own loyal faction. Orochimaru, aware of these limitations, knew that even if he wanted to eliminate opposition for Tsunade, he needed to handle matters delicately. Danzo, with his penchant for operating in the shadows, had been an issue since the third Hokage's tenure. He consistently went against the Hokage's orders, driven by his ambition to rule Konoha and conquer the ninja world. For Orochimaru, this combination of traits made Danzo both a threat and an opportunity. Instead of using force, Orochimaru opted for negotiation. He made his stance clear. Although he was no longer part of Konoha, his marriage to Tsunade meant he still had ties to the village. He warned Danzo against hindering Tsunade's leadership or making moves for the Hokage position. At the same time, Orochimaru dangled a tempting offer, a future opportunity for Danzo to realize his ambitions, under the right conditions. The veiled threat in Orochimaru's words was unmistakable. Yet, Danzo, with all his ambitions, had no choice but to concede. After all, even he knew that challenging Orochimaru, now untethered from Konoha's rules, was a losing battle. And while Danzo wanted the Hokage title, he was pragmatic enough to bide his time. Danzo frowned but said nothing, recognizing that Orochimaru's word was final. Once Danzo left, Kushina rejoined Orochimaru. "Lord Orochimaru," Kushina finally asked, "when will I be able to return to Konoha?" Orochimaru's response was casual. "When my daughter is born." Kushina's face flushed. She recalled the one intimate night she and Orochimaru had shared after Tsunade gave her blessing. However, that single experience had left her feeling inadequate compared to Tsunade, and Orochimaru's casual remark only heightened her embarrassment. Before she could retort, Orochimaru suddenly stopped in his tracks, his sharp senses picking up on something unusual. "Kushina, don't move," he ordered. She froze, confused. Whoosh! A long silver needle, glinting ominously, shot out from the nearby woods, aiming straight for her heart. Chapter 311. The sudden attack left Kushina completely disoriented. Having spent most of her life in the safety of Konoha and with little battlefield experience, she was momentarily frozen in confusion. But Orochimaru was no ordinary ninja. His vigilance and ability to detect danger were second nature, honed to a razor's edge. The moment the silver needle launched, Orochimaru reacted instantly. With a quick motion, he grabbed Kushina's arm and pulled her behind him, shielding her. At the same time, his other hand rose, chakra surging through him. Buzz! The air around him seemed to hum as a massive magnetic force erupted. Whoosh! The silver needle's trajectory shifted dramatically under the pull of the magnetic force, veering away from its target. But the needle wasn't just a projectile, it was attached to a long silver thread. Controlled by the attacker, the needle quickly retracted and returned to its wielder. Snap! The needle landed back in the hand of a masked ninja who emerged from the woods. Behind him, 6 other figures followed, each unique in height, build, and choice of weapon. The one thing they all shared, however, was the unmistakable symbol on their forehead protectors, the mark of Kirigakure. What a sharp reaction! Dodging my attacks so effortlessly? The masked ninja spoke in a mocking tone, his voice tinged with both amusement and ridicule. This ninja had spiky blonde hair, a Kirigakure Anbu mask covering his face, and bandages wrapped loosely around his neck. His slender frame and posture oozed arrogance. Though his words carried a hint of admiration, the condescension in his tone was impossible to miss. Their confidence wasn't unfounded. They were the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Kirigakure's elite. Together, their strength was enough to rival even a Kage. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed as he recognized them. He remembered seeing some of these swordsmen before, near his southeastern laboratory. At the time, he hadn't pursued them since they hadn't interfered with his plans. Now, fate had brought them together again. But something felt off. Orochimaru's thoughts flickered to the future he had glimpsed. In it, Might Due had opened the 8 gates and killed some of these very swordsmen. Yet here they stood, alive and well. Interesting. Before Orochimaru could say more, Kushina, trembling with anger and fear, reached for a kunai. But a moment later, she froze in frustration. She didn't even have basic ninja gear with her. The 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure, huh? Orochimaru's lips curled into a cold smile. Yes, he thought, they'll make excellent material for my collection. The 7 ninja swordsmen were legends in their own right, each wielding a unique and deadly blade. The blast sword, Shibuki, wielded by Jinpachi Minashi. The long sword, Nuibari, handled by Kushimaru Kuririr. The blunt sword, Kabutawari, held by Jinin Akabino. The thunder swords, Kiba, mastered by Raiga Kurisuke. The great blade, Samahata, carried by Fuguki Suikazan. The executioner's blade, Kubikuri Bocho, belonging to Juzo Biwa. The twin sword, Hiramakariai. These 7 were among Kirigakure's finest. Orochimaru's mind raced with possibilities. Once defeated, he could claim their bodies and bind them into his Edo Tensei army. They would become valuable tools in his grand plans. Despite his calculating thoughts, Orochimaru instinctively extended his arm to shield Kushina further. While her tailed beast's powers were formidable, she lacked the tools or experience to defend herself right now. If she lost control of the Nine Tails, it would cause more harm than good. The simple, protective gesture took Kushina by surprise. Orochimaru wasn't the type to express care or affection. He didn't offer comforting words or shower his partners with gifts. Yet this one instinctive act stirred something within her. It was unexpected, but it made her feel safe. Juzo, standing at the forefront of the group, raised an eyebrow. "Oh? So you know who we are?" He smirked. "I guess that makes us pretty famous, huh?" "Perfect. My blade's gotten a bit dull lately, it's time to sharpen it with your blood." Kushina clenched her fists, fear creeping into her voice. "Lord Orochimaru, what do we do?" I can't." Orochimaru's response was calm and laced with confidence. "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one will hurt you." Kushina blinked. A strange sense of security washed over her. Before she could process the feeling, Juzo's mocking laughter echoed through the forest. "Another arrogant fool. Does he really think he can take on the 7 of us? Is he serious?" another swordsman sneered. "Wait," Juzo interrupted, his tone cautious. "Did that woman just call him Orochimaru?" The air grew tense. "Orochimaru? As in Orochimaru of the Sannin?" one of the swordsmen asked, tightening his grip on his weapon. Their demeanor shifted. A flicker of doubt crossed their faces, quickly replaced by savage grins. If it really was Orochimaru, then defeating him would be a badge of honor. "Well," said Jinpachi, the wielder of the blast sword, "there's only one way to find out." Without hesitation, he charged at Orochimaru, swinging his blade with deadly intent. Explosions from the sword could pulverize even the sturdiest defenses. Jinpachi was confident that one swing would be enough to end this fight. Yet Orochimaru didn't flinch. He stood calmly, hands moving in practiced seals, exuding an eerie sense of control. His golden eyes gleamed with amusement as Jinpachi leaped into the air, blade raised high. "Even if you are Orochimaru, you'll die by my hand." Jinpachi roared. The sword descended, and just as the explosive edge was about to make contact, Orochimaru raised his right hand, his voice low and composed. 1. Chapter 312, Boom. Suddenly, a coffin erupted from the ground. It rose swiftly, blocking Jinpachi's attack while simultaneously obstructing his line of sight. Clang! The explosive blade struck the coffin, producing a dull sound. Jinpachi, wary of a trap, refrained from detonating the blade. Instead, he immediately kicked off the coffin for leverage, pulling the explosive blade free and retreating swiftly. Whoosh! The longsword, Nuibari, wielded by Kushimaru, suddenly appeared, darting past Jinpachi and the coffin, aiming directly at Orochimaru from the side. 2. Boom! Another coffin burst out of the ground, intercepting the needle mid-flight. Despite its remarkable piercing power, the needle embedded itself into the coffin lid, unable to reach Orochimaru. This What is this? Akabino, wielding the blunt sword, Kabutawari, quickly tried to circle around Orochimaru, seeking to cut off his escape. But just as he moved, Orochimaru calmly raised his left hand. Boom! 3. A third coffin rose directly in Akabino's path, forcing him to halt and retreat instinctively. Whoosh! Whoosh! The remaining swordsmen reacted quickly, forming a loose formation to surround Orochimaru and the 3 coffins. These coffins. The 7 swordsmen of Kirigakure exchanged uneasy glances. As elite shinobi of the mist, they were privy to certain intelligence. While the details were vague, they had heard whispers about the impure world reincarnation. And now, the unsettling sight of these coffins made them wary. Orochimaru's lips curled into a sinister smile. 3 should be enough, he murmured. Suddenly, Kushimaru yanked hard on the silver thread attached to Nuabari, pulling it back and inadvertently prying open one of the coffin lids. The first figure emerged, a dark-skinned, muscular man whose aura radiated overwhelming strength. Oh no! This isn't good! Before they could react further, the remaining 2 coffin lids fell away, revealing 2 additional figures. Standing before the 7 ninja swordsmen were the resurrected forms of the 3rd Reikage, the 2nd Tsuchikage, and the 3rd Kazekage. Damn it, Orochimaru, growled the Reikage. To think that even in death, I'd be turned into someone else's puppet. This is beyond humiliating. What's going on here? Have I been brought back too? The Kazekage muttered, his voice low and tinged with discontent. The Tsuchikage, however, said nothing, his expression cold and unreadable. Orochimaru didn't bother to explain. With a wave of his hand, 3 kunai, each inscribed with talismanic seals, shot forward, embedding themselves into the heads of the resurrected shadows. The kunai sank in, and the talismans began to glow faintly. The expressions of the 3 resurrected shinobi faded into blankness as their eyes turned pitch black. Their consciousness was wiped clean, leaving only obedient killing machines behind. Enough chatter, Orochimaru commanded with a casual tone. Kill these 7. The air grew heavy as the chakra of 3 Kage-level shinobi erupted simultaneously. The resurrected shadows wasted no time. One stayed back, manipulating magnet release, another took to the skies, preparing to unleash dust release, while the Reikage charged forward, wrapped in lightning chakra, aiming to engage in close combat. Orochimaru grabbed Kushina's arm and, with a swirl of chakra, used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport them to a safe vantage point. Sir, didn't the 2nd Hokage warn you not to use this technique? Kushina asked hesitantly, recalling Tobirama's explicit disapproval of impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru chuckled, his tone mocking. When did I ever promise him anything? He smiled faintly. This jutsu is far too convenient. Why let it go to waste? The impure world reincarnation saved both chakra and physical effort. Why should he dirty his hands when these resurrected warriors could do the job for him? Kushina opened her mouth to argue but found herself at a loss for words. Technically, Orochimaru had never explicitly promised Tobirama anything, which made it hard to accuse him of breaking his word. Boom! The 2nd Tsuchikage's dust release obliterated a section of the battlefield, turning the uneven ground into a flat, barren wasteland. Everything caught in its path disintegrated into nothingness. Damn it! What kind of jutsu is this? Is that the 2nd Tsuchikage? The swordsman, momentarily distracted, scrambled to regroup. Clang! The 3rd Reikage appeared in front of Juzo in a flash of lightning. With his 4-fingered hell stab, he thrust toward Juzo's face. Juzo barely had time to react. Desperately, he raised the executioner's blade to block the attack. Crack! The blade, famed for its durability, splintered under the force of the Reikage's thrust. The shockwave sent Juzo flying backward, blood spraying from his shoulder where the Reikage's attack had pierced through. Ugh! Juzo cried out, his shoulder mangled from the attack. The Reikage's raw power was overwhelming, his 4-fingered thrust had once nearly pierced Sasuke's Susanoo. For a mere sword to withstand such an attack was wishful thinking. Damn it! Akabino roared, seizing the opportunity to swing his blunt sword at the Reikage's exposed back. But the lightning release armor was too durable. Even the blunt sword, which combined a heavy axe and hammer to break through defenses, couldn't cut through entirely. Before Jinin could bring down the hammer for a finishing blow, the Reikage moved with blinding speed. He grabbed Jinin's wrists, lifted him effortlessly, and slammed him into the ground with devastating force. Boom! The impact created a deep crater, sending cracks spidering through the earth. Lightning surged outward, and Jinin coughed up blood as his body was crushed under the immense power. From above, the third Kazekage's magnetic release descended like a black tide, suffocating and crushing the already crippled Jinin. Boom! Blood splattered across the battlefield as the swordsman met his end. In mere moments, the 7 ninja swordsmen were reduced from an elite fighting force to a scattered, panicked group. One was dead, and another gravely injured. The remaining 5 exchanged uneasy glances, fear written across their faces. "We need to retreat," one of them shouted. But turning their backs would only hasten their deaths. Sensing their hesitation, Fuguki, wielding Samahana, made his move. Without warning, he kicked Raiga toward the enemy. "Sorry, Raiga!" Fuguki shouted as he fled. "You bastard!" Raiga cursed, realizing too late he had been used as a distraction. Chapter 313, Kushina stood there, utterly stunned at the dramatic turn of events unfolding before her eyes. She hadn't expected to witness something so absurd and shocking right in front of her. Orochimaru, standing with his usual calm demeanor, couldn't help but smirk as he observed the scene. "Ah," he mused, his voice low and filled with a faint trace of amusement, "the battlefield truly reveals all aspects of human nature. To betray one's comrades just to survive?" It wasn't the first time Orochimaru had seen such behavior, but even he was a bit surprised to see it among the famed 7 ninja swordsmen. Blast sword technique, blasting bridle repeating death. Longsword ninja art, earth spider sewing. As Fuguki kicked Raiga to act as a decoy, Jinpachi and Kushimaru simultaneously unleashed their unique jutsu. By now, they had realized that the 3 Kage-level reanimated shinobi summoned by Orochimaru were far beyond their ability to defeat. Their ninjutsu wasn't aimed at winning but simply surviving. However, among the remaining 5 swordsmen, only Fuguki could barely hold off one of the Kage-level opponents. As for the others, they were utterly outmatched. The jutsu they employed couldn't even penetrate the defense of the third Reikage, let alone turn the tide of the battle. To make matters worse, Fuguki was already preparing to flee the battlefield. Puff! The third Reikage moved with electrifying speed, thrusting 3 fingers directly into Raiga's heart. The blow was precise, and blood sprayed as Raiga collapsed lifelessly. Almost at the same time. Boom! 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 A chain of explosions tore through the battlefield. From above, the second Suchikage floated in the air, using his unmatched perception to aim devastating dust-release attacks at the ground. Simultaneously, the third Kazekage manipulated his sand iron, unleashing the sand iron domain. The battlefield was engulfed in chaos. The sky darkened with swirling debris, and the earth quaked under the sheer force of their combined attacks. Thump! 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 In a forest not far away, a flock of birds scattered into the air, startled by the violent commotion. 3 figures, sprinting swiftly toward the source of the disturbance, came to an abrupt halt. "Wait! What's wrong, Genma? Look at the sky." Hearing this, Might Guy raised his head, his gaze narrowing. "It looks like someone's fighting up ahead?" "We need to check it out," Shiranui Genma said decisively. "Understood." Guy nodded. "But let's approach cautiously." The 3 ninjas slowed their pace as they drew closer to the battleground. Their senses were heightened, their every move deliberate. It didn't take long for the forest to open up into a vast clearing, a sight that left the 3 of them stunned. What is this? This is insane. Unbelievable." The clearing was unnaturally large, the ground torn apart by cracks, with the lingering smell of gunpowder thick in the air. It was hard to imagine the scale of the battle that had taken place here. "Hey, guy, look at these bodies," Genma said, his voice trembling slightly. "What is it?" These are the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure." Might Guy swallowed hard, his eyes wide in disbelief. Such power. This is what true strength looks like. As he stared at the scattered swords lying across the battlefield, his eyes lit up with determination. "Hey, look at those weapons!" Orochimaru, watching the battlefield from the top of a nearby mountain through a monocular, let out a soft chuckle. "Fate is such an interesting thing," he murmured. "Might Guy, Shiranui Genma, and Ebisu. Such an unexpected encounter." He adjusted the monocular to focus on the 3-leaf ninjas cautiously surveying the aftermath of the battle. In his memory, these 3 were supposed to encounter the 7 ninja swordsmen directly. But now, their arrival had come too late, everything had already been resolved. Orochimaru smirked, then turned away from the scene. "Let's go, Kushina," he said. "Where are we going?" she asked, still shaken from everything she had witnessed. "Back to town. We have some work to do," he replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, in the land of sound, 2 figures cloaked in black and adorned with red clouds moved stealthily through the area. One figure had a dual-toned black and white face, with a plant-like growth resembling a pitcher plant on their head. The other wore a swirling orange mask, concealing all but a single eye. Despite moving slowly, their path was calculated, evading every guard and patrol with precision. The orange-masked figure's voice broke the silence, low and gruff. "Zetsu, are you certain this village belongs to Orochimaru?" "It's confirmed, Obito," White Zetsu replied confidently. Obito's single visible eye narrowed. "Unbelievable. I never expected him to establish his own hidden village so early." White Zetsu tilted his head curiously. "You sound almost afraid of Orochimaru." "Why is that?" "You wouldn't understand," Obito said darkly. "In Konoha, Orochimaru is more than just a name. He's a legend." "Oh? Do tell," White Zetsu said, intrigued. Obito's tone turned grave. "His true strength isn't in his combat prowess but in his scientific research. His experiments are outrageous. He's created regenerative abilities similar to the first Hokage's cells and even found ways to awaken the Sharingan in the Uchiha clan without the need for emotional trauma." "No way!" White Zetsu exclaimed. "There's more," Obito continued. "I suspect he might even have the means to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan without sacrificing loved ones." At this, both White Zetsu and Black Zetsu froze, their minds racing. "Awaken the Mangekyo, without sacrifice?" Black Zetsu muttered, incredulous. The idea seemed absurd, an affront to the ancient truths that had governed the Uchiha clan for generations. "I didn't believe it at first either," Obito admitted. "But I've seen it. Uchiha Mikoto, of all people, has a Mangekyo Sharingan. And she frequently visited Orochimaru's lab." White Zetsu was stunned. "If that's true, then we need to investigate further." "We will," Obito said coldly. "But for now, our priority is to recruit Nagato." Chapter 314, Obito was successfully manipulated by Madara and began to seek out Nagato for recruitment. However, recruiting Nagato was not a simple task. Currently, Nagato was living comfortably in Orochimaru's Sound Ninja Village and had already mastered most of the powers of the Rinnegan. Whether in terms of strength or personality, convincing Nagato was a significant challenge for Obito. But Obito had his own methods. Meanwhile, the Land of Fire, Konoha Village. Tsunade had ascended to the position of Hokage, and her assistant was none other than Uchiha Mikoto. A strange combination, a Senju and an Uchiha working together. However, this decision left some of the Konoha elders dissatisfied. They had never trusted the Uchiha clan and were even less inclined to allow one of them into Konoha's core leadership. Even so, with Orochimaru's influence in the shadows, Danzo refrained from objecting. Similarly, Hiruzen, who had supported Tsunade's rise to power, remained silent. With the two most influential figures saying nothing, Koharu and Hamura, who often voiced their opinions, found themselves unable to argue. They realized that interfering in something like this would overstep their bounds. Besides, Tsunade had reassured them that all her decisions were for the good of the village. Left with no valid objections, they reluctantly chose not to interfere. Hokage's office. Even as Hokage, Tsunade preferred her usual casual attire. At this moment, she rested her hands on her desk, lost in thought about the reforms she wanted to implement. In Konoha, civilian ninjas required little concern. As long as they were provided with stable lives and sufficient commissions for missions, they were content. The true challenges lay with the ninja clans, whose vested interests often required careful management. Mikoto, has your clan had any particular reactions to me appointing you as my assistant? Tsunade asked. Not yet, Tsunade-sama, Mikoto replied calmly. Good, Tsunade nodded. Keep an eye out, and report any developments to me immediately. Yes, understood. After saying this, Tsunade suddenly paused, then smiled. By the way, Mikoto, do you know why I chose you to be my assistant? Mikoto blinked, momentarily stunned by the question. After a brief pause, she hesitantly responded, is it because of Lord Orochimaru? Tsunade chuckled. Yes, but that's only part of the reason. Only part of it? Mikoto asked, slightly confused. Before Tsunade could elaborate further, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock. Come in, Tsunade called out. An ANBU ninja stepped into the office, bowing slightly before delivering his report. Tsunade-sama, Might Guy's team has returned. Might Guy? Tsunade frowned slightly, then gave a faint, bitter smile. Might Dewey's son. His team has already reached Chunin rank and can go on missions. Yet here I am, Hokage, still sitting behind a desk. She sighed briefly before continuing, weren't they on a mission to escort supplies? Why are they back so early? That. I'm not sure, the ANBU ninja replied. Never mind. Let them in, Tsunade instructed. Yes, ma'am, the ANBU ninja replied before leaving. Moments later, Might Guy and his team entered the Hokage's office. HM? What's this? Tsunade's eyes narrowed as she noticed the unusual items they were carrying. Clang! The three team members dropped several large, distinctive weapons onto the floor of the office. Lady Hokage. We picked these up on the way. Might Guy reported, his tone brimming with youthful energy as he described what had occurred. The story they told was staggering, a large-scale battlefield, corpses strewn everywhere, and the remnants of an intense battle. Uchiha Mikoto's expression turned serious as she processed the information. The 7 ninja swordsmen. 5 of them dead? And you brought back their weapons? That's about the size of it. Guy replied, nodding energetically. Tsunade frowned as her gaze shifted to the weapons on the floor, the twin sword, Hiramakiri, the longsword Nuabari, the blast sword Shibuki, the blunt sword Kabutowari, and the thunder swords Kiba. All of these belong to Konoha now? Mikoto asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. The sheer significance of what lay before them made her momentarily speechless. These weapons were legendary tools of Kirigakure's 7 ninja swordsmen. And now, they were in Konoha's possession? On the other side, in Kirigakure village. The third Mizukage was trembling with rage as he listened to the report delivered by the escaped Fuguki. What did you say? 5 of the 7 ninja swordsmen were killed, and their weapons were lost? Fuguki nodded reluctantly. Yes, Mizukage-sama. The opponent's technique, it was simply overwhelming. The third Mizukage's fury was barely contained. Do you realize the importance of the 7 ninja swordsmen to our village? They're our elite force, second only to the Mizukage. And now, 5 of them are gone, along with their weapons? Fuguki winced but continued, the enemy was simply too strong. His technique, it was unbelievable. Although Fuguki had managed to escape unscathed thanks to Samahana and his quick retreat, his shame was evident. What surprised him most was how quickly one of his comrades, Zabuza's predecessor, had abandoned the fight. After taking a severe blow from the raikage, the man had retreated into the woods and fled, leaving the others to their fates. While it was a wise decision in hindsight, the outcome remained devastating. The third Mizukage gritted his teeth. This technique, it matches the reports of the one that defeated the Kumo forces. Not only can it summon the kages of deceased ninjas from other villages, but it also allows them to retain their strength from life? What kind of forbidden jutsu is this? His anger gave way to bitter frustration. Despite his better judgment, he couldn't help but curse the 7 ninja swordsmen's recklessness. Engaging Orochimaru in combat was tantamount to suicide. But then a new thought struck him. Wait! Orochimaru defected from Konoha, didn't he? So why is he helping them in this war? Could his defection have been a ruse all along? Mizukage-sama? Fuguki asked, sensing his leader's change in expression. The third Mizukage waved a hand dismissively. Enough. Send the order, full retreat. Full retreat? The messenger hesitated for a moment, shocked by the abrupt decision. Yes. Now go, the Mizukage barked. Though confused, the messenger dared not question the command and swiftly departed to relay the order. With that command, the Third Ninja World War essentially came to an end. Although minor skirmishes persisted along the borders, the era of large-scale battles was over. The Kumogakure forces had been repelled by Orochimaru. Suna's forces had been persuaded to withdraw through diplomacy led by the 2 Hokages. Iwagakure had been driven back by Konoha's might. And Kirigakure? For reasons both known and unknown, they too had retreated from the battlefield. What was certain was this: Orochimaru's actions had been pivotal in shaping the outcome of this war. Back in the Sound Ninja village. Lord Orochimaru, who are these people? They're the daimyos of small nations. Daimyos of small nations? Chapter 315, the third Mizukage's decision to retreat so decisively was based on harsh realities. After the other villages suffered defeats, Kirigakure knew it couldn't take on Konoha head-on. With their base camp far out at sea, their supply chain was slower compared to the other villages. Orochimaru killing 5 of the 7 ninja swordsmen was the final blow, the straw that broke the camel's back, leaving Kirigakure no choice but to retreat. Thus, the Third Ninja World War ended in an anticlimactic manner. Even Orochimaru hadn't anticipated that defeating the 7 ninja swordsmen would have such a significant impact on the war. To him, their lives meant nothing. At that time, he had simply acted on a whim. If he could kill them, he would. If not, he wouldn't bother. Otherwise, with his strength and the cooperation of 3 Edo Tensei Kage, not just 7, but even 18 opponents wouldn't have been able to escape. As for the weapons dropped by the 7, Orochimaru had no interest in them. His strength had long surpassed the need for such tools. To him, it was merely a gift for Tsunade. After defeating the 7, Orochimaru returned to the Sound Ninja village with Kushina. But when Kushina saw the individuals inside the experimental capsules before her, she couldn't believe her eyes. Are they really the daimyos of small countries? The figures inside the capsules were far from the refined appearances one might expect. Unlike the uniformly crafted clones Orochimaru had previously created, these individuals varied greatly in height, weight, and build. Some were gaunt with scraggly beards, while others were overweight and appeared aged. From their appearances alone, they seemed more like ordinary people than ninjas. Hearing Kushina's question, Orochimaru shrugged nonchalantly. Of course. Why would I need to lie to you? How is this possible? Kushina stammered in shock. Having spent so much time with Orochimaru, she was well aware of his numerous research projects, including human cloning. But why would he clone the daimyos of small countries? Even if Kushina wasn't a ninja, it wouldn't take much for anyone to guess Orochimaru's intentions. Lord Orochimaru, are you planning to rule over these small countries? Orochimaru said bluntly, not even attempting to hide his motives. The first step is to use these clones to replace the daimyos of those small nations. What? What? Kushina was rendered speechless. Orochimaru's actions were already in direct conflict with her ideals. Having witnessed the destruction of her own village, Kushina longed for peace more than anything else. In Konoha, she had experienced tranquility and desperately hoped to preserve it. Like Tsunade, she dreamed of a world where countries could coexist peacefully without war. But Orochimaru's actions now. What's wrong? Do you have an issue with this? Orochimaru asked casually when he noticed Kushina's silence. No, I don't. Kushina didn't dare voice her objections. She knew that only Tsunade had the authority to challenge Orochimaru's decisions. After the war, all the nations entered a period of recovery and rebuilding. Those who needed to marry got married, and those starting families welcomed children. Under Tsunade's leadership, Konoha underwent a complete reorganization. While the larger nations focused on recuperating, Orochimaru quietly advanced his own plans for controlling the smaller countries. His plan was simple: program the clones with an unwavering loyalty to him while implanting the original daimyo's memories into their minds. This created clones identical to the original daimyos in appearance, memories, and even habits, but completely obedient to Orochimaru. The method was akin to Sasori's technique of controlling people with chakra strings. However, Orochimaru's approach was far more advanced. Unlike Sasori's puppetry, which could be discovered and used only once, Orochimaru's method was nearly undetectable. The clones could maintain continuous interaction with the populace without raising suspicion. Imagine a daimyo, indistinguishable from the original, ruling as usual yet secretly controlled by another. It wouldn't take long for the entire country to fall under Orochimaru's control. Once the clones were installed as daimyos, Orochimaru would oversee the administration, tailoring policies to suit each country's specific needs. Of course, Orochimaru didn't stop at simply replacing the daimyos. He also imparted agricultural and farming techniques to the clones, ensuring that the people of these countries wouldn't go hungry. By improving the lives of the citizens, the daimyos could earn their loyalty, further solidifying Orochimaru's influence. As for why Orochimaru didn't simply implant obedience commands into the original daimyo's minds, the answer was simple. Humans, with their emotions and resistance, were unpredictable. Forcing obedience required the full cooperation of the subject, which was difficult to guarantee. Even using Jinjutsu to increase success rates wouldn't push beyond 50% and was ultimately a waste of time. Replacing the original daimyos with obedient clones was faster, safer, and far more effective. Konoha, January year 48. Orochimaru led Kushina, 20 clone guards, and the replacement daimyos to their destinations in 2 separate countries. For ordinary people, swapping out daimyos would be an insurmountable task. The complexities of memory extraction and implantation alone would be beyond their capabilities. But for Orochimaru, it was far from impossible. A man who could manipulate souls and master cutting-edge technology would hardly struggle with transferring memories. Sneaking into the daimyo's residence undetected, Orochimaru would replace the original before anyone could react. The daimyo's residence, Land of Grass. Orochimaru sat leisurely on a sofa. Kushina, her long red hair cascading down her back, stood with her back to him. Lifting her skirts slightly, she sat down on Orochimaru's lap. One of her black knee-high stockings slipped off completely, while the other remained half removed. Orochimaru, however, paid no attention to these details. His focus was entirely on the way Kushina moved her waist, eliciting a sense of satisfaction. "Kushina, you've become much more skilled, haven't you?" Orochimaru teased. Lord Orochimaru, I. Kushina stammered, her voice faltering as her movements continued. Her gasps of pleasure filled the room, and soon, Orochimaru's battle reached its end. "Ha! Lord Orochimaru. I don't think I can stay with you any longer," Kushina whispered breathlessly. "Why not?" Orochimaru asked, raising an eyebrow. I think I might be pregnant." "Yes." "Then why were you still coming here?" Orochimaru snapped, his tone annoyed. Don't you know the first 3 months are the most critical? Chapter 316, Kushina shared a unique bond with Orochimaru, and as a result, he took her with him wherever he went. Because the two of them had a mutual understanding, it was only natural for Kushina to follow him without question. However, anyone with even basic knowledge knows how crucial the first 3 months of pregnancy are. Any negligence could affect the fetus. Yet Kushina, either due to her confidence in her physical resilience or her lack of attention to such matters, didn't take this seriously. After hearing Orochimaru's words, Kushina turned around, wrapping her arms around his neck. Of course I know. But too. You don't need to go that far. Orochimaru smiled, lifting her chin. You can do as you please with other things, but not this. Not until the baby is born. Well, I understand. Good. Now, go take a shower. We're leaving this place tomorrow morning. All right. Kushina hesitated, as though she wanted to say something, but ultimately kept silent. She climbed off Orochimaru, straightened her clothes, and walked toward the bathroom. Seeing her hesitation, Orochimaru was momentarily concerned. However, he didn't dwell on it. After all, she had been thoroughly shaped by him, physically and mentally. She was even carrying his child. She wouldn't do anything that would harm her own interests. Satisfied with this reasoning, Orochimaru shifted his attention back to the progress he had made during this time. By replacing the daimyo of a country, he could openly walk into their mansions without raising any suspicion. He was already in the land of grass, his third target. After examining the memories of so many daimyos, Orochimaru couldn't help but marvel at the disparity in their authority. Not all daimyos held actual power. For those who didn't, Orochimaru had to stay longer to suppress rebellions, eliminate dissent, and consolidate power. Although troublesome, Orochimaru's immense strength made these tasks simple. He could complete them without drawing any attention. While Orochimaru moved forward with his plans, Jiraiya started a journey to find the Child of Prophecy again. But could the Child of Prophecy still be found? Jiraiya didn't know. Regardless, he felt this was his duty, a mission he had to fulfill. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Tsunade, as Hokage, received a special letter. After reading its contents, she was utterly shocked. Mikoto! Mikoto! Tsunade called out urgently. Click! Uchiha Mikoto quickly entered the office. What is it, Tsunade-sama? I can't leave right now. You'll need to go to the Land of Rivers to intercept Orochimaru on my behalf. This is a top-secret mission. Remember, you must stop him. Tsunade leaned in, giving Mikoto detailed instructions. After listening, Mikoto was stunned. Me? I'm supposed to go alone? Yes. This is a confidential mission. With your current strength, there shouldn't be any issues, right? It's not about my strength, Tsunade-sama. Mikoto hesitated, her tone uneasy. It's just, in front of Lord Orochimaru, I can't even find my voice. There's no other choice. Treat it as an assignment and get it done. Understood. At the same time, in the Sound Ninja Village, within a heavily guarded secret laboratory, numerous clones patrolled the area, their vigilance unmatched. In a dim corner of the lab, the air suddenly rippled. Buzz! A black-cloaked figure wearing a spiraling mask materialized from the distorted space. Uchiha Bito scanned the rows of experimental pods before him, his expression one of astonishment. What are these? The lab was filled with human clones, incomplete humanoid forms, and advanced technology that defied belief. If an intruder is detected, kill them. A cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed through the lab. Whoosh! Countless eyes turned toward Obito's location. Swish! The closest clone immediately lunged at him, attacking without hesitation. But Obito's Kamui ability rendered him intangible. The moment the clone's strike passed through his body harmlessly, Obito smirked. You're quite sharp to detect my presence so quickly. Before he could dwell on it, 3 more clones appeared behind him, kunai in hand, striking in perfect coordination. Once again, Obito phased out of their reach with ease. This is troublesome. Forget it, I'll return another time. Uninterested in wasting his energy, Obito quickly activated Kamui, sinking into the ground. The clones scoured the area, searching for the intruder, but Obito was already miles away. Waiting for him there was Zetsu, who emerged from the earth like a shadow. "What's wrong, Obito?" Zetsu asked. "The plan has changed," Obito replied coldly. "What happened?" "There's a lab inside, it should belong to Orochimaru." Obito recounted everything he had seen. Zetsu was silent for a moment before responding. They had been observing the Sound Ninja Village for quite some time, even before Orochimaru's return. Their original plan was to contact Nagato first and then create opportunities to provoke conflict. If Yahiko could be killed during this chaos, Nagato would inevitably fall into their hands. However, they had underestimated the strength of the Sound Ninja Village under Orochimaru's control. Even with their unique abilities, Obito and Zetsu couldn't orchestrate a scenario where Yahiko's death would remain undetected, nor could they incite Nagato without suspicion. The daimyo of the Land of Sound? He lacked both the strength and the courage of someone like Hanzo of the Salamander. He wouldn't dare to challenge the Sound Ninja Village, let alone orchestrate covert operations against it. The Land of Frost? It didn't even have a ninja village capable of resisting Orochimaru. The Land of Taki? Orochimaru had already taken their tailed beast, leaving them unable to protect themselves. The Land of Wind? Terrified of Orochimaru, they wouldn't dare raise a hand. The Land of Lightning? Perhaps there was potential there, but with the death of the third Raikage, their power had diminished significantly. Provoking a conflict between them and the Sound Ninja Village would require time and careful manipulation. As for Obito? While he did possess the ability to assassinate Yahiko, he couldn't guarantee that Nagato wouldn't suspect him. Yahiko's death within the heavily fortified Sound Ninja Village would raise questions. If Nagato doubted them, the entire plan would collapse. Thus, they decided to shift their focus elsewhere, and that led them to Orochimaru's lab. "Wait, are you saying there are people similar to me inside?" Zetsu asked. "Yes. Not only are they mass-produced, but their combat abilities seem to surpass yours." Chapter 317, The reason Obito investigated the source of Orochimaru's forces in the Sound Ninja Village was quite simple. These ninjas not only had mysterious origins but also interfered significantly with his plans. To eliminate the problem at its root, Obito and Zetsu began investigating directly. With their abilities, perception, surveillance, and controlling ordinary villagers to gather intelligence, it wasn't hard to locate the Sound Ninja Village. Once they had the location, finding the lab wasn't particularly difficult. Both the original Orochimaru and the current Orochimaru were notoriously cautious. Even with advanced reconnaissance abilities, it was incredibly challenging to locate his secret labs. But now, Orochimaru seemed unconcerned about the Sound Ninja Village laboratory. The lab's output was minimal, and his forces had already grown so much that even if the lab were destroyed, it wouldn't faze him. More importantly, Orochimaru had anticipated this exposure from the moment he brought Nagato to the village more than a decade ago. Was he worried? Not in the slightest. With his foresight and numerous scientific achievements, why would he fear Zetsu or the deceased Madara? If he did, he might as well admit defeat and die now. A few miles away from the lab, both Black Zetsu and White Zetsu were stunned after hearing Obito's report. Orochimaru is building private soldiers? And in mass production? Stronger than you? What is he doing? It's unbelievable. White Zetsu muttered after recovering from a shock. Orochimaru's abilities are even more extraordinary than we imagined. It's true, Obito replied calmly. I didn't expect that the power he displayed in Konoha was only the tip of the iceberg. Do you know where Orochimaru is now? My clone is following him, White Zetsu said carefully. But Orochimaru's abilities are a bit strange. I don't dare get too close, I can only determine his approximate location. That's enough, Obito said. Let's go meet this so-called legendary Sannin. Understood. Zetsu slowly sank into the ground, while Obito activated Kamui, a vortex of energy swirling in the eye behind his mask. The two figures vanished. Early morning sunlight gently filtered through the faint mist, casting a soft glow on everything. In the land of rivers, in a jungle less than 10 kilometers from the daimyo's mansion, three figures stood facing each other. Orochimaru, dressed casually, appeared calm, while the two women standing opposite him kept their heads lowered. Especially the red-haired woman, who seemed to be trying to bury her face even lower. "Tsunade sent you here?" Orochimaru asked, his voice steady as he glanced at the well-dressed black-haired woman in front of him. "Yes, Lord Orochimaru," Uchiha Mikoto replied without hesitation. Hearing this, Orochimaru's lips curved into a slight smile. According to common sense, she shouldn't have known I was here. He turned his gaze toward the red-haired woman. "Don't you agree, Kushina?" I'm sorry, Lord Orochimaru," Kushina stammered, her voice tinged with panic. It's just because." "Why are you apologizing?" Orochimaru asked playfully as he extended a hand, gently touching Kushina's face and lifting her chin. "If there's something in the future, just tell me directly. Why go through so much trouble?" Kushina froze, her mind unable to process Orochimaru's words. He wasn't blaming her for informing Tsunade? Seeing her confused expression, Orochimaru lowered his hand and waved dismissively. "Forget it. I won't hold you accountable. Just be upfront next time. Is it that hard for you to tell me directly? Honestly, you're so shy even when applauding me." Orochimaru's teasing made Kushina blush furiously. Having spent so much time with him, she understood exactly what he meant by applause. Her embarrassment was inevitable. But standing nearby, Mikoto couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Though she had suspected their relationship the moment she saw them together, witnessing it firsthand left her slightly bitter. Still, there wasn't time to dwell on such feelings. "All right, Lord Orochimaru, I'll get straight to the point," Mikoto said firmly. She relayed Tsunade's message word for word. After hearing everything, Orochimaru's expression remained playful. "So, Tsunade sent you to stop my actions because they go against your ideals? You don't want me to become someone who would do anything to gain power?" "Do anything to gain power?" Orochimaru chuckled, his golden eyes glinting with amusement as he looked between the two women. "Let's set aside the true purpose behind my actions for a moment. But if your goal is to stop me, how exactly do you plan to do it?" Mikoto froze. This was the question she had been dreading. She had considered this before setting out but hadn't come up with a suitable answer. "Would you use your body?" Orochimaru suddenly appeared behind Mikoto, his voice low and teasing as he whispered in her ear. Mikoto stiffened, her face turning crimson. If that's what you need, Lord Orochimaru, I can." "All right, Mikoto," Orochimaru interrupted with a faint smile. "I was just joking. But since this issue concerns you both, let me explain." With that, Orochimaru walked to a large stone by the roadside and sat down. The two women followed closely behind, sitting beside him as he began to speak. "First of all, my goal isn't power, it's to end war." "To end war?" Mikoto echoed in surprise. "Yes." Orochimaru nodded and began explaining his plans. The essence of his strategy was simple. By replacing the daimyos of smaller countries with people loyal to him, he could reduce the conflicts between nations. Over time, as his influence expanded and more countries fell under his control, he could merge them into a unified system, effectively eliminating war. With no borders to fight over, there would be no friction. Instead of armies, law enforcement agencies could maintain order. This vision of unification was something Orochimaru had been planning for years. To dismantle an enemy from within not only allowed for control but also ensured that the process was bloodless. While this method wasn't effective against larger nations, it worked perfectly on small countries with no ninja villages or weak forces. But, what about the daimyos of those small countries? Mikoto asked hesitantly. That's a necessary sacrifice, Orochimaru replied without hesitation. Exchanging the life of one daimyo for the peace of an entire nation is a very worthwhile trade. Sorry to interrupt your discussion, a low voice suddenly interjected. The space in front of them rippled, and a figure wearing a spiraling mask emerged from the distortion. Allow me to introduce myself, the masked man said calmly. My name is Uchiha Madara. Chapter 318. Although Obito's space-time ninjutsu isn't as fast as the Flying Thunder God in battle, it excels in travel since it doesn't require marking. As a result, he arrived quickly. The sudden appearance startled Mikoto. She reacted instantly, drawing her sword and positioning herself next to Orochimaru, while Kushina looked on warily. When the masked man introduced himself as Uchiha Madara, Kushina looked confused, but Mikoto frowned. Uchiha Madara? Do you dare call yourself Uchiha Madara? Are you a criminal or just a fool? Obito ignored the two women and focused his gaze on Orochimaru. Orochimaru, Obito began, during the Second Shinobi War, you earned the title of one of the Sannin after defeating Hanzo of Amigakure. Later, your advanced scientific research and dangerous knowledge led Konoha's upper echelon to betray you, using the excuse of protecting the village. In the end, you were forced to defect from Konoha. Don't you think it's tragic? Someone who contributed so much to Konoha ended up being treated this way. Orochimaru remained calm, but Mikoto and Kushina were visibly shocked. This was the first time they had heard the truth behind Orochimaru's defection. So, Orochimaru hadn't betrayed the village had betrayed him? Your investigation is thorough, Orochimaru said, far more relaxed than the women. He chuckled, ha ha ha, it is tragic, isn't it? But what interests me more is why someone claiming to be Uchiha Madara would investigate me so thoroughly. What's your goal? Or is this just your way of showing off your strength? Obito ignored the provocation and answered, the Rinnegan. Providing proper guidance to the Rinnegan's wielder has been our organization's mission since the Warring States period. And you, whether intentionally or unintentionally, more than 10 years ago, brought Nagato, the wielder of the Rinnegan, to your village. The great nations bask in sunlight, while the smaller ones wither in their shadow. Nagato is destined to change the ninja world's fate. He shouldn't be reduced to an experiment in your lab. So, you want me to hand Nagato over? Correct. Obito said firmly. Orochimaru's lips curved into a smirk. Isn't that a little naive? You're the one who's naive. Obito replied, his voice deep. Orochimaru, war is everywhere. Where there is light, there will always be shadows to be found as well. As long as there is a concept of victors, the vanquished will also exist. The selfish intent of wanting to preserve peace initiates war. And hatred is born in order to protect love. With Nagato's help, we can create a world of only victors. A world of only peace. A world of only love. For that, our organization needs your cooperation. How noble you sound, Orochimaru said playfully. But if that's the case, shouldn't you go to Nagato directly? Why come to me? The Rinnegan isn't mine. And why should I trust you? Are you overestimating yourself? Have you forgotten the pain caused by war? Obito said coldly. If you refuse to cooperate, I wonder how long your Sound Ninja Village's location will remain a secret to the other great nations. Let them come, Orochimaru interrupted casually with a wave of his hand. I'd love to see whether my little village can withstand the siege of 4 major ninja villages, just like Konoha did in the war. You sound confident. Of course. True strength breeds confidence, Orochimaru said with a teasing smile. Just like you. Back then, you were the weakest member of the Uchiha clan, and yet here you are, daring to speak to me like this. Isn't your confidence also born of strength? What did you say? The single eye visible through Obito's mask widened in shock. Do I need to spell it out for you? Orochimaru said dismissively. I'm done wasting my time. Mikoto, Kushina, let's go. Without waiting for a response, Orochimaru turned and began walking toward the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Rivers. He knew perfectly well who the masked man was, Uchiha Obito. He also had a clear understanding of Obito's plans. Peace? That was nonsense. Obito would be lucky not to destroy the world. As Orochimaru walked away, Mikoto and Kushina quickly put away their weapons and followed him, leaving Obito standing frozen in place. Obito wasn't focused on being rejected, nor was he dwelling on Orochimaru's sharp words. What troubled him was the phrase Orochimaru had used, the weakest member of the Uchiha clan. How did Orochimaru know? Could he have seen through Obito's true identity? That's impossible. Obito muttered to himself, unable to believe his own conclusions. He had always believed that his identity was a secret, that he operated from the shadows without anyone knowing who he truly was. That belief had made him bold in his approach to Orochimaru. Even if his objective wasn't achieved, he had expected to gain valuable information. But now, not only had he failed, but Orochimaru had thrown him off balance. How could Orochimaru possibly know he was Obito? It defied logic. By the time Obito snapped out of his thoughts, Orochimaru and the two women had already disappeared into the distance. At that moment, Zetsu emerged from the ground beside him. What a troublesome man. Staring at Orochimaru's fading silhouette, Zetsu muttered to himself, not only does he have incredible scientific research capabilities, but he also seems to possess a special sensory ability. Orochimaru's words clearly show he knows something, yet even I have no idea how he discovered your identity. Is there really someone like that in this world? Behind the spiraling mask, Obito's Sharingan glowed crimson as he narrowed his eyes. Perhaps, gaining Orochimaru's cooperation would be even more beneficial than simply recruiting Nagato. True, Zetsu replied. But Orochimaru's vigilance isn't something ordinary ninjas possess. He won't join us easily. Oh, he will, Obito said quietly. Chapter 319, Obito was stunned when Orochimaru uncovered his identity. He couldn't figure out how Orochimaru had managed to discover it. But he wouldn't give up so easily. After all, Nagato was a key part of the entire Eye of the Moon plan. If Orochimaru couldn't be persuaded, implementing the plan would require an indefinite delay. Thus, without compromising other plans, Obito decided to prioritize recruiting Orochimaru. Orochimaru, however, wasn't overly concerned about this. For him, completing his own plans was the top priority. Lord Orochimaru, do you think that person earlier is really from the Uchiha clan? Mikoto and Kushina were still in shock, unable to process what had just happened. They didn't understand why that masked man had suddenly appeared in front of them, but the conversation between him and Orochimaru had left them deeply shaken. The reasons behind Orochimaru's rebellion against the village and the masked man's true identity. Of course. Didn't you see his Sharingan? I did, but he claimed to be Uchiha Madara. And you, sir, said. Mikoto hesitated, her voice filled with confusion. A man claiming to be Uchiha Madara, yet Orochimaru asserted he was the last person in the world who could be him. So who exactly was this masked man? Orochimaru smiled faintly. I'll explain it all to you later. For now, go report my situation to Tsunade. Ah, how am I supposed to report something like this? Just tell the truth, Orochimaru said indifferently. Then, as though struck by an afterthought, he added, by the way, you don't need to return. Kushina is pregnant, and since you're here, it's perfect timing. Help take care of her. Huh? Pregnant? She's pregnant? Mikoto froze in place, stunned. What's going on here? A few days later, in the Hokage's office in Konoha village. After receiving Uchiha Mikoto's message via Ninja Eagle, Tsunade was utterly floored. Ruling over a small nation? Is it to end the war? The message laid out Orochimaru's ambitions and methods in painstaking detail. Change the leadership, reduce wars, and achieve unification. What an audacious plan! Tsunade found herself conflicted. From a moral standpoint, the daimyo of a nation was still alive, and killing them was clearly wrong. Orochimaru's plan of replacing the original daimyos with clones essentially left the real daimyos with no choice but to be eliminated. Yet, from a long-term perspective, his methods undeniably contributed to world peace. Once the smaller nations were unified under a single rule, the only conflicts remaining would be between the great nations. Resolving those could lead to peace throughout the ninja world. Damn that man! Tsunade gritted her teeth in frustration. Faced with Orochimaru's plans, could she stop him? No. All she could do was express her dissatisfaction with him verbally. At the same time, in Kirigakure village within the Land of Water, the middle-aged third Mizukage had been forced to abdicate due to a series of poor decisions, much like the third Hokage. Yagura, an elite Jounin, had taken over as the fourth Mizukage. The process for selecting a Mizukage in Kirigakure differed from other villages. While other villages either held elections or appointed successors in advance, Kirigakure relied on sheer strength. Whoever had the most formidable combat abilities earned the title of Mizukage. Initially, the strongest candidate after the third Mizukage wasn't Yagura but Fuguki. The man was so powerful that Suigetsu once claimed he was the most terrifying Samahada user in Kirigakure's history. Yet, despite his strength, the struggle for power wasn't just about combat. In the realm of conspiracies and intrigue, Fuguki was no match for his competitors. Ultimately, Yagura emerged victorious amidst the political turmoil, securing his position as the fourth Mizukage. The ninja world continued developing steadily, with time marching forward. By July of Konoha year 48, in an orphanage. In just 6 months, Orochimaru had reshaped the political landscape west of the Land of Sound, excluding the Land of Rain. He even built secret laboratories in each daimyo's residence. These weren't laboratories for research or experiments, though. Each contained 8 life support pods designed to sustain clones. Orochimaru had spent half a year creating these daimyo clones. After all, if he started killing ninjas from other nations without justification, it would only create unnecessary problems. The 8 clones stationed in each residence acted as both replacements and personal guards for the daimyos. Of course, most of these clones were drawn from his orphanage. When traveling, Orochimaru only had 20 guards with him, which was insufficient. The orphanage served as a convenient source of reinforcements. Now, Orochimaru had come to the orphanage for 2 reasons. First, he had completed replacing the daimyos in this region. Second, a child was about to be born. Yes, a child. Kushina was due to give birth in just 2 months. Even more surprising, Mikoto, after spending 2 months with Orochimaru, was now pregnant as well. It was an awkward situation. Originally, Orochimaru had planned for Mikoto to look after Kushina, but a lonely night had led to unforeseen consequences. Neither woman could return to Konoha, and they were far from on good terms with him. Thus, Orochimaru arranged for them to stay nearby while they waited to give birth. Lord Orochimaru, what's going on with them? Nono, the head of the orphanage, was utterly baffled as she stared at the 2 pregnant women in front of her. They're just like you, Orochimaru said nonchalantly. Orochimaru's main concern was ensuring the children's safety. He didn't want a repeat of the Nine-Tails rampage from his memories. He personally constructed a cabin near the orphanage for the 3 women to stay in temporarily. The area's security was handled by clones, while Nono, an excellent medical ninja, took care of prenatal care and would oversee the deliveries. With Orochimaru's protection, nothing could go wrong. Still, he needed to address a potential threat before Kushina gave birth, Uchiha Bito. The man's ability to phase through barriers made him an unpredictable wildcard. Chapter 320, because White Zetsu's body can merge with the earth, his tracking and perception abilities are extremely strong. However, he never approached Orochimaru directly and relied solely on clones to follow him. As a result, he couldn't copy Orochimaru's chakra or use long-range perception on him. To ensure he could track him effectively, White Zetsu had no choice but to deploy several clones to tail Orochimaru around the clock. At this moment, The closest clone to Orochimaru was 5 kilometers away. 5 kilometers was a relatively safe distance. Most ninjas' perception abilities extended only a few hundred meters, and even a 1-kilometer range was considered exceptional. From this perspective, 5 kilometers seemed perfectly secure. But White Zetsu wasn't aware of Orochimaru's Sage Mode or his unique ability to detect the presence of would-release cells. While White Zetsu remained underground, focusing on tracking Orochimaru, he suddenly noticed Orochimaru's chakra signature vanish. What's going on? White Zetsu was startled. Did his chakra just disappear? Is he using the Flying Thunder God technique to travel? It was well known that Orochimaru could use the Flying Thunder God technique, so White Zetsu wasn't too surprised. But why would Orochimaru activate such a technique in the middle of the night? With a bit of hesitation, White Zetsu decided to concentrate his perception abilities again to determine Orochimaru's exact location. Suddenly, Earth release, Earth fracture. Boom! The ground trembled as a large amount of chakra was injected into it, forcibly splitting it apart. White Zetsu's clone was immediately exposed to Orochimaru's sight. This guy. The sight of Orochimaru using Earth Release ninjutsu left White Zetsu completely confused. It was already too late to react. Latent Shadow Snake Hand. Hiss! Countless snakes slithered out of Orochimaru's sleeves, darting toward White Zetsu at an incredible speed. White Zetsu, being a perception type, lacked the speed to evade such an attack. Faced with Orochimaru's sudden and precise strike, he had no chance of escape. Bang! Bang! The snakes coiled tightly around him, binding him completely. Orochimaru applied force, dragging White Zetsu forward until he was directly in front of him. With a smirk, Orochimaru grasped White Zetsu by the neck. You've been following me for months. That must have been hard work. Did Obito send you? White Zetsu, still in shock, stammered, So, you've known I was here all along? Your perception ability, it's really something. Spare me the flattery, Orochimaru said coldly. Go tell Obito to come see me. He released his grip and allowed the snakes to unwind, freeing White Zetsu. Still processing Orochimaru's actions, White Zetsu was thoroughly bewildered. Do you really know who he is? Of course. Don't you want Nagato's cooperation? I'm offering you a chance, Orochimaru replied with a sly grin. White Zetsu's eyes widened in disbelief. After a moment, he chuckled. Orochimaru, you really are an interesting guy. Am I? Orochimaru dismissed him with a wave, turning to leave. Enough talking. Let me know when he arrives. And remember, don't let anyone else notice you. Understood. With that, White Zetsu smiled faintly, sank back into the earth, and disappeared. Unification. Every time Orochimaru thought about that word, his mind wandered to the Sage of Six Paths and Kagaya Akatsuki. During Kagaya's reign, there hadn't been so many countries in the ninja world. The entire world was under her rule. People revered her as the goddess of the moon. Though she demanded annual sacrifices of 100 people to the god tree, the world itself was free of war. Aside from natural causes like aging or illness, very few people died during her era. However, the Sage of Six Paths, in his so-called moral righteousness, criticized his mother's methods, branding them as unethical. Not only did he seal her away, but he also extracted the Ten-Tails and distributed chakra to others under the guise of founding the ninja world. At first glance, it appeared noble, but in reality, it sowed the seeds of chaos in the ninja world. Ordinary people, given power far beyond their comprehension, inevitably fell to greed and conflict. After the sage's death, his sons, Indra and Azura, descended into a cycle of bitter conflict. The ninja world splintered into factions, and the various nations were plunged into war. In the end, the number of deaths caused by war far surpassed the mere hundreds sacrificed to the god tree each year. Thousands, if not tens of thousands, perished annually. Though Orochimaru utilized the chakra the sage had passed down, he couldn't help but look down on both him and his ideals. He also despised the first Hokage's methods. In Orochimaru's view, an era of chaos could only be ended through absolute power. Morality and kindness were luxuries reserved for times of peace. Lord Orochimaru, where did you go so late? As soon as he returned to the cabin, Makoto, her pregnant belly visibly round, greeted him. Nowhere. I just went out for some fresh air, Orochimaru replied casually, still unwilling to share the details of his movements. Hearing this, Makoto walked over and placed her hands on his shoulders, gently massaging them. Forgive me, Lord Orochimaru. I was supposed to take care of Kushina during this time, but I didn't expect. It's fine. Orochimaru smiled faintly and pulled her into his arms. You've worked hard enough lately. Make sure to rest whenever you can. After sending Makoto off, Orochimaru calmed himself. Lying in his room, his thoughts turned to potential problems. Kaguya and Uchiha Madara could be controlled to a degree through the timing of their resurrections. But the Akatsuki clan members who might arrive on Earth in the future? They couldn't be dealt with using schemes alone. Only overwhelming power could stop them. Considering the changes he'd already made to history, there was little chance Naruto or Sasuke, the saviors of the world, would exist. That left only himself. At the very least, Orochimaru knew he needed to master the power of the six paths. As this thought crossed his mind, his golden pupils darkened into scarlet. His gaze shifted to a bottle in another space, the one containing the sealed komei. Chapter 321, The Power of the Six Paths refers to possessing abilities on the same level as the Sage of Six Paths. For instance, by absorbing all the tailed beasts into one's body, one can achieve the power of the six paths. Another way is by inheriting the sage's lineage and awakening the dormant potential within one's body. Currently, these are the two main methods to obtain the power of the six paths. When one gains the power of the six paths, they can wield truth-seeking orbs and utilize the yin-yang release technique. The black rods used by Nagato, for example, are products of yin-yang release. In terms of form and functionality, the truth-seeking orbs are far more advanced than the black rods created by yin-yang release. The truth-seeking orbs can block an opponent's chakra and transform into various shapes for attack or defense. In the original story, Naruto used a truth-seeking orb to block one of Sasuke's Susanoo attacks. Moreover, individuals without the power of the six paths cannot touch the black substance of the truth-seeking orbs, otherwise, their chakra will be blocked, rendering them immobile. Just how strong are the blocking abilities of the truth-seeking orbs and black rods? Even someone as powerful as the first Hokage couldn't break free from this level of suppression. So, what exactly is the power of the six paths? As mentioned earlier, it does not directly refer to the Sage of Six Paths' power but rather the same kind of power he wielded. According to Orochimaru's research, this power is actually the result of yin-yang release reaching a certain level. Yin and yang energies are divided into several levels. The first level is the most basic yin and yang chakra attributes. For example, the Nara clan's shadow techniques are yin-based, while the Akimichi clan's expansion techniques are yang-based. This level of chakra allows for the use of special ninjutsu but falls far short of the life-creating power of advanced yin-yang release. The second level is a combination of yin and yang chakra. For instance, Hashirama's cells and the Uchiha clan's Sharingan are examples of this level. While not yet true yin-yang release capable of creating life, the power derived from this combination is significantly stronger. Take Uchiha Bito as an example. At just 14 or 15 years old, he could challenge someone as formidable as his teacher, Namikaze Minato, were it not for Orochimaru's intervention. The third level is even more advanced, the fusion of Indra's and Asura's chakra. This combination not only greatly enhances one's power but also awakens the Rinnegan, the unique eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. The Rinnegan grants access to the true power of the six paths, enabling techniques like summoning the Geto statue, controlling tailed beasts, and creating black rods. However, even at this level, the power of the six paths is not yet perfect. The fully perfected six paths power is achieved by combining Indra's and Asura's chakra, awakening the Rinnegan, and then becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Only then does one truly obtain the power of the six paths. Of course, characters like Naruto and Sasuke in the original series obtain their six paths powers directly from the Sage of Six Paths, bypassing this process, but that's an exception. Now, back to Orochimaru. Orochimaru currently possesses a sage's body and has fused with the Rinnegan. To achieve the true power of the six paths, he would need to absorb a tailed beast. However, doing so comes with risks. Becoming a Jinchuriki would link his life directly to the tailed beast. If anything happened to the tailed beast, Orochimaru's life would also be in danger. Although Orochimaru has mastered immortality to some extent, such a situation would still cause significant harm. After contemplating for a moment while observing Komiai, the seven tails, he decided to abandon this plan for now. The power of the six paths, it's truly troublesome, Orochimaru murmured to himself. The most obvious sign of possessing the power of the six paths is the truth-seeking orbs. These black spheres combine attack, defense, support, and healing into one. Truth-seeking orbs. As he thought about it, Orochimaru seemed to realize something. He quickly sat up and stretched out his right hand. Truth-seeking orbs are created through yin-yang release alone. They are a product of fusing seven chakra attributes: fire, water, wind, earth, lightning, yin, and yang. Orochimaru began to slowly condense the seven chakra attributes in his right hand. A few days later, on a mountain a few kilometers away from an orphanage, three figures stood facing each other. Obito and Zetsu wore their signature black robes on one side, while Orochimaru stood opposite them in casual attire. Looking at the calm and composed Orochimaru, Obito felt uneasy. Now that his identity was exposed, he no longer had the advantage of mystery. Without that shroud of secrecy, how could a 15-year-old boy stand on equal footing with Orochimaru, a Sannin renowned across the ninja world? This realization filled Obito with frustration. Orochimaru, how did you recognize me? With no one else around, Obito's voice returned to its natural, youthful tone. When Orochimaru had revealed his identity earlier, Obito had briefly considered eliminating him to prevent future problems. But he lacked the confidence to take down Orochimaru alone, and since Orochimaru didn't seem inclined to reveal his secret, Obito decided to observe for now. But today... Obito. Orochimaru smirked habitually. It wasn't difficult to recognize you. But before I answer, can you first answer two of my questions? Go ahead. First question, how did you end up like this? Orochimaru's tone was mocking. From what I remember, the Uchiha Obito I knew wasn't like this. I'm not answering that, Obito said without hesitation. It was a painful memory, one he wouldn't share with anyone, especially Orochimaru. From Obito's reaction, Orochimaru had already deduced most of the answer. Alright, second question, what's your real goal? Don't tell me it's world peace. You hide your identities, act mysteriously, and behave oddly. I don't believe your intentions are so noble. Building an organization, capturing tailed beasts, and using them to dominate the world, Obito replied without much hesitation. He had anticipated such questions from Orochimaru and had prepared his answers. I see, Orochimaru said, nodding thoughtfully. I reluctantly accept that answer. Now, as for your question. He smirked again. Do you remember that your blood was drawn once when you were a child? Chapter 322, As a Child? Obito was stunned for a moment before quickly recalling that his blood had indeed been drawn once by the Uchiha clan leader when he was a child. But what does that have to do with his identity? Orochimaru, unbothered by Obito's confusion, immediately launched into his own fabricated reasoning. He claimed to have conducted research on the blood sample and found that Obito's power was quite special, somewhat different from the rest of the Uchiha clan. Because of this, Orochimaru said he had paid particular attention to Obito during his research. When they met before, Orochimaru had sensed a familiar aura emanating from Obito, which led him to guess his identity. This explanation, however, was a complete lie. A lie so convincing that even Orochimaru nearly believed it himself. What was the connection between Obito and Orochimaru in Konoha? Answer: there was none. Uchiha Obito had never even come into contact with Orochimaru. The only instance of direct interaction was a mission with Kakashi and Rin, during which Orochimaru had frightened him. Beyond that, Obito's understanding of Orochimaru was limited to the man's reputation in Konoha and whatever information he had gathered recently. So when Orochimaru delivered his fabricated explanation, the scientifically ignorant Obito had no reason to doubt it. That's pretty much it. Do you have any other questions? Orochimaru asked casually, spreading his hands as if he couldn't care less. From the previous two questions, Orochimaru had already deduced that Obito and Zetsu's current situation was similar to what he remembered. Not much had changed, and this gave him complete confidence in his ability to take control of the situation. I see, Obito muttered. Although he was surprised that Orochimaru had done a blood test on him, it wasn't enough to confuse him. I don't have any other questions. I just want to know why you called me here this time. Why? Orochimaru smirked. No particular reason. I just thought we might be able to work together. Work together? Obito raised an eyebrow. Yes, Orochimaru replied nonchalantly. That impressive companion of yours seems to have excellent intelligence-gathering capabilities. I could ask Nagato to assist you and provide technical support. In return, all I need is for you to gather the information I want. That's it? Obito and Zetsu both looked skeptical. Orochimaru shrugged. Of course, part of the agreement is that neither of us interferes with the other's plans. He elaborated, I'm currently in control of some of the smaller countries, so I won't interfere with your efforts to capture the tailed beasts. Similarly, when you act, I expect you not to disrupt my plans or harm my interests. What do you think? That's all? No problem. After a brief hesitation, Obito agreed. To him, this deal was essentially a no-brainer. After all, once the tailed beasts were captured, wouldn't they have the final say over the world's fate? Hearing Obito's agreement, Orochimaru couldn't help but let a smile curl across his lips. Then, happy cooperation. As the two figures vanished from sight, Orochimaru rotated his neck and turned away with a sense of satisfaction. Why did Orochimaru want to cooperate with Obito? Because he understood that after the Third Shinobi War, the entire ninja world had entered a period of relative stability. Aside from his own grand ambitions, the figures most worth keeping an eye on were Obito and Zetsu, followed closely by the remnants of the Akatsuki clan. Sure, Orochimaru could have tried to crush Obito and Zetsu's plans at the outset. But after careful thought, he realized that working with them would yield far greater benefits. Not only would he gain access to a talented individual like Obito, but he could also tap into Zetsu's vast intelligence network. Most importantly, by cooperating, he could manipulate events to align with his own goals. Orochimaru also understood the deeper motivations behind Obito's actions. Uchiha Madara and White Zetsu's manipulations had caused Obito to witness the death of his beloved Rin at the hands of his close friend Kakashi. This tragic event shattered Obito's faith in the world, driving him down a dark path of despair and vengeance. He sought to destroy Konoha, the village he had once dreamed of leading as Hokage, believing that only through destruction could he find peace. At the same time, Obito had shifted his hatred toward Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, blaming him for not arriving in time to save Rin. Obito wanted Minato to feel the pain of losing someone dear to him. But now, the Hokage of Konoha was Orochimaru's wife, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was carrying Orochimaru's child. Naturally, Orochimaru couldn't ignore such stakes. By forging a cooperative relationship, Orochimaru ensured he could take the initiative in critical matters and, at the same time, resolve potential threats to Tsunade. It was a strategy that killed two birds with one stone. Later that night, in a guest room at the orphanage, Orochimaru sat across from a bespectacled young woman on the sofa. Nono, Kushina, and Mikoto, sorry to trouble you during this time, he said calmly. Among the three women, two were pregnant. That left Nono as the only one capable of helping for now. I don't mind taking care of them, Nono replied as she adjusted her glasses. But you mentioned Kushina is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and that the seal weakens during childbirth. I don't think I'm capable of handling something like that. Nono was just a medical ninja. Even though she possessed magnet release, she was far from being a combat specialist. Her time was usually spent caring for the orphanage's children, and she was nowhere near the level of a true Kage like the third Hokage or the fourth Kazekage. Suppressing the Nine-Tails, should its seal break, was completely beyond her abilities. It's fine, Orochimaru reassured her. There are still about 2 months until Kushina gives birth. I'll do my best to return by then. If I can't make it, I'll inform Tsunade to come in my stead. You don't need to worry. Alright, then I'm fine with it, Nono nodded slightly. Chapter 323, No matter the world, a man's pursuits rarely deviate from 3 things: money, power, and women. In a world like the ninja world, where life can be snuffed out in an instant, there might be another pursuit: strength. But after obtaining all these things, a person may still find themselves lost. This was the case for Orochimaru now. All his dreams had been realized, leaving him with an odd sense of aimlessness. Bored and unsure of his next steps, he felt it was necessary to find something new and interesting to occupy himself. Aside from preparing for the Akatsuki clan that might appear in the future, his women seemed to be his only remaining source of enjoyment. Half a month later, in the Land of Sound. This was where Orochimaru's Otogakure was located. The village now housed nearly 4,000 clones. With so many clones, even constructing rest chambers underground to maintain and replenish their energy had become a significant endeavor. Fortunately, Orochimaru was not lacking in resources. Aside from the shortage of medicinal ingredients needed to make nutrient solutions, there were no major issues. Well, if there was one lingering issue, it might have been the ninjas they killed from Kumogakure before the Third Shinobi War. However, following that conflict, the heavy losses suffered by Kumo during the war, including the death of the third Raikage, meant they were in no position to bother with Otogakure afterward. Even though this isn't my first time here, it's still hard to believe that a brutal ninja war somehow spared Orochimaru's village. Obito, dressed in a black robe, stood atop a distant mountain, quietly observing the situation in the Land of Sound. The cruelty of the Third Shinobi War far surpassed the first 2 wars. Among the smaller nations sandwiched between the 5 great nations, nearly all had suffered varying degrees of devastation, except for the Land of Sound and the neutral Land of Iron. The Land of Iron had been spared due to its terrain and its neutrality in the conflict, but the Land of Sound, located in the midst of the war's pathways, remaining unscathed? That was nothing short of astonishing. Obito, are you sure you want to cooperate with Orochimaru? White Zetsu's soft voice cut through the air. Unlike Obito, White Zetsu wasn't concerned about the Land of Sound's strange survival. He was far more interested in the nature of their collaboration with Orochimaru. Despite being their ally on the surface, White Zetsu had his own hidden agenda. Orochimaru was undeniably strong, but he was also shrewd and ambitious. Cooperating with someone like him was inherently dangerous. Obito responded flatly, cooperating with him is the fastest way, isn't it? He has his plans, and we have ours. Since he's willing to leave us alone, there's no harm in using each other. That's true. Hey, Obito, look at that girl by the river. White Zetsu's voice carried a hint of surprise. Obito followed his gaze. At the foot of the mountain, a girl with light blue hair was standing by the river, practicing her ninjutsu. The technique she was using wasn't one of the standard 5 elemental jutsu but rather a vibrant red crystal. Akatsuki Jinkai? Obito's eyes narrowed. The people in Orochimaru's village are more interesting than I thought. I've kept you waiting. A raspy voice suddenly came from behind them, cutting off their conversation. Obito and White Zetsu turned around to find Orochimaru standing there. Not too long, Obito replied evenly. Follow me, Orochimaru said, his tone casual as he descended the mountain. Without wasting any time, he led them directly toward Otogakure's laboratory. As they walked, Orochimaru began to explain. To demonstrate my sincerity, I'll let you tour my lab. Due to special circumstances, my village has been mostly spared from the ravages of war. Even after Nagato and his group arrived, they haven't experienced the cruelty of battle here. So, while Nagato may have gained some of the power of the Rinnegan, his character is no longer suited to cooperate with you. In other words, Obito said slowly, we need to make him experience the pain of war again? That's about right, Orochimaru replied with a smirk. Then why take us to the lab first? Obito asked, his tone tinged with doubt. At a time like this, shouldn't their focus be on training Nagato? Orochimaru's lips curled. Because I just remembered a technique that's been completed recently, and I thought you might be interested in seeing it. A technique? What kind of technique? You'll find out soon enough. Orochimaru's mysterious smile only deepened. His deliberately vague answer successfully piqued Obito and Zetsu's curiosity. Orochimaru already knew Obito's true identity and goals, so he understood that ordinary techniques wouldn't attract their interest. The fact that he mentioned this technique now suggested it must be something extraordinary. With that thought in mind, the trio quickly made their way to the laboratory, each using their own methods to hasten the journey. You've investigated this place before, haven't you? Orochimaru asked without looking back. Obito didn't deny it. I've been here once. Orochimaru nodded slightly and continued leading the way without further comment. Thanks to Orochimaru's presence, none of the clones attacked them this time. Seeing this, Obito and Zetsu couldn't help but feel curious about the true nature of these clones. However, there was no time to dwell on it. The advanced equipment in the lab quickly drew their attention. Even though Obito had been here before, he was still struck by the sheer scale of the high-tech setup. Orochimaru ignored their reactions and communicated briefly with two clones, who then moved toward a secret room within the lab. Moments later, the clones returned, escorting a man out of the room. When Obito saw who it was, his composure finally broke. This is... What's wrong, Obito? White Zetsu asked, puzzled by his reaction. After a brief moment of shock, Uchiha Obito took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. Tsunade's younger brother. Nawaki? Isn't he supposed to be dead? Chapter 324. Because Nawaki didn't want to live in the shadow of his sister, he kept a low profile in Konoha and sought recognition from the village through his own efforts. As a result, while many in Konoha knew of Nawaki, only a few were aware that he was Tsunade's younger brother. Obito, however, knew about Nawaki due to his teacher's teacher, Jiraiya. When Nawaki died on the Sand Ninja Defense Line, Obito had been with Minato on a mission at the IWA Ninja Defense Line. At that time, Jiraiya was stationed on the same line of defense. Thus, Obito not only knew Nawaki's identity as Tsunade's younger brother but was also aware that he had died in battle. But now, how could someone who died in battle? Wait. Obito noticed something odd. This person's eyes didn't carry the sharpness of a living person's. What exactly was going on? Nawaki is indeed dead. This isn't Nawaki, he's just a clone. A clone without memory or consciousness. Obito, still confused, listened as Orochimaru casually explained the concept of cloning. See clone? Obito finally understood what kind of existence these figures around him were. So they were created, using technology? Exactly, Orochimaru confirmed calmly. Nawaki's clone body had originally been in a lab in the Land of Fire. However, Orochimaru had instructed me and Chana to transfer it to this lab once it was fully cultivated. By the time Orochimaru changed its name, the clone had already been completed, and he had specific plans for it. Hearing this, Obito narrowed his eyes. Did you bring us here just to show us this cloning technology? It's an impressive technology, to say the least. Although Obito was still young, his intellect had grown considerably since he embraced the darker side of himself. He quickly recognized the potential of this technology. With cloning, given enough time, he could easily amass a military force that could surpass even White Zetsu's army. No, Orochimaru said, a sly smile forming on his lips. This technology has existed for a long time. What I want to show you is something else. Without waiting for their reaction, Orochimaru led the clone Nawaki to the center of the lab and began forming seals with his hands. Summoning Jutsu, and Pure World Reincarnation. Boom! A coffin suddenly emerged from the ground. As it rose, Obito and Zetsu were momentarily stunned. It's you? HM? What are you talking about? White Zetsu's soft voice broke the silence. The Impure World Reincarnation. The technique that helped Konoha win the war. I should have realized it earlier, Obito said as understanding dawned on him. Before the Third Shinobi War had fully concluded, Tsunade had inherited the position of Hokage. Given the importance of this technique during the war and Orochimaru's relationship with Tsunade, there was no one else who could have developed or mastered it to such an extent. It's not too late to understand now, Orochimaru said indifferently, shrugging at their reactions. He had never intended to hide the power of the Impure World Reincarnation from Obito and Zetsu. After all, this was a technique that resurrected people from the dead in such a way that there was no known method to fully undo it. Even killing the caster wouldn't stop the technique. And when it came to Orochimaru himself, the difficulty of eliminating him was another matter entirely. As these thoughts ran through his mind, the coffin slowly opened. Inside, a figure emerged. His face bore faint cracks, and his eyes were closed. It was Nawaki. The clone's eyes fluttered open, revealing their dark depths. He looked at Orochimaru and spoke in a hoarse voice. What happened? Sensei? Seeing Orochimaru, Nawaki was clearly taken aback. Orochimaru nodded, a smirk tugging at his lips. Nawaki, how does it feel to be resurrected? Are resurrected? Nawaki murmured, clutching his forehead as though in pain. Teacher, I remember. Didn't I die in an ambush by Sand Ninja? How am I? After you died, your sister was heartbroken, Orochimaru said smoothly, his voice calm and steady. So I used certain means to bring you back. Nawaki looked at his hands in confusion. But I feel like I don't belong to this world, like I could disappear at any moment. Don't worry. The resurrection process isn't complete yet, Orochimaru replied as he reached into his robe. With a flick of his wrist, 2 scrolls appeared in his hands. The scrolls weren't particularly large, about the same size as the ones Kankuro used to summon Senshuo in the original timeline. Orochimaru untied the ropes binding the scrolls, crouched down, and spread them out on the ground. The scrolls unfurled, revealing intricate black runes that covered their surfaces. Each scroll had a single word written at its center, one read life and the other death. Nawaki's curiosity deepened as he watched Orochimaru's actions. But then his eyes fell on the clone that looked exactly like him. Someone who looks just like me. What is this? Before he could process the situation further, the clone walked over to the scroll with the word life written on it and lay down in its center. Orochimaru began forming hand seals again. The runes on the scroll began to glow, spreading out in all directions before crawling onto the clone's body. Only by severing your soul's connection to the Pure Land can you truly remain in this world, Orochimaru explained in his raspy voice. Nawaki, go lie down on the scroll marked death. This. Nawaki hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. Understood, Sensei. Even though part of him felt it was unnatural for someone who had died to remain in this world, Orochimaru was both his brother-in-law and his teacher. He couldn't refuse. Under the shocked gazes of Obito and Zetsu, the resurrected Nawaki lay down on the scroll marked death. Soon, Orochimaru clasped his hands together. Black runes climbed up the bodies of both Nawaki and his clone. The runes on their bodies spread further, forming a connection between the two. Is this some kind of soul transfer technique? Orochimaru, this man. At that moment, White Zetsu was at a loss for words, utterly astonished by what he was witnessing. Orochimaru was actually using a soul transfer technique to truly resurrect Nawaki? How is this even possible? Chapter 325, Soul Transfer? Resurrection? White Zetsu and Black Zetsu couldn't believe their eyes. From their memories, even the Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths required a price and specific conditions to perform a resurrection technique. But Orochimaru could seemingly resurrect someone so effortlessly? This had to be a joke. Thinking of this, Zetsu subconsciously glanced at Uchiha Obito standing beside him. If Orochimaru's resurrection technique truly worked, Obito's belief in resurrecting Uchiha Madara could be shaken. After all, if Nawaki could be resurrected, then it was entirely possible to resurrect Noara Rin. If Noara Rin were to be resurrected in this way, Obito might abandon their plans entirely. And if that happened, everything Zetsu and Madara had been plotting for so long would be rendered meaningless. Obito seemed to realize this as well. His Sharingan under the whirlpool mask was locked on Nawaki's clone, unwilling to miss a single detail. The laboratory's hall was large and spacious. Orochimaru crouched in the middle of the technique, his hands raised with 2 fingers pressed together. The 2 bodies lying within the technique emitted a unique green light. The vitality contained within the light was palpable to everyone present. As the jutsu unfolded, the soul of the reincarnated Nawaki began to fuse with the clone's body. Gradually, the reincarnated body made of dirt began to collapse, revealing the original sacrifice's distorted face underneath. Meanwhile, the green light surrounding the clone had yet to fade, it seemed to be stabilizing the soul. The scroll labeled death was now blank, but the scroll labeled life continued to glow with power. No one dared to speak, fearful of disrupting Orochimaru's progress. After some time, the green light dissipated, and the black runes covering Nawaki's body disappeared. Orochimaru released his hand seal and exhaled deeply. Ha! The resurrection is finally complete. Is it really successful? Obito frowned. From the beginning to the end, his gaze had never left the clone. He didn't even glance at the sacrifice lying nearby. Judging by the restored vitality and stabilized soul, Black Zetsu rasped, it seems to have succeeded. As if to confirm his words, after the green light faded, Nawaki slowly opened his eyes. This feeling, unbelievable. Teacher, Nawaki sat up instinctively, clenching his fists as his face filled with disbelief. He could feel the warmth of his flesh and blood body, as well as strength comparable to when he was alive. In other words, he truly was alive again. You'll need some time to get used to your new body, Orochimaru said with a calm smile. I'll talk to them first. Yes, teacher, Nawaki responded respectfully, though his mind was still reeling from the shock. Outside the laboratory, in the open space at the foot of the mountain, Orochimaru stood before Obito and Zetsu, a faint smile on his face. Resurrection. A technique like this, apart from me, very few in the entire ninja world could ever hope to master it. Truly incredible, Obito remarked. Unimaginable power, Zetsu added. Though both of them were eager to uncover the principles behind the resurrection technique, their instincts told them now wasn't the time to ask. Orochimaru's smile deepened, his gaze carrying a hint of cunning. Does this technique interest you? If it does, keep it in mind. Without waiting for a response, he quickly shifted the topic. Now, let's discuss the specifics of our cooperation. Orochimaru's seamless change of subject left no room for further questions. Growing up amidst the political intrigues of Konoha, Orochimaru understood human nature far better than most ninjas. He knew exactly where to draw the line. Why had he resurrected Nawaki in front of Obito and Zetsu? Because he knew that their situation wasn't much different from what he remembered, and he wanted to plant a seed of doubt in their hearts. A seed of mutual distrust. Now that they had witnessed his ability to resurrect the dead, Black Zetsu would worry that Orochimaru might help Obito resurrect Noara Rin and, in doing so, lose trust in Obito. At the same time, Obito would fear that Orochimaru might resurrect Uchiha Madara and would remain wary of Black Zetsu while also hoping to use Orochimaru's abilities to bring back Rin. It was a strange dynamic. With such a web of uncertainty, Orochimaru could maintain the upper hand in their cooperation. He believed that if he played his cards right, he could even make both Zetsu and Obito work for him willingly. This was the reason behind his actions. Indeed, while Orochimaru's other abilities might only provide auxiliary benefits to their plans, his resurrection technique could directly help them fulfill their desires. Resurrecting Uchiha Madara or Noara Rin either could be done. Faced with such a possibility, how could they not be tempted? However, neither Obito nor Zetsu could openly ask Orochimaru to resurrect Madara or Rin in front of the other. There were too many implications. And since Orochimaru had changed the subject at the perfect moment, they had no chance to ask. They would have to find another opportunity to approach him in the future. Night fell on the secret laboratory. After finalizing the details of their cooperation, Obito and Zetsu left the Land of Sound. Orochimaru, meanwhile, explained the current situation to Nawaki. "My sister is the Hokage now?" Nawaki's eyes widened in shock. Becoming Hokage had once been his dream. He hadn't expected that after his death, his sister Tsunade, a woman, would become Hokage instead. "That's right," Orochimaru replied with a slight nod. "Unfortunately, you won't be able to see her for now. You understand why, don't you?" "Yes, teacher, I understand," Nawaki said cautiously. During his lifetime, Nawaki had already been a capable Jonin. It only took a moment of thought for him to grasp the situation. To the ninjas of Konoha, he was already dead. If news of his resurrection spread, it would undoubtedly cause chaos. "Good. Just stay here with me for now. When the time is right, I'll arrange for you to meet her," Orochimaru reassured him. "Understood, teacher. Come, I'll take you back to the village." "Yes, teacher." Early the next morning, in the office of the Sound Ninja Village's mayor, Orochimaru worked efficiently, quickly resolving the issues that required his attention. Sitting at his desk, he looked at the three adults standing before him, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. He spoke in a calm tone. "Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, any questions? Just to head to the Land of Rain and start an organization advocating for peace?" "No problem, we'll handle it," Yahiko replied with confidence. Chapter 326. In the hearts of Yahiko and the others, Orochimaru was akin to a reborn parent. He had saved them from the flames of war, fed them, clothed them, and allowed them to grow up in the relatively safe environment of the Sound Ninja Village. So, when Orochimaru asked them to go to Amigakure to establish an organization, they agreed without much hesitation. Of course, Orochimaru didn't directly issue the task. Instead, he first explained the significance of Sound Ninja Village's existence, framing it as a symbol of peace. He told them the village had already allied with Konoha and several smaller nations. Only a handful of nations, including Amigakure, continued to resist both diplomatic and forceful measures. Under these circumstances, Yahiko and the others were tasked with going to Amigakure in their own names to establish an organization advocating for peace. Naturally, they agreed without question. Hearing Yahiko's confident response, Orochimaru nodded slightly. Confidence is a good thing, but remember, Sound Ninja Village is a unique existence. This time, you'll be acting under your own identities. In other words, your actions will represent only yourselves, not the Sound Ninja Village. Do you understand? Yes, we understand. Yahiko, an idealistic young man and a pacifist at heart, felt a deep sense of gratitude toward Orochimaru. He believed it was time to repay that kindness, and now that he had the opportunity, he was determined to prove himself. While there hadn't been many opportunities for practical combat training in the Sound Ninja Village, Yahiko and the others had learned a great deal under Jiraiya's tutelage when they were younger. He was confident in his abilities. "Well then, when you're ready, pack your things and head out." "Yes." Yahiko and the others respectfully took their leave. Orochimaru stood by the floor-to-ceiling window of his office, silently watching their figures disappear into the distance. He murmured to himself, with this, Amigakure should no longer be an issue. For smaller nations, changing the daimyo could influence their course. Why? Because in nations with stronger military power, daimyos were often guarded by elite ninjas. Take, for instance, the 12 guardian ninja who protected the Fire Country's daimyo. While Orochimaru's strength was more than enough to crush such forces, getting close to the daimyo without being discovered was nearly impossible. The elite ninjas tasked with protecting daimyos had keen senses and exceptional combat capabilities. Stealth was never Orochimaru's specialty. If discovered, there would be no point in changing the daimyo, aside from killing everyone in sight. Therefore, to control a militarily powerful country, Orochimaru needed a different approach. By sending Yahiko and his group to Embarked, he could not only strengthen his cooperation with Obito but also subtly take control of the Rain Country. It was a strategy that killed two birds with one stone. The following days passed uneventfully. Yahiko and his team headed to Embarked. Obito and Zetsu departed for Kirigakure. This left Orochimaru with ample free time. Of course, he hadn't forgotten about Kushina's impending childbirth. After delegating some responsibilities to Nawaki, Orochimaru prepared to return. Lord Orochimaru. Good day, Lord Orochimaru. Hello, sir. Walking through the streets of Sound Ninja Village, countless villagers greeted Orochimaru with respect, and he nodded in response. The atmosphere in the village was harmonious, with more people arriving daily. The village had already undergone 2 expansions. It felt as though prosperity was within reach. However, with the influx of new residents, there were also many unfamiliar faces in the village. At the village entrance, Chana and Nawaki stood waiting to see Orochimaru off. Chana, you've worked hard all these years. From now on, I'll leave everything to Nawaki. You can assist him as needed. Yes, my lord. Chana replied respectfully. Chana, an ordinary woman with the Uzumaki physique, had been rescued by Orochimaru and had managed the Sound Ninja Village ever since. She was a person who understood gratitude and had no ambition for power. She admired Orochimaru deeply and never sought to expand her influence. Thus, when Orochimaru asked her to hand over her responsibilities to Nawaki, she had no complaints. As for Nawaki, he initially didn't understand the nature of Sound Ninja Village, nor did he know about its cloning experiments and laboratories. However, during his short stay, Orochimaru had explained everything to him. While Nawaki was surprised by these revelations and somewhat resistant to the idea of using human sacrifices for the impure world reincarnation technique, his reservations eased upon learning the sacrifices were death row prisoners from other nations. Lord Orochimaru. A young girl's voice suddenly rang out, calling to Orochimaru just as he was about to leave. Orochimaru turned to see a girl with light blue hair running toward the village entrance. Girin, what is it? Lord Orochimaru, I just wanted to wish you a safe journey. Girin said, breathless but resolute. Hearing this, Orochimaru smiled faintly and ruffled her hair before turning to leave. Girin, the young possessor of the crystal release Kekkei Genkai, was only 9 years old. Orochimaru had discovered her 2 years ago near a battlefield between Kumo and Konoha. Seeing her now, Orochimaru couldn't help but reflect on the advantages of power. In this world, children matured quickly. For those with pure hearts, being saved by someone often left a lasting impression. Just like now. Orochimaru had saved many war orphans, providing them with food, clothing, and protection. These children idolized him, viewing him as their savior and turning into loyal followers willing to do anything for him. Thus, saving orphans had its benefits. When the time came, there was no need to question their loyalty. At the end of September in Konoha year 48, Orochimaru returned to the orphanage on time. In early October, Kushina gave birth. This time, without Obito's interference, the child was delivered successfully. As expected, it was a girl. Kushina named her Uzumaki Rage, based on a memory. It was a strange twist of fate. If she and Orochimaru hadn't gone to Reborn together, they never would have been together, and the name Rage wouldn't exist. But fate left no room for what-ifs. As for why the child bore the Uzumaki surname? In this world, distinctions of status were clear. Orochimaru, a ninja without a clan name, would not let his child inherit a surname-less identity. This was why, back in Reborn, he had suggested Kushina give their child the Uzumaki name. Looking at the weak and pale Kushina lying in bed, Orochimaru's lips curled slightly. Kushina, you've worked hard. Let me reinforce the seal first. Chapter 327. If Orochimaru wanted to obtain the Kyuubi, he would need to break Kushina's seal. However, the Kyuubi's seal was incredibly strong and couldn't easily be broken in a short amount of time. The only time the seal naturally weakened was during childbirth, just as Uchiha Obito had taken advantage of Kushina's labor to unlock the seal in the original timeline. But the truth was, after spending so much time with Kushina, Orochimaru's knowledge of sealing techniques had advanced significantly. Breaking the seal was now something he could do with ease, it would merely take a bit more time. The reason he hadn't done it yet was simple, he hadn't found a method to extend the life of a Jinchuriki beyond resurrection. And since it wasn't yet absolutely necessary, there was no need for him to release the Kyuubi at this time. Orochimaru, you don't need to be so cautious. With you here, do you think I'd be able to harm anyone? The Kyuubi's voice resonated in Orochimaru's mind, transmitted through his hand as it pressed against Kushina's seal. Orochimaru smirked. Kyuubi, do you think I'm that naive? Naive? What do you mean? Not only do you hate humans, but you're also a master manipulator. Perhaps such words might sway Kushina, but against me? You've chosen the wrong opponent. Bastard. Feeling the Kyuubi struggling inside Kushina's body, Orochimaru's smile widened playfully as his hand exerted more force on her abdomen. Though the Kyuubi was able to converse with Orochimaru, its deep-seated hatred and resentment were palpable. Orochimaru was certain that if the seal were ever removed, the Kyuubi would undoubtedly go berserk, regardless of his presence. But for now, because of Kushina, the Kyuubi could only remain subdued. Orochimaru had no intention of giving it any chance to act. Kushina, how are you feeling? After reinforcing the seal, Orochimaru spoke softly. Much better than when I gave birth, Kushina replied weakly, though she looked far better than during the painful ordeal of childbirth. Ah, that's good. Orochimaru nodded and glanced at the newborn baby lying beside her. A strange feeling surfaced in his heart. Who would have thought that his first child in this world wouldn't be with Tsunade? TSK. What a peculiar turn of events. The Land of Fire, Konoha Village. Without the events of the Ninetales Night, the village was at peace. The ninjas, free from the chaos of war, quickly married and had children, injecting fresh blood into the village. Why were so many children born in Konoha in the 48th year? Because the Third Shinobi War had officially ended in year 47. Konoha, which had suffered severe losses, urgently needed its population to recover. As a result, the village experienced a baby boom. Without the attack of the Kyuubi, Minato and Kushina were never put in mortal danger. Minato gave birth to a son named Naruto. However, this Naruto, while identical in appearance to the one from Orochimaru's memories, was no longer part of the Uzumaki clan or a Jinchuriki of the Ninetales. This was because his mother was not Uzumaki Kushina, but instead a civilian jonin. Obito, who had originally planned to destroy Konoha, temporarily abandoned the idea due to his cooperation with Orochimaru. And because of Orochimaru's resurrection abilities, much of Obito's hatred for Minato had also softened. Instead of attacking Konoha, Obito shifted his focus to investigating Kirigakure. Orochimaru didn't interfere, as the terms of their cooperation clearly stated that neither party was to harm the other's interests or meddle in their affairs unnecessarily. Excessive involvement was not advisable. At the end of Konoha year 48, Uchiha Mikoto gave birth to her child. Strangely, it was also a girl. With Orochimaru's consent, the child took the Uchiha surname. She was named Uchiha Rei, a name Mikoto chose herself. But Orochimaru didn't mind. As long as the child was his biological daughter, the name didn't matter. The flow of history had been completely altered by Orochimaru. However, some things still played out surprisingly similarly under his control. In Konoha year 49, after Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan entered Emigakure, they founded the Akatsuki organization. Advocating peace, the organization developed rapidly and gained traction. By Konoha year 50, the Akatsuki organization had grown to a few hundred members. Despite the passage of time, an event from Orochimaru's memory still occurred. Hanzo of the Salamander, blinded by his hunger for power, was provoked into action. He captured Konan and used the situation as an opportunity to eliminate the Akatsuki. However, this time, the one who incited Hanzo wasn't Danzo, it was Obito and Zetsu, who had just returned from Kirigakure. They assassinated Hanzo's bodyguard, Kanzo, and had White Zetsu impersonate him to provoke Hanzo. Hanzo, fearing the Akatsuki as a threat to his position, decided to crush them. On that day, Hanzo led a force of 700 to 800 ninjas to surround the Akatsuki. This was far more than the number of men he brought in Orochimaru's memories, while the Akatsuki had fewer than 100 members. Who do you think will win this battle? From a distance, Obito, clad in a black robe, gazed at the surrounded Akatsuki members and spoke calmly. Beside him stood Zetsu and Orochimaru, also dressed in black. Orochimaru smirked at Obito's question. Hard to say. If they can't bring themselves to kill, they may very well be destroyed. But, he added, if they can commit themselves to killing, then with Nagato's strength, they should have no problem surviving. In Sound Ninja Village, wars were rare, so while Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan were now adults, they lacked practical combat experience. Moreover, their hearts were still too kind, unwilling to take the lives of other ninjas. Thus, this was not only Orochimaru's plan to seize control of Embarked but also a test for the trio. Why? Why are you doing this to us? Yahiko roared at Hanzo as he looked at Konan, who was bound and captured. He couldn't understand why Hanzo, a renowned figure in the ninja world, had chosen to capture one of their own and encircle them. One of Hanzo's subordinates stepped forward and spoke on his behalf. Your organization has disrupted the balance of the Rain Country. On behalf of Lord Hanzo, I order you to disband immediately. Disrupt the balance of the Rain Country? Disband? Correct. Hanzo, towering above them, threw a kunai at Yahiko with a flick of his hand. The Rain Country has no need for other organizations outside of Embarked. Therefore, Hanzo pointed at Nagato. That red-haired one over there. Kill your leader. Nagato's lavender Rinnegan constricted slightly in shock. What? Yahiko froze. Hanzo folded his arms and spoke calmly. If you want to dismantle an organization, the most effective way is to eliminate its leader. So, to ensure the complete disbandment of your group and to save this girl and your comrades, you'll have to kill him yourself. As long as you die, I'll spare the others. Chapter 328, Hanzo was the leader of Embarked, also known as the demigod of the ninja world. However, since his defeat at the hands of the Sannin during the Second Great Ninja War, his reputation had taken a steep decline. Though it was his only defeat, it was a devastating blow. This singular failure had nearly driven him into isolation. A once revered demigod, now seen as a defeated man of little relevance? The contrast was unimaginable. Fortunately, Embarked remained the largest ninja village outside of the 5 great nations. Hanzo still had a mission, to protect his village. With a strong will, he managed to regain his composure. But he hadn't anticipated the emergence of an organization advocating peace within his borders. This organization, while seemingly harmless, had grown rapidly. Not only did it threaten his authority, but it had also begun targeting his subordinates. This was something he absolutely could not tolerate. Looking down at the leader of the Akatsuki organization from atop the rocky cliff, Hanzo felt confident in his position. But he never expected that Orochimaru had laid a trap for him once again. Below, in the open space of the battlefield, the tension was palpable. Faced with Hanzo's threat, the red-haired man, Nagato, did not pick up the kunai thrown at him. Instead, he stopped Yahiko from moving forward and raised his hand toward Hanzo. Hanzo narrowed his eyes, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. All things are drawn to me. Buzz! A powerful gravitational force erupted from Nagato's hand. But the target wasn't Hanzo, it was Konan, whose hands were still bound. Damn it! Hanzo's expression darkened as he quickly barked an order, "Stop him." However, the moment the words left his mouth, Konan had already been pulled by Nagato's technique. Almost simultaneously, countless kunai were hurled toward Konan midair. Water style, water wall. Yahiko's ninjutsu activated just in time. A thick wall of water rose between Konan and the attacking rain ninjas, intercepting the kunai. Taking advantage of the moment, Nagato caught Konan, who had been drawn back to him by his universal pull. "Nagato, watch out! Ninjutsu, Thousand Rain and Dew!" Several specialized umbrellas were launched into the air, releasing a rain of steel needles as dense as bullets, all speeding toward Nagato. Raising his hand, Nagato activated another technique. An invisible energy field instantly enveloped him and the others. Clang! 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 The dense barrage of needles struck the barrier but were deflected, scattering harmlessly. This guy. What kind of power is this? Hanzo's eyes focused on Nagato. Noticing his unique eyes for the first time, his pupils contracted in shock. The Rinnegan. So you're the true leader of the Akatsuki organization? Hanzo waved his hand, signaling his subordinates. Don't let them escape. At his command, the rain ninjas surged forward in two groups. One group attacked Yahiko's team directly, while the other intercepted the Akatsuki's reinforcements. At this point, Hanzo had no intention of showing mercy. Damn it! Yahiko cursed under his breath. He wanted to reason with Hanzo, to explain that the Akatsuki sought only peace and had no desire to harm his interests. But Hanzo gave him no such opportunity. Yahiko, who had the potential to be a great leader, already understood the reason behind Hanzo's actions. Still, he felt unwilling to accept it. In his heart, Hanzo had been a symbol of justice and strength. He didn't want to kill rain ninjas. But while Yahiko held such ideals, the rain ninjas didn't feel the same way. To them, the Akatsuki organization was a disruptive and dangerous force. As the battle continued, members of the Akatsuki began to fall. Seeing his comrades die, Yahiko finally realized that their conflict with Hanzo was irreconcilable. The Akatsuki's growing influence threatened Hanzo's authority, and Hanzo was determined to eradicate them. Yahiko! After our ropes were untied, Konan moved to Yahiko's side. Nagato also joined them, using his Rinnegan to protect the two from incoming attacks. Yahiko, you have to decide. The heavy rain poured down on Yahiko's face, masking his despair. Clenching his fists, he struggled internally. To kill, or not to kill? The decision rested on his shoulders. People who are too kind will only be abandoned by this era. Orochimaru's hoarse voice drifted faintly through the rain. I'll be taking my leave. I'll leave the rest to you. With those words, Orochimaru turned and walked away, ignoring the reactions of Obito and Zetsu. But before he could get far, summoning jutsu. Boom! A loud crash echoed across the battlefield, shaking the ground. Orochimaru smiled slightly, disappearing into the rain as chaos erupted behind him. At the center of the battlefield, several massive summoned beasts appeared one after another. Giant centipedes, lobsters, rhinoceroses, and even Yatagarasu. Each was an overwhelmingly powerful creature. The moment they appeared, they charged into the battlefield without hesitation, creating havoc among the rain ninjas. In addition to the summoned beasts, occasional rockets flew out from the chaos, striking groups of rain ninjas with devastating force. Seeing this, Obito narrowed his eyes. So, this is the power of the Rinnegan? In the original timeline, the true awakening of the Rinnegan had occurred when Yahiko died, prompting Nagato to summon the Geto statue. But now, Orochimaru had manipulated events to activate Nagato's power early. Though not fully awakened, Nagato had spent years honing his abilities. He was now proficient in using the Rinnegan's techniques. Under these circumstances, the Geto statue was unnecessary. How strong was Nagato without the black rods implanted in his back? Perhaps only Hanzo could answer that question now. Some might wonder, why did Nagato use the 6 paths of pain in the original story? Were the 6 bodies stronger than his own? Of course not. The 6 paths were far weaker in combat than Nagato himself. In the original timeline, Nagato had lost his legs and had been severely weakened due to the black rods embedded in his body. He had no choice but to rely on controlling corpses. Moreover, since the 6 paths bodies couldn't withstand the full power of the Rinnegan, Nagato had to divide its abilities among them. In truth, Nagato's strongest state was his current, fully intact self. With Orochimaru gone, the battle quickly reached its conclusion. Hanzo used the body flicker technique to flee, while the remaining rain ninjas also retreated. The summoned beasts dispersed into white smoke, vanishing from the battlefield. The remnants of the Akatsuki organization stared at Nagato in shock. They had been with him for years and had always believed Yahiko to be the strongest among them. But now, seeing Nagato's overwhelming power left them stunned. "Who's there?" A sudden voice rang out. The air rippled as Obito and Zetsu appeared before the Akatsuki members. Nagato stepped forward, his Rinnegan glowing faintly as he fixed his gaze on the 2 newcomers. "Who are you?" "Nagato," Obito said, his tone calm. "Let's find a place to talk." Chapter 329, In the Land of Rain, within a pavilion deep in a forest, 5 figures stood facing each other. "You said Lord Orochimaru sent you?" There was no doubt that Nagato had never met Obito before, so he didn't know who Obito was. But that didn't matter. Obito was here to deliver Orochimaru's orders. Since Yahiko and his companions were now Orochimaru's subordinates, it made sense for Obito to claim he was passing along instructions from Orochimaru. The 3 of them, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, were momentarily confused by how this stranger knew their names. But upon hearing Orochimaru's name, they grew slightly less suspicious. They had never seen these 2 men before. "Yes, you'll understand after looking at this." Obito's deep voice echoed faintly. As he spoke, he handed over a sealed letter. Yahiko took it cautiously, his doubt easing as he saw the unique seal of Otogekyure on the letter. The content was simple. It instructed them to replace Hanzo as the leader of Amigakure. After the recent battle, it was clear that their conflict with Hanzo was irreconcilable. Whether Yahiko chose to retreat from Amigakure to promote their ideals of peace elsewhere or to stay and continue their efforts, the Akatsuki would face constant suppression and attacks from Hanzo. The only viable solution was to replace Hanzo. Should they abandon Amigakure, leading the members of the Akatsuki to fend for themselves? Or should they stay and address the root of the issue by overthrowing Hanzo? This was a serious decision. Once again, Orochimaru had left the choice to Yahiko. Yahiko stared silently at the letter in his hand. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Did Lord Orochimaru know this would happen? Though Yahiko and the others greatly trusted Orochimaru and saw him as their idol, they couldn't help but feel uncomfortable if Orochimaru had foreseen this situation. No, Obito replied calmly, fully aware that he couldn't undermine Orochimaru. Today's events are just one of many possible outcomes. In other words, the path you're on is the one you've chosen for yourselves. Is that so? Yahiko took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. I understand. Let's go, Nagato, Konan. From the moment Yahiko had allowed Nagato to fight back, he knew retreat was no longer an option. Staying meant continued conflict with Hanzo and inevitable bloodshed. Leading would result in Hanzo's forces slaughtering the hundreds of Akatsuki members who remained loyal to them. For the sake of the Akatsuki and to fulfill Orochimaru's mission, there was only one solution: Hanzo had to be removed. Given the current strength of the Akatsuki, killing Hanzo and replacing him would be far too easy. A few days later, under Obito's guidance, Yahiko and the others arrived at Hanzo's mansion in Amigakure. 6 orange-haired figures stood in the shadows of the residence. They possessed unique abilities and overwhelming power, effortlessly breaking through the mansion's defenses. This marked the true beginning of the Akatsuki. But unlike the events of Orochimaru's memories, Nagato was not crippled, and Yahiko was still alive. After eliminating Hanzo with the Akatsuki's support, they officially took control of the Rain Country and ruled it under the ideals of peace. Yahiko became the leader of Embarked. On the surface, Konan was seen as its guardian angel, and Nagato served as Yahiko's shadow. However, because Yahiko had survived, Nagato did not fully descend into darkness. As a result, Hanzo's family and loyalists were spared. But sparing them proved to be a mistake. Not long after, Hanzo's remnants staged a coup, causing widespread casualties. Only then did Yahiko realize the naivety of his earlier ideals. War bred hatred. Mercy would not be repaid in kind. Guided by Obito, Yahiko and the others finally resolved to carry out a large-scale purge of Hanzo's family and followers. Rain Tiger at Will Technique. A unique jutsu tied to Nagato's Rinnegan, this technique made it far too easy to locate Hanzo's remnants. With its help, the Rain Country was completely brought under the Akatsuki's control. It took a year. A year after overthrowing Hanzo, they began to use the technology provided by Orochimaru to rapidly develop Embarked. Konoha Village, Senju clan residence. Tsunade, who was drinking alone, frowned as a small snake slithered into her home. Recognizing it as one of Orochimaru's summons, she calmly watched as it spit out a small scroll before disappearing into the shadows. She quickly picked up the scroll. After reading its contents, Tsunade's expression changed. She dismissed the ANBU guards stationed outside her house and took a deep breath to compose herself. Moments later, a shadow appeared before her. Without hesitation, she rushed forward. "Husband." "Hee, it's becoming more troublesome to see you these days, my dear Hokage." Orochimaru caught Tsunade in his arms, smiling faintly. "What nonsense are you saying? Come, sit down and drink with me. I've been so bored drinking alone." Orochimaru didn't refuse. He sat across from her and poured himself a drink. "Why are you alone? Isn't Makoto here?" he asked curiously. After giving birth to her daughter and finishing her recovery period, Makoto had returned to Konoha. Although Orochimaru had wanted her to remain in Otogekyure, he ultimately decided to send her back to help Tsunade, who needed support. With Tsunade as Hokage, it wasn't difficult to arrange a suitable identity for his daughter to live in Konoha. Hearing Orochimaru's question, Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. "She goes home to your daughter every evening, of course." "Really, her daughter is already 3 years old, yet you're still neglecting me," Tsunade teased while pouring him another drink. 3 years have passed already? Orochimaru sighed softly. "But didn't you say you were too busy as Hokage to have children?" "HM? That's true. Maybe I should just find time to resign?" Her words were bold, but Orochimaru was used to them. This wasn't the first time she had brought it up. "Resign? It's not time for that yet," Orochimaru replied calmly. "Not time? What are you waiting for?" Tsunade pressed, then added, "By the way, why did you return to Konoha this time? Surely not just to see me?" "I was just about to tell you," Orochimaru said, sipping his drink. "I may be starting a war soon. I'll need your cooperation." "What? A war?" Chapter 330, From Orochimaru's cooperation with Obito to the birth of his 2 daughters, and now his appearance in Tsunade's house, another 3 years had passed before anyone realized it. During these years, Orochimaru had been busy consolidating political control over small countries and changing their leadership structures. Of course, whenever he passed through the Land of Fire, he would sneak into Konoha to see Tsunade. These visits were nothing special, just brief meetings, spending the night together, and enjoying the life of being with the Hokage. But this time... "You're saying you want to start a war?" Tsunade couldn't believe her ears. Konoha was a peace-loving village, and she herself was a pacifist. How could Orochimaru even think about initiating a war? Orochimaru replied calmly, "That's essentially what I'm saying." "Are you kidding me?" Tsunade snapped as she regained her composure. Let's not even talk about the fact that Konoha has only just stabilized internally. Starting a war. War comes with death, Orochimaru. We've been together for so long, you should know me well by now. I can listen to you about many things, but starting a war is something I absolutely cannot agree to. Tsunade's tone was firm. She had no intention of supporting Orochimaru's proposal. Konoha had suffered immeasurable losses during the three great ninja wars. Even after years of recovery, the village had not yet regained its former strength. How could she possibly agree to initiate a war now? Don't worry, Orochimaru said with a faint smile. I'm not suggesting we do it immediately. Besides, this isn't about starting a war for the sake of aggression. Not for aggression? Tsunade frowned, clearly confused. Exactly, Orochimaru nodded and continued. Do you remember when you were a child, you asked me how to end this era? Do you recall my answer? As a child? Tsunade was momentarily stunned before shaking her head. I don't remember. It was so long ago, how could I possibly remember something like that? Orochimaru didn't seem bothered by her response. He recounted the memory for her. You asked me, and my answer was, unification. Only through unification can the era of war truly end. Right now, in the entire ninja world, aside from the neutral land of iron and a few slightly stronger nations, more than 70% of the small countries are already under my influence. Your village, combined with my village, plus the military strength of these smaller countries, it wouldn't be difficult to conquer two major nations in a short period of time. But, war involves countless sacrifices. Tsunade, Orochimaru interrupted her, his tone more serious now. As Hokage, you need to think long-term. The peace you see now is nothing more than a facade. When the other four major nations recover, another war will inevitably break out. And when that happens, even more people will die. You're a medical ninja, wouldn't you agree that short-term pain is better than long-term suffering? I don't think I need to explain that to you. But... Tsunade opened her mouth to refute him but couldn't find the words. Orochimaru was right. A war to unify the ninja world would undoubtedly be bloody. But the benefits of unification were undeniable. The problem was that Tsunade couldn't reconcile this with her personal beliefs. All right, Orochimaru said as he stood up and walked over to her, placing a hand on her shoulder. There's no rush. Take your time to think about it. For now, I'll go take a bath. With that, he walked toward the bathroom in Tsunade's house as if it were his own home. Tsunade's bathroom was equipped with a modern shower heater, a product of advancing technology. Orochimaru casually tossed his robe aside and began washing up as though no one was watching. Splash! The hot water flowed over his well-toned body, instantly refreshing him. Orochimaru, even if I don't agree to this, there's no way I can stop you, is there? Tsunade's voice suddenly came from the bathroom doorway. Her tone carried a trace of helplessness. She knew Orochimaru all too well. If he had reached this point, it meant he had been planning this for a long time. The arrow was already knocked, and there was no turning back. There was no way she, as Tsunade, could stop him. Correct, Orochimaru replied without looking back, letting the hot water cascade over him. Even without your help, I'm more than 70% certain I can accomplish this plan. It's just that more people will die. More people will die. Of course. But if you join me... Orochimaru finally turned his head to look at Tsunade. I should be able to minimize the number of casualties. After all, the more people who die, the greater the security risks will be in the future. I'm not a butcher, I have no interest in senseless slaughter. Is that so? Tsunade murmured. Orochimaru shrugged slightly and smirked. Want to join me in the shower? I do. Orochimaru was speechless. I was joking. I wasn't. Steam quickly filled the bathroom, and the hot water soaked Tsunade's clothes as it trickled down their faces. A few days later, in the jungle of the land of Taki, two figures walked side by side, their black cloaks adorned with red clouds. From their exposed faces, one had orange hair and lavender ripple-patterned eyes, while the other had a face split into yin and yang, with a pitcher plant-like structure growing from his head. They were Pain and Zetsu. "Zetsu, are you sure this is the location?" Pain asked calmly. "Yes," Zetsu's soft voice replied. Kakuzu from the land of Taki and Sasori of the Red Sand from the land of Wind, both have been located. It took me quite some time to track them down. Kakuzu? Yes. He's a ninja who takes on black market bounty missions to earn money. He's extremely powerful. As powerful as Lord Orochimaru? White Zetsu paused, his tone flat. Pain, that joke isn't funny at all. Haha, fine. Tell me about the Red Sand Scorpion. Heh, I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, Conan is perfectly suited to counter Sasori. She won't have any issues defeating him. Is that so? Pain nodded slightly. Good. As they spoke, they reached a dense valley filled with trees. Looking down at the fierce battle unfolding below, Pain's lips curled upward slightly. In the woods, corpses were scattered everywhere. Kunai and swords lay strewn across the ground, while smoke from exploding tags and smoke bombs created a hazy atmosphere. Eventually, the smoke began to clear. Amidst the carnage stood a masked ninja with a body stitched together like a patchwork quilt. 4 ANBU masks were strapped to his back. Chapter 331. The Land of Taki, deep within the jungle. Kakuzu tightened his grip on a Takigakure ninja's neck, his expression calm and indifferent. Is that all you've got? It doesn't seem like you'll fetch much money. With that, he exerted a little more pressure, snapping the ninja's neck effortlessly. Just as he was about to discard the body, a sudden sense of danger made him pause. Acting on instinct, he quickly tossed the corpse aside and leapt backward, landing on a sturdy tree branch. However, the moment his feet touched the branch, a yin-yang face surrounded by pitcher plants emerged from the bark, startling him. Kakuzu reacted instantly, leaping again and landing in an open clearing nearby. He turned, his guarded gaze fixed on the two figures who had suddenly appeared. What a mess, a gentle voice commented from the figure embedded in the tree. Kakuzu's eyes narrowed as he looked at the two individuals in black cloaks adorned with red clouds slowly walking toward him. His expression darkened. Who the hell are you? Pain and Zetsu didn't answer right away. They continued forward until they stopped just a short distance away. Kakuzu? Pain's calm voice broke the silence. I'm here to invite you to join Akatsuki. Akatsuki? Kakuzu repeated, frowning. Noticing his confusion, Zetsu explained in his usual gentle tone, it's an organization dedicated to creating true peace. Oh? Hearing this, Kakuzu chuckled disdainfully, his scorn evident even in his half-covered face. Whatever kind of organization it is, it has nothing to do with me. The only thing I care about is money. It doesn't matter whether you're interested or not, you're going to join, Pain said, his relaxed tone starkly contrasting the weight of his words. Kakuzu's irritation was evident. What an annoying choice of words. It seems like you're just another fool overestimating himself. As he spoke, his right arm tensed. Suddenly, black tendrils burst from the seams of his stitched-up arm, writhing and twisting as if alive. Although you don't seem like you're worth much, you've managed to irritate me. Kakuzu shouted, his voice filled with anger. As someone who had fought against the first Hokage, Kakuzu considered himself above being underestimated. Are you challenging me? Pain remained calm. That's fine. If I win, you'll join Akatsuki. Bring it on, then. Kakuzu's eyes narrowed, his expression turning grim. In that case, take this. Without hesitation, his right fist detached from his body, connected by the black threads as it shot toward Pain with incredible speed. Pain stood motionless, only raising his right hand as his lavender ripple-patterned rinnegan glowed faintly. Shinra Tensei. While Pain was dealing with Kakuzu, Conan was taking on Sasori of the Red Sand. The sequence of events seemed logical, but on closer inspection, there was something profoundly different. These subordinates all now served Orochimaru. At first glance, this might seem unbelievable. But when you thought about it carefully, it made sense. During the Second Great Ninja War, Orochimaru had taken in Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan when they were just 3 or 4 years old. At the time, Orochimaru had been 21 years old. To them, Orochimaru was not only a savior but also a father figure and a teacher. Growing up in Otogakure, the three of them came to see Orochimaru as their idol, their unwavering source of guidance. As long as Orochimaru's orders didn't involve senseless massacres, they would carry them out without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the Land of Wind, the scorching sun beat down as fierce winds carried sand across the barren landscape. Sasori of the Red Sand, a genius puppet master, had once claimed he could conquer an entire nation with his secret technique, performance of 100 puppets. In the original timeline, he had assassinated the third Kazekage before the Third Ninja War and defected from the village. But in this altered history, Orochimaru had killed the third Kazekage during the war instead. As a result, Sasori's reasons for defecting had become simpler. He desecrated the third Kazekage's grave and fled Sunagakure. Now, he roamed the Land of Wind, constantly searching for materials suitable for crafting puppets. His body was still flesh and blood, leaving him vulnerable to fire and water. Konan, with her ability to manipulate paper, had an overwhelming advantage. Her paper techniques infiltrated Sasori's puppets, rendering them useless in battle. In the middle of their fight, the third Kazekage puppet lay motionless on the ground, its mechanisms clogged with paper. Konan's voice was cold as she spoke. "I'll say it again. We need your skills." Sasori stared at his defeated puppet, then let out a long breath. "For someone who's already lost, it seems I don't have a choice. Take me wherever you like." Konan allowed herself a small smile. "Surprising. You're more reasonable than I expected." Sasori looked up at the paper still fluttering through the air, a hint of curiosity in his gaze. "Actually, I'm more interested in meeting the other members of Akatsuki. Who knows? Maybe your techniques will inspire some new artistic ideas." Konan frowned slightly at his words. "If that's what motivates you, so be it." A month later, west of the Land of Fire, a quiet orphanage nestled in the mountains. In front of a small wooden house, a modest clearing held tables and chairs for resting. Orochimaru sat in one of the chairs, sipping hot tea while listening to a White Zetsu clone report on Akatsuki's progress. "Kakuzu, Sasori of the Red Sand, and Juzo?" "Yes. The three of them have now joined forces." White Zetsu's voice emerged softly from the ground as he continued to provide updates. "Only these three?" Orochimaru frowned slightly. He knew that while the early Akatsuki frequently cycled through members, the core lineup eventually consisted of 10 individuals. These 10 did not include Obito. Counting Nagato, Konan, Zetsu, and now the 3 new recruits, that made 7 members total. Who would the remaining 3 be? Uchiha Itachi? He seemed far too young at this point. Deidara? Even younger than Itachi. Hiden from the Land of Hot Water? He hadn't been located yet. What about that strange guy, Kisame? Kisame Hashigaki is currently serving Fuguki Suikazan, White Zetsu explained. We haven't found the right opportunity to approach him yet. Is that so? Orochimaru nodded. Leave it for now. Let the current members get used to working together. Afterward, shift your focus to investigating the locations of the remaining tailed beasts. Understood. The White Zetsu clone nodded before sinking back into the ground. Chapter 332, the Akatsuki organization sought 10 members to match the 10 fingers of the Geto statue. With 10 members, the Phantom Dragon 9 consuming seals could seal the tailed beasts as quickly as possible. Missing a few wouldn't stop the process, but it would slow it down. As a result, Orochimaru doesn't actually care much about the number of members. It's ironic to think that when Orochimaru first arrived in this world, he never imagined that the 3 founding members Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko would eventually work under him. Nor did he expect that, instead of being a member of the Akatsuki organization as in the original timeline, he would end up being one of its secret founders. But fate always finds a way to catch people off guard. Tomorrow or the unexpected, no one can predict which will come first. As for why Orochimaru, who knew about the tailed beasts, asked White Zetsu to investigate them. It's because Orochimaru only had general knowledge of their existence and lacked specific details. Instead of taking action himself, he assigned the task to White Zetsu, whose skills in gathering information were unrivaled. In the original timeline, during Nagato's leadership, the Akatsuki organization was merely a mercenary group. They participated in wars across different countries at low costs, sowing discord and weakening nations by exacerbating their conflicts. However, under Orochimaru's early intervention, the Akatsuki organization skipped this phase entirely. Now, by firmly controlling the Land of Rain, they could directly begin capturing the tailed beasts. With Nagato working for Orochimaru, there were no safety concerns from his end. However, Obito and White Zetsu also needed the tailed beasts. Orochimaru remained calm about this. Not only did he have leverage over the two of them, but the fact that the Seven Tails was already in his possession gave him absolute control over the situation. Suddenly, a childish voice interrupted Orochimaru's thoughts. "Dad! Dad! Come play with me!" Looking up, Orochimaru saw a 3-year-old girl running toward him excitedly. Following behind her was none other than Kushina, her bright red hair unmistakable. Watching the two approach, Orochimaru's lips curled into a smile. If it weren't for the threat of the Otsutsuki clan looming in the future, this life might actually be pleasant. Without Naruto or Sasuke to serve as humanity's saviors in this timeline, since he hasn't confirmed whether they'll still be Azura and Indra's reincarnations, Orochimaru himself would have to prepare to deal with them. Of course, such dangers were still far off, and he didn't allow these thoughts to distract him. For now, he remained focused on the present. Elsewhere, Obito's actions had taken a different course due to Orochimaru's interference. Although Obito had not attacked Konoha village, Kirigakure had not escaped his grasp. Using his Sharingan, Obito controlled the 4th Mizukage and enacted brutal policies. Not only was the previous graduation system reinstated, where students killed each other upon completing their training, but the 4th Mizukage was also ordered to execute his predecessor, the 3rd Mizukage. The village descended into chaos under this oppressive regime. Many were either killed or forced to defect. Even Juzo, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, eventually defected. The 7 ninja swordsmen, revered as the strongest in Kirigakure, would never have abandoned their village unless driven to the brink. This alone showed how terrifying the Blood Mist Village era was under the 4th Mizukage. However, Obito couldn't care less about Kirigakure's plight. To him, the village was merely a means of venting his anger, a way to make them experience the same pain and loss he had endured. Once his plans were in motion, he wasted no time issuing an order for Kirigakure to attack Konoha. Although the people of Kirigakure were already fractured and disorganized, Obito didn't care. Their mission was to spread chaos. Konoha, confused by this unprovoked attack, had no choice but to engage. Thus, the eastern region of the Land of Fire once again became a battlefield. In a forest to the east, Orochimaru was walking with a young boy. "Orochimaru-sama, where are we going?" the boy asked curiously. The boy, about 12 or 13 years old, had silver hair and wore a pair of glasses. It was Yakushi Kabuto. "To test your training," Orochimaru replied calmly. "Starting today, you'll need to separate from your companions temporarily. If you want to better protect them in the future, you'll have to improve your strength now." With that, Orochimaru stopped, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Come, Kabuto. Let me see how much progress Nono has made in training you." "Wait, you want me to fight you?" Kabuto asked, startled. He was still just a child, raised in an orphanage by Nono, the person he respected most in the world. Having lived together for so long, Kabuto also noticed the unclear connection between Nono and Orochimaru. Though he didn't fully understand their relationship, he did know that Orochimaru had helped Nono and the orphanage on multiple occasions. For this reason, Kabuto felt genuine respect for Orochimaru. Even so, when he heard that he would have to fight him, he had to confirm it. But Orochimaru didn't answer. Instead, he suddenly stopped, his grin widening as he flicked a kunai into the nearby bushes. Whoosh! The kunai struck the ground with a cold gleam. Your opponents are me, Orochimaru said, his voice filled with amusement. They're them. As he spoke, 6 or 7 Kirigakure ninjas emerged from the bushes, startled by the sudden attack. Damn it! We've been discovered. Wait, isn't that? Be careful. That guy looks like Orochimaru. The ninjas, now fully exposed, exchanged uneasy glances. Some held their weapons tightly, while others hesitated. Kabuto, caught off guard by the sudden appearance of enemies, quickly drew a kunai and adopted a defensive stance. Though Kabuto had decent strength for his age, his lack of real combat experience made him nervous. Orochimaru, on the other hand, remained calm. He needed capable subordinates, and Kabuto showed promise. However, this potential could only be fully realized through battle. Oh! Orochimaru raised an eyebrow at the frightened group of ninjas. You recognize me so easily. Impressive. The Kirigakure ninjas' unease only grew when Orochimaru spoke. Is it really him? It can't be. What's he doing here? Why would Orochimaru show up in a place like this? To them, Orochimaru was a nightmare, a man who had killed 5 of the 7 ninja swordsmen during the last war. Facing him now felt like a death sentence. Orochimaru, however, showed no concern for their panic. His golden eyes fixated on one ninja in particular, a young woman wearing Kirigakure's standard waterproof gear. Well, he murmured, his voice tinged with amusement. Who might you be? Terumi Mei? Chapter 333, the Terumi Mei in Orochimaru's memory was the 5th Mizukage, tall, bold, and confident, a mature and passionate woman. But now! She was still beautiful, but under 20 years old, dressed in the standard Kirigakure ninja attire, and still wearing her forehead protector. She was able to recognize Orochimaru immediately, which surprised him. However, Orochimaru being able to call her name left her even more astonished. But now was not the time for such thoughts. Her mind was already calculating a way to retreat. After all, how could Terumi Mei, in such a chaotic Kirigakure, rise to prominence and overthrow the 4th Mizukage's reign of terror? Could it really have been just her 2 bloodline limits? That would have been far too simplistic. Having a bloodline limit implied belonging to a clan, and a clan meant influence and power. Other Kirigakure ninjas might abandon their mission upon encountering Orochimaru, but Terumi Mei knew enough about him to realize retreat was the only option. She was strong, but Orochimaru was on an entirely different level. Kabuto, this is your chance to get accustomed to combat, Orochimaru said with a faint smile. Yes. Kabuto nodded, gripping the kunai in his hand tightly. At just 12 years old, Kabuto was still quite young, even in a war-torn era. Facing 6 or 7 Kirigakure ninjas and Mei, who was already nearing Kage-level strength, there was no way he could handle them alone. But with Orochimaru by his side, anything felt possible. Elsewhere, in the Land of Fire, Konoha Village. Tsunade sat at her desk, hands folded, a serious expression on her face. She wasn't too concerned about Kirigakure's sudden attack on Konoha. What weighed on her was the question, was Orochimaru planning to start a war? Since Orochimaru's departure from Konoha, this thought had lingered in her mind. Part of her wanted to stop him. But deep down, she knew she didn't have the strength to do so, no matter how hard she tried, whether through persuasion or force. Click! The door to her office opened, and Konoha's 4 advisors entered one after another. Tsunade, what's the matter? Hiruzen asked directly as he stepped in. Though he had been reluctant to step down as Hokage, Hiruzen now served as one of Konoha's advisors. Fortunately, Tsunade had proven herself to be a competent leader, managing the village with precision and order. Tsunade exhaled lightly and said, "There's something I need to discuss with all of you." "What is it?" Orochimaru, he's asked for Konoha's help to start a war. What? Start a war? Tsunade's short explanation left the four advisors visibly stunned. They all understood the complex relationship between Tsunade and Orochimaru, but the idea of her even considering such a thing. For a moment, silence filled the room as they processed the news. Finally Hiruzen broke the silence, his expression solemn. So, what I feared has finally happened. He turned toward Danzo, narrowing his eyes. Danzo, what's your role in this? It was clear Hiruzen suspected Danzo had played a part in this development. Danzo frowned, suppressing a smirk. Sarutobi, what are you implying? He asked coldly. Yes, I've had dealings with Orochimaru in the past. I even considered recruiting him as a subordinate. But after what happened back then, do you think I could control him now? With his current power? Is that so? Hiruzen studied Danzo for a moment, then exhaled, blowing out a smoke ring. Fine, I'll believe you for now. But Tsunade, what are your thoughts on this? I think we should agree to his request, Tsunade said hesitantly. What? Agree? Konoha has always stood for peace. How can you suggest supporting Orochimaru to provoke a war? Koharu and Hamura, two of the four advisors, immediately voiced their objections. Unlike Danzo, who was always in favor of aggressive action, the two of them generally sided with Sarutobi's more peaceful approach. Hiruzen also tried to reason with her. Tsunade, they're right. You should reconsider. Don't let your history with Orochimaru cloud your judgment. Reconsider? What's there to reconsider? Danzo interrupted, his voice sharp. You all keep preaching about peace, but true peace can only come through unification. He turned to Hiruzen with a glare. Haven't you learned anything from all your failures? Peace gained through tolerance is nothing but self-deception. In the past, Konoha had no choice but to tread carefully around the other major villages. But now? Konoha has defeated 4 villages at once. If that doesn't give you confidence, what will? Hiruzen retorted, that victory was only possible because of Orochimaru's help. And isn't that still the case? Danzo shot back. That technique of his, Edo Tensei, it's a forbidden jutsu that goes against the natural order. As long as it wins wars, what does it matter? Do you really think other villages haven't researched forbidden techniques? Danzo, you... Enough! Koharu quickly interjected, trying to defuse the argument. Let's hear Tsunade out first. After all, she's the Hokage now, and she likely has more information than we do. She turned to Tsunade. Tsunade, as Hokage, I trust you wouldn't suggest this lightly. Is there something we're missing? Tsunade nodded reluctantly. Even if I don't agree to assist him, a war will still happen. And it won't just be a small-scale conflict. What do you mean? Hiruzen asked, frowning. Is Orochimaru planning to use his Edo Tensei army to attack the major villages? No, Tsunade replied, shaking her head. That's not his primary force. Orochimaru's main army is made up of clones. Clones? How? How is that possible? How many? I don't know the exact number, Tsunade admitted. But based on his preparations over the years, I'm certain it's no less than 20,000. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident. 20,000? 20,000 clones? The room fell into stunned silence. Chapter 334, hearing the number reported by Tsunade, the 4 advisors in the Hokage's office were stunned. 20,000? What kind of force was that? In the 4th Great Ninja War, the combined army of all 5 major nations totaled only 80,000. Even if Konoha was the strongest of the 5 villages, its own forces barely surpassed 20,000. But Orochimaru alone had 20,000 troops? How was that even possible? Hiruzen and the others were utterly shocked. Meanwhile, Danzo's initial surprise quickly turned into growing ambition. 20,000 clones, combined with Konoha's original forces, which were slightly over 20,000, could completely overwhelm any of the major ninja villages. Orochimaru, just how far ahead had this man planned? When did he start developing this? Hiruzen asked cautiously. Though he had never personally seen cloning technology, he had at least heard of it. He knew it was capable of replicating soldiers, but producing an army of 20,000 was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Tsunade, not intending to withhold information, revealed everything she knew about Orochimaru's preparations. After all, Orochimaru himself had approved her to share these details. As Tsunade explained, Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words. Nearly 20 years of development? And these clones were all at Jonin-level strength? After hearing the full account, Hiruzen criticized Tsunade for not reporting this earlier. But back when Orochimaru had first begun building his own village, it was under the guise of helping orphans and the displaced. At that time, how could Tsunade have possibly exposed the truth? Most of Konoha's higher-ups reacted with growing concern. Only Danzo saw this as an unprecedented opportunity. After all, why had Danzo valued Orochimaru so highly when they were younger? It was because Orochimaru was different. Unlike the others, whether it was Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Tsunade, or Minato, all of whom preferred peaceful resolutions, Orochimaru was a pragmatist. Danzo had always struggled to relate to those who pursued peace. In Orochimaru, he had found someone who aligned more closely with his vision of strength and control. When Orochimaru left the village, Danzo believed his own ambitions of becoming Hokage had been crushed. But Orochimaru's recent alliance with Tsunade gave him renewed hope. And now, this revelation. If he truly has 20,000 troops, along with the Edo Tensei army and his own abilities, he could destroy any major nation. Damn it, is there no way to stop him? Hiruzen murmured, rubbing his temples as his headache grew worse. In the forests east of the Land of Fire, 12-year-old Kabuto lay on the ground, panting heavily. Covered in dirt and blood, Kabuto was bruised and exhausted, his battered appearance a testament to the intense battle he had just endured. Here, drink this, Orochimaru said, sighing as he handed Kabuto a recovery potion. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto replied weakly, taking the potion and drinking it gratefully. Orochimaru, however, had already shifted his attention. Rising to his feet, he walked toward the Kirigakure ninjas lying on the ground ahead. Except for Mei, all the Kirigakure ninjas were unconscious, either severely or slightly injured, and bound tightly by vines. Mei herself was restrained as well, the vines coiled around her like a predator holding its prey. Though she remained conscious, she was completely defenseless, her strength utterly drained. She looked like a cornered animal, her once fiery spirit subdued. As Orochimaru approached her step by step, Mei closed her eyes in despair, resigning herself to death. But to her surprise, the expected pain never came. Instead, she felt a hand lift her chin gently. Startled, she opened her eyes to see Orochimaru's face inches from hers, his lips curved in a sly, mocking smile. A wave of humiliation surged through her. Your strength isn't bad, Orochimaru said with a smirk. But there's still much you're lacking. Just kill me already. Mei spat, turning her head away. She had given up resisting, but her pride burned. Kirigakure hadn't wanted to fight this war, yet they were forced to obey the 4th Mizuki's commands. Her mission had been little more than a symbolic show of force. Every time she led her team to attack, Konoha had responded half-heartedly, seemingly understanding that Kirigakure had no real intention of fighting. It had always been the same, until today. Who could have guessed that this time, she would encounter Orochimaru of all people? Kill you? Orochimaru's smile widened. He, that would be too boring. Swish! Orochimaru raised his hand, and the vines binding Mei unraveled, retreating back into the ground. For a moment, she was stunned. But before she could react, Orochimaru struck her abdomen with his palm. Bang! Fire release, infernal lock. A searing heat coursed through Mei's body, spreading from her abdomen and robbing her of strength. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, clutching her stomach in pain. What is this? She gasped, her voice trembling as she felt her chakra vanish. "This is a sealing technique I learned during my travels in the land of grass," Orochimaru explained casually. "It suppresses your chakra. If you stray too far from me, the seal will activate, and you'll be burned alive." What do you want from me?" Mei asked warily, a sense of dread washing over her. Orochimaru's lips curled into another smile. "I'm heading to the land of water. You'll act as my guide." "What? You want me to betray my village? Don't even think about it." Mei snapped, gritting her teeth in defiance. Like most Kirigakure ninjas, she didn't fully understand the reasons behind Orochimaru's defection from Konoha. However, she did know that during this war, Orochimaru had used Edo Tensei to help Konoha achieve victory. To her and her comrades, it seemed as though Orochimaru's betrayal was a ruse, that he was secretly still loyal to Konoha. Orochimaru chuckled at her resistance. "I have no interest in your village's secrets. My trip to the land of water is to save Kirigakure, not destroy it." "Save Kirigakure? Don't make me laugh," Mei retorted, clutching her stomach as she forced herself to stand. "Kirigakure doesn't need an outsider like you to save it." Her hand reached for a kunai, which she gripped tightly before slashing at Orochimaru without hesitation. But she was no match for him. Without her chakra, her strength and speed were that of an ordinary person. Orochimaru sidestepped her attack effortlessly, grabbing her wrist and stopping her mid-swing. "If you attack me again," Orochimaru warned, his voice cold, "I'll kill all of your companions." "You!" Orochimaru released her wrist, then reached down to remove her ninja pouch, tossing it aside. "If you want to end your own life, go ahead. But if you do, Kirigakure will truly be doomed." Chapter 335, Terumi Mei, known in the future as the Fifth Mizukage, was remembered as a fiery and mature woman who could fly into a rage at the mention of marriage. But now, Terumi Mei was only 18 years old, a young woman in her prime. Naturally, she didn't yet possess the allure of her older, mature self nor the obsession with marriage that came with her later years. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Mei looked at her unconscious teammates, her silver teeth gritting tightly. There was no doubt Orochimaru's threat had worked. Unlike the hardened, ruthless ninjas of Kirigakure, she valued her teammates and didn't want to see them die here. With her chakra sealed, what choice did she have but to reluctantly comply? "It seems you've come to a decision?" Orochimaru's lips curled into a smirk as he observed the conflicted emotions playing across the face of the blue-eyed girl before him. "Let's go then, Kabuto. Keep an eye on her." "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." Kabuto nodded dutifully. With that, Orochimaru turned and began walking in the direction of the land of water, ignoring his two reluctant companions. Behind him followed Kabuto and the unwilling Mei. The land of water was an isolated nation surrounded by a vast expanse of ocean. While Orochimaru had visited many countries, the land of water was too remote, requiring travel by sea. As such, this would be his first time entering it. Between the land of fire and the land of water lay the small bear country, and as the trio passed through it, they came upon a peculiar location. It was the entrance to a canyon within the land of bears, a place Orochimaru had never visited before, despite having once been to the daimyo's mansion in this land. This mist. As Orochimaru gazed at the green haze before him, something seemed to spark in his memory. Without hesitation, he began walking toward the canyon's entrance. Seeing him move toward the mist without any sign of caution, Mei said nothing, silently hoping for the worst. She prayed that the toxic-looking fog would be the end of Orochimaru. "Orochimaru-sama, be careful. That mist is poisonous," Kabuto warned, stepping in front of Orochimaru to stop him. The canyon ahead was vast, its mouth wide and nearly impassable for ninjas without the ability to fly. Perhaps the use of the 8 gates or other advanced techniques could allow someone to jump across. But the mist within the canyon was a faint green color, and the ground below was littered with bones, animal and human alike. It was undoubtedly toxic, a natural barrier of sorts. After Kabuto's warning, Orochimaru glanced casually at the bottom of the canyon, noting the remains scattered throughout. It is indeed poisonous, he remarked with a slight smile. But that doesn't matter. Let's go, together. Why yes. Kabuto replied hesitantly, though his face betrayed his reluctance. No way. If you want to die, do it alone, don't drag me into this. Mei protested sharply. The canyon was far too dangerous. Do you have a choice? Orochimaru asked, clearly uninterested in her complaints. Before anyone could respond, there was a ripple in the air. Orochimaru pulled out a flying thunder god kunai and hurled it toward a large tree on the other side of the canyon. Without another word, he grabbed Kabuto and Mei, activating the technique to teleport them across the gorge in an instant. Mei barely had time to process what had happened before she realized they had already crossed to the other side of the canyon, bypassing the poisonous mist entirely. Stop right there! Who are you? A sudden shout caught their attention. A man wearing a gas mask and holding a crossbow appeared before them, blocking their path. Mei didn't even consider asking the man for help. She had given up hope of being rescued long ago. Meanwhile, Orochimaru regarded the figure with curiosity, his hoarse voice cutting through the tension. You must be a star ninja, correct? Go ahead, show me your ninjutsu. The man stiffened, his grip on the crossbow tightening as fear flickered in his eyes. Are you here to steal the secrets of our village's ninjutsu? Stealing ninjutsu? That's such an unpleasant way to put it. Orochimaru raised his hand. Suddenly, countless shards of black iron sand materialized from a dimensional space, hovering ominously in the air. Seeing this, the star ninja's nerves snapped. With a sharp twang, the arrow from his crossbow shot straight toward Orochimaru's face. Clang! The black iron sand formed a barrier, stopping the arrow in its tracks. The projectile embedded itself into the sand but went no further. Damn it! The man muttered under his breath. Realizing his crossbow was ineffective, he formed a hand seal, and his chakra transformed into shimmering wings that sprouted from his back. The mysterious peacock method, huh? Orochimaru said with interest. Chakra manipulation, and 4 pairs of wings. Is this the ninjutsu you've cultivated using the star? The mysterious peacock method, unique to the star village, allowed chakra to take on physical form. It was versatile, capable of 1. Materializing chakra to transform into beasts for attacks. 2. Absorbing the opponent's chakra. 3. Converting chakra into wings for flight. While the technique intrigued Orochimaru, he dismissed its combat potential. Its attacks were weak, and its chakra absorption would be nearly useless in high-level battles. What Orochimaru wanted was its flight ability. His current method of flying through magnetic release consumed too much chakra and lacked both speed and altitude. This chance encounter was an opportunity to claim what he needed. Stop talking and take this, the man shouted. Peacock method, bear demon. The chakra wings transformed into the shape of a massive bear, surging toward Orochimaru. But before it could reach him, the materialized chakra abruptly dissipated. Looking closer, several vines had sprouted from the ground and wrapped around the man, binding his arms and legs. What kind of jutsu is this? Who are you? And what do you want from our star village? The man struggled against the vines, his voice trembling with fear as he glared at Orochimaru. Ignoring the barrage of questions, Orochimaru dismissed the iron sand and walked up to the restrained man. Take me to your village chief, he said calmly. Don't try anything foolish. The consequences would be unpleasant. The vines loosened slightly, allowing the man to remove his gas mask. His wary face, framed by the star-shaped forehead protector of the Star Ninja Village, was tense with suspicion. You want to meet our Hashikage? Hashikage? Orochimaru repeated, a sly grin spreading across his face. Kage, huh? Interesting. Lead the way. Chapter 336. In the ninja world, only the leaders of the 5 great nations' villages are entitled to the title of Kage. Star Ninja Village, with a population of just a few hundred people and barely over 100 ninjas, dared to call its leader Hashikage. This title made Orochimaru feel rather amused. It was reminiscent of a certain memory of a nation far larger in size that claimed dominance over its neighbors and boasted a long, exaggerated history. Everything was supposedly theirs, and they acted as though one day the whole world would belong to them. It was shameless. "What's your name?" Orochimaru asked as they walked forward. "Hataru Hoshi," the young man answered honestly. It was clear he had no idea who Orochimaru was or why he had come to the village. But he understood one thing: Orochimaru was not someone he could handle, so all he could do was observe and bide his time. "Hataru Hoshi?" "That's right," Hataru said proudly. After a moment, curiosity overcame him. "What was that ability you just used?" "Controlling plants?" "Controlling plants?" Orochimaru didn't respond, but Mei scoffed. "Your country is so isolated, you don't even know about wood release?" While Kirigakure didn't have detailed intel on Orochimaru's wood release, they had heard that Konoha had many users of this technique during the war. Furthermore, Orochimaru's reputation for scientific research was widely known in the ninja world. It wasn't hard to deduce. Wood release? Hataru appeared confused, as if he had never heard of such a technique. Orochimaru didn't bother clarifying and continued walking toward the village. Star Ninja Village was a far cry from Konoha. While Konoha was vast and more akin to a city, Star Ninja Village truly resembled a small village. Scattered small houses dotted the area, with villagers hanging clothes to dry or relaxing outside. Aside from the elderly and children, there were only about 100 capable adult ninjas. When the villagers saw 3 strangers entering their village, they were both curious and wary. Hataru quickly sprinted toward the Hashikage's office without waiting for Orochimaru's permission, and Orochimaru made no effort to stop him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost immediately, 4 or 5 figures appeared, surrounding Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Terumi Mei in the middle of the village. "You're from another village, yet we haven't received any commission. Why are you here uninvited?" A middle-aged star ninja, his expression dark, spoke up. "What's your purpose?" the man demanded, frowning. "Nothing much," Orochimaru said casually. "I just wanted to see your peacock method. It caught my interest." His tone was indifferent, as though he were a superior inspecting someone's work. It was as if he were critiquing a dish at a restaurant. "This is decent. I'll take it. Send the waiter to my room later for further instructions." But the star ninjas were not his subordinates. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, they immediately activated their peacock method, their chakra materializing into bird-like wings. "You want to steal our star? Over my dead body." Peacock method, slashing feathers. Convinced Orochimaru was an enemy, they didn't hesitate to attack. Materialized chakra turned into sharp blades, slashing toward Orochimaru. Mei instinctively tried to move out of the way, but with her chakra sealed, there was nowhere to run. Before she could panic further, a white materialized chakra in the shape of a skull surrounded her, blocking the incoming attack. What is this? How is that possible?" The star ninjas were stunned. Orochimaru's Susanoo had easily deflected their peacock method's assault. Orochimaru smiled faintly. "I, too, can materialize chakra. Shall we see whose technique is superior?" As he spoke, the skeletal figure of the Susanoo grew. Muscles and armor attached themselves to its frame, and a massive rocket launcher formed on its back, aimed directly at the star ninjas. The immense pressure of the Susanoo's chakra weapon left the star ninjas frozen in place, their wings trembling as they hesitated to move. "Stop!" An elderly man, appearing to be 80 or 90 years old, hurried over, guided by Hataru Mars. In truth, the third Hashikage was well over a century old. As he approached and saw Orochimaru's Susanoo, the old man's expression darkened. "I must ask, why have you come to Star Ninja Village?" the elder said solemnly. Noticing that Orochimaru hadn't acted yet, the Hashikage decided to take a cautious approach, choosing diplomacy over aggression. "Lord Hashikage, this man is here for the star." Capture him immediately. Yeah. He's definitely after our star. I knew it! The other villages have always been after our treasure. Hearing the panicked accusations, Orochimaru sighed in irritation. Even Kabuto couldn't help but mutter, "You people are so deluded. Do you really think your village's ninjutsu is that valuable?" Kabuto's words stung. With techniques like yours, not even smaller nations like the rain or grass villages would care about your so-called secrets, Kabuto added coldly. You! How dare you insult us? Then what is your purpose here? The Hashikage interjected, silencing his subordinates. Hataru had already informed him of Orochimaru's arrival and supposed interest in the peacock magic. But now Orochimaru claimed otherwise. What was he really after? Orochimaru smiled casually. Other villages may not care for your ninjutsu, but I happen to like it. The surrounding ninjas bristled at his shameless words, their anger barely contained. Do you know why no one else wants your ninjutsu? Orochimaru continued. It's because the peacock method cripples or even kills its users if they practice it beyond a certain point. Do you really think anyone would covet such a flawed technique? What? How do you know so much about our village's techniques? Who are you? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Are we really going to waste time with more questions? The Susanoo dispersed with a faint hum, and before the star ninjas could react, Orochimaru moved. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, several star ninjas collapsed to the ground, vines erupting from the earth to bind their limbs. In an instant, 5 or 6 ninjas were subdued, leaving only the Hashikage and Hataru Mars standing. The third Hashikage was terrified. Orochimaru hadn't even used his Flying Thunder God technique, yet his speed was unmatched. The star ninjas, so focused on their peacock magic, were utterly helpless in close combat. I'll say this one last time, Orochimaru said coldly. I have no interest in your lives. Take me to see the star you use for training. If not, I won't hesitate to kill you all. The third Hashikage's face was pale as he nodded nervously. Why, you are a guest, and I wouldn't dare neglect you. Shall we, perhaps have a meal first? Chapter 337, The Hashikage of Star Ninja Village, despite being over 80 years old, was a seasoned veteran. Having witnessed Orochimaru's overwhelming power, he knew better than to engage in direct conflict. With this in mind, he quickly decided to escort the 3 visitors deeper into the village, making every effort to keep the situation calm. Orochimaru, unconcerned by the Hashikage's cautious hospitality, followed along leisurely, chatting with the old man as if they were old friends. The atmosphere seemed surprisingly relaxed and harmonious as they walked. Meanwhile, the Hoshinin left behind took the opportunity to check on their fallen comrades. Upon confirming that their injuries were minor and their lives were not in danger, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. At least he had no intent to kill. Yeah, but what was that power just now? It felt far stronger than anything we've ever seen. Terrifying. The star ninjas exchanged nervous glances. Having experienced Orochimaru's Susanoo firsthand, they couldn't deny the truth in his words. Their treasured star, their pride as a village, seemed insignificant in comparison to the strength of the larger nations. The sheer presence of Orochimaru's abilities made them realize how outmatched they were, let alone the strength of the hidden villages beyond their reach. In reality, Orochimaru had been careful not to inflict serious harm. After all, he wasn't here to create unnecessary conflict, and doing so would only make things difficult. For him, senseless killing served no purpose. The mysterious peacock method, which allowed users to transform chakra into animal-like forms, relied on a special meteorite housed within Star Ninja Village. Under the guidance of the third Hashikage, Orochimaru and his companions arrived at the crater where the meteorite had landed centuries ago. At the center of the crater was a small building that served as the village's training ground. When Orochimaru opened the door, he found 5 or 6 young ninjas practicing around a platform in the middle of the room. At the center of the platform rested the meteorite. Among the group, 2 of the practitioners were girls. Is this the star? Orochimaru asked, his tone calm and detached. Hashikage-sama, I'll need some time alone. It was clear he wanted to examine the meteorite without interference. The third Hashikage hesitated for a moment before sighing in resignation. He called out to the young ninjas inside. Everyone leave the room for now. Suspend your training for a while. Why? What's going on, Lord Hashikage? Don't ask. Just leave immediately, the old man barked, his tone heavy with exasperation. The young ninjas exchanged confused glances but obeyed, walking out of the room reluctantly. Orochimaru wasted no time. He stepped up to the platform and sat down. Pulling out a pouch, he tossed a stack of money, 100,000 ryo, to the Hashikage. This is for your cooperation, he said simply. And I'll need a copy of your training method as well. The old man smiled weakly as he accepted the payment. Despite his age and experience, he was powerless to resist Orochimaru. After all, Orochimaru had handled his subordinates with minimal effort. What choice did he have? Once the Hashikage left the room, Orochimaru picked up the meteorite in his hand and examined it closely. Lord Orochimaru, what exactly is this? Kabuto asked curiously, his eyes fixed on the meteorite. Kabuto wasn't as intrigued by Orochimaru's combat prowess as he was by his intellect. He admired how Orochimaru seemed to know everything, even about a place he'd never visited before. This is the star they use for training, Orochimaru explained casually. It's said to have fallen from the sky about 200 years ago. He began recounting the information he had gathered. The meteorite contained a fragment of the Ten-Tails chakra. As an extraterrestrial object, it was also highly radioactive. These two factors made it extremely dangerous. Ordinary ninjas couldn't handle prolonged exposure to the star. Those who attempted to train near it often faced dire consequences, lifelong disability, or even death. To think the ninjas of Star Village still practice with this. Orochimaru muttered. They're either incredibly stubborn or utterly reckless. Do they really think the Ten-Tails chakra is something they can control? As Orochimaru spoke, Mei crossed her arms and scoffed. The Ten-Tails? What a load of nonsense. Since when was there such a thing? The strongest tailed beast has always been the Nine Tails of Konoha. Where are you even getting this from? Did you just make it up? Hearing her skepticism, Orochimaru smirked. Ignorance isn't a crime. But when you treat your ignorance as fact, that's when you look like a fool. He turned to her with an amused glint in his eyes. Kirigakure is so isolated from the rest of the world. I doubt you've even heard of the Rinnegan, let alone the Ten-Tails. The Rinnegan? You mean the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths? Terumi Mei frowned. Those are just myths, aren't they? Oh, you've at least heard of them, Orochimaru said with a chuckle. Myth or not, you'll find out soon enough. Too impatient to explain further, Orochimaru dismissed the conversation and refocused on the meteorite. Not long after, the third Hashikage returned with a written copy of the training method. Orochimaru scanned through it briefly and understood it immediately. The chakra in the body can be altered by the star's influence, he mused aloud. Kabuto, stand guard. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto replied promptly. While Orochimaru was engrossed in studying the meteorite, events were unfolding back in Konoha. After deliberation among Konoha's leadership, they had reluctantly decided to approve Orochimaru's request. Their goal was to minimize casualties in the ninja world, and with peace treaties signed with the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth, their options were limited. For now, Konoha maintained a hostile stance only toward the Land of Lightning and the Land of Water. Knock, knock, knock. A firm knock sounded at the Hokage's office door. Come in. Tsunade called out. The door opened, and Hiruzen entered, followed by Konoha's two advisors and a young man. Old man, what brings you here? Tsunade asked curiously. Hiruzen gestured toward the young man. I've brought someone for you to meet. You should know him, right? Tsunade's eyes shifted to the figure standing behind the group. The young man wore a black, short-sleeved Uchiha uniform. His short, neatly kept hair framed sharp, intelligent eyes. A sword rested on his back. When Hiruzen introduced him, the young man stepped forward. Tsunade smiled. Of course. Uchiha Shisui, also known as Shisui of the Body Flicker. A genius ninja who played a key role in the last war. What's this about? His eyes, Hiruzen said calmly, may be the key to stopping Orochimaru. Chapter 338, No! Tsunade, having only recently taken on the role of Hokage, had yet to fully grasp the extent of Shisui's ocular powers. However, after Hiruzen's explanation of Shisui's abilities, she immediately rejected the idea. Kodo Ematsukami, the ultimate Jinjutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan, mastered solely by Uchiha Shisui. Undeniably the strongest Jinjutsu, it could control a person's thoughts and will without them ever realizing it, permanently and completely altering their mindset. Its power was immense, but it came with a heavy limitation. Each use required a cooldown of more than 10 years. Was this Jinjutsu truly invincible? Such a concept was impossible. According to the principles of Jinjutsu, the more chakra an individual possessed, the longer it took for the illusion to take hold. Likewise, individuals with exceptionally strong mental fortitude were naturally more resistant to such techniques. Though Kodo Ematsukami was unique in its ability to bypass these defenses by directly rewriting the brain, it wasn't guaranteed to work against everyone. Orochimaru, with his sage body and eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, was an unknown variable. Could Kodo Ematsukami truly work on someone like him? Would it be effective against titans like Uchiha Madara or the Sage of Six Paths? Perhaps it could succeed, but the greater likelihood was that it would fail entirely. This discrepancy stemmed from the differences in ocular power between the two parties. Even if there was only the slightest chance of failure, Tsunade could not afford to take that gamble. If Kodo Ematsukami proved ineffective against Orochimaru or if its effects were discovered and countered by those around him, it would result in a catastrophe for the ninja world. She imagined the consequences of such a scenario. Orochimaru, having removed the Jinjutsu, would no doubt retaliate with devastating force. At that point, it wouldn't just be a matter of starting a war, it could lead to something far worse. After Tsunade's detailed explanation, the advisors were left speechless. Orochimaru's ocular power surpasses that of the Mangekyo, one of them muttered in shock. The idea of a non-Uchiha developing the Sharingan to such a level through research alone was unfathomable. Uchiha Shisui, too, was visibly surprised. Hiruzen turned to the young man beside him. Shisui, are you confident in your ability to deal with this? Shisui, snapped out of his thoughts by the question, hesitated before responding. If it's just a standard Mangekyo, I'm absolutely confident. But if Orochimaru's abilities are truly as Tsunade-sama described, I would have to see them for myself to be certain. He continued, his voice steady but uncertain. Up until now, I've never encountered a Sharingan with more powerful ocular abilities than my own. Is that so? Hiruzen murmured thoughtfully. Old man, Tsunade interrupted, addressing Hiruzen directly, I strongly advise you to abandon this idea. She turned to the others. Even if Kodo Ematsukami does manage to affect Orochimaru, it will only be temporary. His abilities have already surpassed the realm of ordinary ninjas. Without hesitation, Tsunade revealed another of Orochimaru's secrets, his ability to achieve resurrection. Not only could Orochimaru back up his physical cells, but he could also store his mental consciousness. If Orochimaru were to die, the effects of Kodo Ematsukami would be nullified. Once resurrected, he would no longer be bound by its influence. And if that happened, Orochimaru would undoubtedly retaliate with something beyond imagination, something no one, not even Tsunade herself, could stop. Hiruzen and the others were left dumbfounded by Tsunade's explanation. Immortality? Infinite resurrection? Eternal life? Danzo muttered in disbelief. Dear God! Is Orochimaru invincible? Elsewhere, in a dark basement beneath Kirigakure village in the Land of Water, Zetsu emerged from the ground, his voice low as he addressed Obito. Obito, have you located the Nine Tails? It's nearly confirmed, Obito replied. What about you? We found 2 so far, Zetsu answered. Only 2? Obito frowned but then sighed. Still, that's not bad. What's Orochimaru's current location? Orochimaru? Zetsu's voice remained calm. He seems to be heading toward Kirigakure village. Due to their cooperative relationship, Zetsu could sense Orochimaru's movements as long as the latter's feet were on the ground. He's coming to Kirigakure? Why? Obito muttered, his voice filled with suspicion. No idea, Zetsu admitted with a shrug. If it's not important, I wouldn't dare approach him. I see. Obito murmured, deep in thought. After a moment, he waved Zetsu off. Continue locating the tailed beasts. And send the ring to Orochimaru. Understood, Zetsu replied, sinking back into the ground. Left alone, Obito lowered his head, lost in contemplation. Back in Star Ninja Village in the Land of Bears, Mei was utterly stunned as she watched Orochimaru. From his back sprouted enormous wings, bone-like structures connected by a glowing blue chakra. She had always known Orochimaru was powerful, but this exceeded anything she had imagined. The ninjas of Star Ninja Village required prolonged exposure to the meteorite to train and develop their wings. Orochimaru, on the other hand, appeared to have absorbed the star's energy directly. And his wings. Unlike the short, flimsy wings of the Star Ninja, his were massive, transparent, and lined with crackling elemental energies. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning flickered across the glowing bones, creating a spectacle that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. So this is Orochimaru's true power. Mei muttered in disbelief. Orochimaru himself remained indifferent, studying his new wings with a hint of dissatisfaction. As expected, I still need the Rinnegan, he said, his tone calm but resolute. He cared little for the appearance of the wings. What truly mattered to him was the boost they provided to his strength. His purpose for coming here had been twofold, to improve his flying ability and to test whether the star, imbued with the Ten Tails chakra, could enhance his spiritual power enough to create a truth-seeking orb. Yes, he intended to forge his own truth-seeking orb. Orochimaru had previously attempted to create one but failed. In his research, Orochimaru had discovered 4 methods to create a truth-seeking orb. 1. Harnessing the power of the bloodline limit known as the Rinne Sharingan. However, this method was unattainable, as only figures like Kagaya Akatsuki could achieve it. 2. Using the Rinnegan to generate an orb, as demonstrated by Tonari Akatsuki. 3. Achieving the 6-path sage mode by obtaining chakra from all tailed beasts, which allowed individuals like Obito, Madara, and Naruto to unconsciously produce truth-seeking orbs. However, this method was limited, as the orbs could not be recreated once destroyed or sealed. 4. Creating the orbs through sheer personal power. This method, pioneered by Hagoromo and Himura Akatsuki, was the closest path available to Orochimaru. Despite possessing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Orochimaru had discovered a crucial limitation. While he possessed the necessary attributes, immortality, vast chakra, and mastery of Yin-Yang release, his ocular power fell short of the Rinnegan or Himura's Byakugan. He had underestimated the sheer scale of Himura's spiritual power. Chapter 339. Why is it said that Orochimaru underestimated the power of Himura's Byakugan? Is there a difference in the power of the Byakugan? Indeed, there is. Even if it's just the Byakugan, its strength can vary greatly. This was evident in the original story, where Kagaya directly told Himura during their battle, "My Byakugan is far above yours." Moreover, Himura could create the truth-seeking orbs using his Byakugan, while Orochimaru, even with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, could not. Even absorbing the power of the star didn't change that. This clearly indicates one of 2 possibilities. 1. Himura's Byakugan inherently possesses spiritual power superior to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. 2. Himura's direct bloodline grants him spiritual strength far beyond Orochimaru's current capacity. Thus, if Orochimaru wants to create a truth-seeking orb, his only options are to either absorb all the tailed beasts or acquire the Rinnegan. However, Orochimaru thought to himself, the power of the Rinnegan is overwhelming. If I want to open and close it freely like the Sharingan, current technology can't accomplish that yet. The issue lay with the Rinnegan's inability to deactivate. The lavender ripple-shaped eyes remained constantly active after fusion. Orochimaru considered them too conspicuous, something that would undoubtedly disrupt his plans. Forget it. I'll deal with it later, Orochimaru muttered, comforting himself. He was already far beyond the level of a Kage. After absorbing the star, even without the power of the nine-tailed beasts, he was only a single step away from the six paths level. That final step, he reasoned, could always be filled in later with the Rinnegan. Therefore, Orochimaru felt no sense of urgency. But while he was calm, others were anything but. When the Star Ninjas realized that the energy of their treasured meteor had been completely absorbed by Orochimaru, their rage boiled over. Orochimaru, along with Mei and Kabuto, was quickly surrounded. You've gone too far. How could you do this? We lent you the star in good faith. Damn it! How could there be someone like you? The Star Ninjas were indignant, their fury even prompting the third Hashikage to step forward. The star is the foundation of our village. You owe us an explanation. An explanation? Orochimaru glanced at the dim, lifeless meteorite in his hand and chuckled indifferently. Fine, I'll give you one. He spoke in an almost casual tone. The chakra in this star is too volatile. While training with it can indeed increase a ninja's chakra, ordinary bodies can't withstand it. Continued exposure will lead to nothing but death. By absorbing the star's energy, I've saved your village from its own self-destruction. In other words, I've done you all a favor. Orochimaru's words were spoken with a calm detachment, but the Star Ninjas erupted in anger. Lies! Lord Hashikage, don't believe his nonsense. Even if it costs us our lives, we must protect the star. Enraged, several Star Ninjas activated their peacock method, ready to attack. Their anger was not without cause. The meteorite had been their village's foundation, and Orochimaru's actions had effectively destroyed that. The fact that they hadn't attacked immediately was a testament to their restraint. Orochimaru, however, had no interest in further conversation. In a flash, using the Flying Thunder God technique, he appeared in front of one of the ninjas. Before the man could react, Orochimaru landed a sharp punch to his abdomen. The ninja doubled over, his mouth opening in pain, but Orochimaru grabbed his hair and held him steady. Without hesitation, he pulled out a vial of restorative fluid and poured it down the man's throat. What are you doing? The others shouted, moving to intervene. But before they could act, Orochimaru released the ninja, who had already swallowed the fluid. Consider that my compensation, Orochimaru said nonchalantly. He reached into a separate space, retrieving 3 boxes and placing them on the ground. Goodbye. Without waiting for the stunned reactions of the Star Ninjas, Orochimaru activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared with Mei and Kabuto. What a bastard, one of the Star Ninjas cursed. Hey, are you okay? Another asked, helping their downed comrade to his feet. The ninja coughed a few times before replying, I'm fine. I feel fine. Damn it, what did that guy make you drink? Do you feel anything strange? Actually. The ninja paused, examining himself. Now that you mention it, I feel better. The injuries I got from training with the star, they're gone? The group exchanged bewildered glances, their anger replaced by confusion as the restorative fluid's effects became apparent. At the border of the Bear Country, Mei finally caught up to Orochimaru, her curiosity piqued. What did you put in those boxes you left behind? She asked. She had recognized the value of the meteorite, even with its side effects. The ability to fly alone made it incredibly valuable. She couldn't believe Orochimaru had left something more precious behind. 20 vials of restorative fluid, 20 vials of strengthening fluid, and 30 basic ninjutsu scrolls, Orochimaru replied. Restorative fluid? The kind that heals injuries quickly? Yes. What's strengthening fluid? Terumi Mei asked, her curiosity growing. Orochimaru, unwilling to waste time explaining, pulled out a vial and handed it to her. Try it for yourself. Mei hesitated for a moment before taking the bottle. What's the matter? Don't tell me you're scared, Orochimaru teased. Who says I'm scared? Mei snapped, grabbing the vial. With a glare, she removed the stopper and drank the contents in one gulp. If Orochimaru had wanted to kill her, he wouldn't need poison to do it. Wait, what is this? Mei asked, frowning as a strange sensation spread through her body. Behind them, Kabuto sighed. There's no bath nearby. Bath? Why would I need a bath? Mei asked, confused. Orochimaru ignored her question and asked instead, do you have a change of clothes? Of course. Good. We'll wait for you ahead. With that, Orochimaru removed the seal that had been suppressing her power. He and Kabuto walked on, leaving her behind. As the seal lifted, Mei felt her strength return. But before she could decide whether to escape, a sudden burning sensation coursed through her body. What is this? She gasped, her voice trembling. Chapter 340, Lord Orochimaru, aren't you worried that unsealing her might let her escape? She won't run, Orochimaru replied calmly. Kabuto was confused. If Mei wanted to escape, this would be her best opportunity. But Orochimaru was right, Mei had no intention of running. Soon, she appeared before the two of them, now wearing her signature blue dress and fishnet stockings. She didn't run? Kabuto muttered in disbelief. Orochimaru, gazing at the distant sea, didn't even turn around. She knows I have valuable medicine, and by staying with me, she can learn things she'd never hear otherwise. What reason does she have to leave? Orochimaru, you're terrifying, Mei said, approaching them. She had overheard his comment and couldn't help but be startled by his accuracy. Orochimaru had perfectly articulated her own thoughts. The conflict between Kirigakure and Konoha served no real purpose, making her return to the battlefield meaningless. Instead, following Orochimaru and uncovering his plans for Kirigakure seemed far more worthwhile, especially after experiencing the effects of the strengthening liquid. A single vial that could enhance one's physical abilities? Such technology was enough to shake the entire ninja world. And deep down, she was still curious. Why had Orochimaru defected in the first place? Smart choice, Orochimaru said, smiling faintly as Mei returned to the poised, composed woman from his memories. Now, let's go. Take me to your Kirigakure village. What do you want to do? You're in no position to ask me questions, Orochimaru replied bluntly. You. Mei was visibly upset and wanted to argue further, but Orochimaru had already started walking away. Frustrated, she had no choice but to follow him. Her ninja tools had been confiscated by Orochimaru, leaving her unable to threaten him. And with Kabuto nearby, ever watchful, she had no room for resistance. Orochimaru led the group onto a boat, easily bypassing the Land of Water's border defenses and entering its territory. When they arrived on the massive island housing Kirigakure village, a black and white head emerged from the ground. Lord Orochimaru, be careful. Kabuto immediately drew his kunai, stepping in front of Orochimaru to shield him. Despite knowing Orochimaru's strength, Kabuto took his role as a follower and bodyguard seriously, ready to deal with minor threats. Mei was also on high alert, but she found herself instinctively glancing at Orochimaru instead. He remained calm, his expression relaxed and unbothered. They know each other? Orochimaru, everything all right? Zetsu asked, briefly glancing at Kabuto and Mei. Orochimaru, understanding the context of Zetsu's inquiry, patted Kabuto on the shoulder to signal him to stand down. Of course. What's the matter? Here, this is for you, Zetsu said, reaching out and handing him a ring. The ring bore the character for void. Orochimaru paused, then smiled faintly as he slipped it onto the pinky finger of his left hand. Have you gathered everyone? Not yet. I'm just delivering this to you first. It will make meetings easier. I see, Orochimaru replied with a nod. He was well aware that the Akatsuki's rings were not just decorative, they were linked to the 10 fingers of the Geto statue. When Pain activated the projection jutsu, the rings allowed the members' consciousnesses to be drawn into the Geto statue's fingers, enabling remote meetings and even combat projections. "Do you want to meet them now?" Zetsu asked gently. "There's no need for that," Orochimaru waved him off. "Let me finish my business here first." "Understood." Zetsu nodded before sinking back into the ground. After Zetsu left, Mei couldn't suppress her curiosity any longer. "Orochimaru, what exactly are you planning to do in my village?" she asked, her tone sharp. Although she couldn't understand the specifics of Orochimaru's conversation with Zetsu, it was clear that he was plotting something significant. "Let's make a deal, Mei," Orochimaru said cryptically. "A deal?" Terumi Mei repeated, startled. "What kind of deal?" "I want you to become the Mizukage of Kirigakure village. Once you're in power, I want you to lead your village to submit to me. What do you think?" Orochimaru's words were so shocking that Mei froze, struggling to process what he had just said. He wanted her to become Mizukage? And then submit her entire village to him? Was this some kind of joke? "You want me to be your puppet?" Terumi Mei spat, her fists clenched and her voice filled with fury. Never mind whether Orochimaru's outlandish plan to make her Mizukage could even succeed. The mere thought of becoming his puppet was intolerable. She'd rather die. "Don't use such an unpleasant word as puppet." Orochimaru shrugged. "We're all working toward peace." "Peace?" Mei shot back, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "The current situation in your village is dire," Orochimaru continued, unfazed. "I can solve that problem for you. Isn't it only natural to make a deal in return? No matter how bad things are, it's still an internal matter. It's not your place to interfere." Mei interrupted, her anger boiling over. "Is that so?" Orochimaru smirked, his golden eyes narrowing. "If you refuse, I'll have no choice but to kill everyone in your village." "What?" Mei's eyes widened in shock. "Most of the ninjas in your village have already killed their own comrades. They're hardly paragons of virtue. Wouldn't you agree?" Orochimaru's tone was calm, but his words were laced with menace. "You!" Mei gritted her teeth, stepping forward into a fighting stance. "Damn it! As a ninja of Kirigakure, I won't just stand by and let you do this to my village." "You can't stop me," Orochimaru replied coldly. "If you oppose me, Kirigakure will be reduced to ruins because of your actions. Are you sure you want to fight me, Terumi Mei?" That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 13. Peace.